Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's day two of the Future Security Forum. My name is Ian Langford and I'm the Executive Director of Security and Defence Plus, which I'll talk about more shortly. But firstly, I want to acknowledge and state my appreciation for all of you taking time out of your busy lives, and for many of you having to balance your important responsibilities with the opportunity to contribute to a very important discussion to be here today. I really appreciate the time and effort you've made, particularly those that have travelled from great distance. We've got friends here from Europe, from the UK, we've got a couple from Australia, we've got many from throughout the US, and that all comes with some effort and a degree of sacrifice. So again, it's a great privilege to be here in your presence. I really want to acknowledge the efforts you've made and look forward to a really positive contribution from you today. Also worth acknowledging those that are online. For those who aren't aware, we have a live stream of this activity today, and I know we have people dialing in from not only the AUKUS jurisdictions of Australia, the UK and throughout here in the US, but also from other friends and partners across the Indo-Pacific region, across Europe, who all are part of a community of interest and practice on defence and security in the context of a world that I think we would all increasingly describe as volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. It also would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the success of the first day of the Future Security Forum and state my appreciation to Anne-Marie Slaughter, Peter Berg and Daniel Rothenberg in particular for what was a really great day in terms of setting the context and acknowledging the work that has been done throughout the history of the FSF with its partners ASU and others to get us to a point where Security and Defence Plus can now be part of that broader contribution. I represent three universities, Arizona State University, King's College London and University of New South Wales. And Security and Defence Plus was an idea born out of the AUKUS agreement of September 2021 and inspired by the work that had happened between those three universities via what is known as the Plus Alliance, particularly in the areas of health and engineering. The three university presidents imagined and saw an opportunity for how research and higher education in not only the AUKUS nations but other friends and partner nations as well can make a direct contribution to security and defence in the context of changing times. Those three streams that came out of this organisation really do focus on research, education pathways and partnerships, and that's clearly relevant today in this occasion when we talk about the contributions that think tanks, that the broader academic contribution and community, the political cycles that all three countries find themselves in, and the role of higher education and research in what I like to think of as the third leg of the three-leg national power stool when it comes to security and defence, the other two being, defence and military power itself, and then government and industry in the broader context. So my role is to advocate on the part of the three universities to encourage a debate around defence and security, to involve and inspire students inside our universities and an age demographic more broadly to be part of the solution set across our countries as we move deeper into this century and we're faced with the challenges that we know are coming. As it relates to AUKUS in particular, and I'll just take a little bit of time to talk about the relevance, which will be an important context for today. Many of you would be familiar with that September 2021 arrangement, ostensibly around two pillars. Pillar one being the delivery of a nuclear-propelled submarine capability for Australia in the context of an alliance effort to be able to maintain the balance of power, particularly in the undersea domain in the Indo-Pacific. That's pillar one. Pillar one extends the S&T arc of history out of the US, particularly in that domain, to include Australia in a very exclusive club alongside the United Kingdom to provide a deterrent capability that by any set of objective analysis is seen as critical to maintaining peace and security globally across certainly the next couple of decades and deeper into this century. Pillar one comes with significant challenge, not only for Australia but for all three countries, and we're seeing elements of that from everything, including increasing the capacity of the shipyards here to up the throughput of Virginia-class submarine in the first instance, to be able to understand the role that Barrow in Finesse in the UK will play as it relates to not only the United Kingdom's future surface warfare and undersea program in terms of production capacity, but also what that might mean for Australia in the second decade. And then in my part of the world, it's about a whole new shift that includes an event horizon that sees Australia not only contributing to an alliance framework that it values and has done so since really the Second World War, but also leading insofar as building the kind of workforce skill, the technology sets, the aspiration to be able to shape and contribute and respond to security and defence in our part of the world as a co-equal to our other allies and partners in so doing. So Pillar 1 comes with great ambition and great opportunity. Research, higher education plays a significant role in that. For Australia in particular, we have to go from 0 to about 30,000 in terms of a stewardship workforce in the next 15 to 20 years. That can't be done without the assistance of universities, of think tanks, and those that need to skill the workforce that is coming. In relation to Pillar 2, and I'm sure many of you would be aware of what it entails, but those emerging offset asymmetric technology sets, again, are seen as part of the success dividend of what military deterrence and capability looks like, not only now, but again, moving deeper into this century. When you think about automation, when you think about AI, when you think about quantum, when you think about alternates to precision navigation timing, you can't have that conversation without understanding the important role that research, that science, that technology plays in being able to arrive at a capability in an applied context before somebody else does. And again, that's an arms race, it's a space race, it's now a technology race in the way that we have done this before throughout the 20th century and the challenge that lays before us now. Part of what I think the FSS seeks to do is to apply the context, and certainly what S&D Plus is charged to do is to bring the collective capacity of all three of those universities, plus the university and higher education sectors of all three countries in particular, to bear on these grand problems. It's about having an event horizon, a North Star that we are part of in terms of contributing to defence and national security beyond just a military platform or a specific problem. This is about changing the nature of what we do and responding to the circumstances that we now find ourselves in. So that's what S&D does. And certainly, again, we look forward to continuing to develop our partnerships, our education pathways, and our research opportunities in that regard. The forum today really is focused on us being able to elevate and lift our perspective beyond how we all contribute in the defence and security context to think about the broader issues in that context. And we've got a great series of panels today that really are interactive in nature. And by that I mean the panellists will be encouraged by the moderators to speak, and then we look forward to having questions from particularly here in the room, but also those online, to really stimulate a conversation about where the need is as it relates to a particular topic. So if it's political resiliency, if it's intelligence sharing, if it's about alliances and partnerships, if it's about industry, if it's about the Indo-Pacific region, if it's about understanding from Kevin Rudd, for example, his high-level view at the ambassadorial level, what opportunities, what challenges, what threats and what strengths lie across the task that we all have in the next 10 to 15 years. Today is the day to do it. And today really is also the start of the conversation. So we will have deliberate breaks in between our panels where the aim is to develop those networks. The fireside chats, the coffee breaks, the quiet conversations, the exchange of business cards, that's all the virtue of having these sorts of activities. So please see value in those breaks to be able to share information, understand perspectives, and to be able to work towards some sort of community of enduring practice going forward. Just a couple of housekeepings. As I said, we'll have breaks. I will essentially MC throughout the day. The moderators will introduce their various panels. We will try and stick to time. We've got Kevin right here after lunch. Again, he's on a very fixed window, so I'd appreciate if we could have everyone organised for that activity. We've got books for sale outside. And again, the aim today is discourse and networking, and that's our role here. So without further ado, I'll introduce our first panel moderator, Professor Wynne Bowen, and I beg your pardon, Dr. Jennifer Moroney on the political resilience of AUKUS. You can have a break there, Wynne, and go back to sleep. And we will kick off on what promises to be a very fulfilling day. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very excited to be here today and to kick off the extravaganza of AUKUS for the day. So this panel is going to be focusing on the political resiliency of the AUKUS partnership, focusing on the specific interests and strategic priorities of our three key members, Australia, the US, and the UK. And we have assembled an excellent group of panelists here to talk about the country's perspectives and discuss their views on how AUKUS addresses resolving global and regional challenges, strengthens trilateral cooperation, which is obviously a big part of what AUKUS is all about, and adheres and basically helps to sort of respond to the shifting political and technological landscapes. So the panel will provide insights on the strategic and individual perspectives that contribute to AUKUS's strength and effectiveness in promoting regional security and stability. So why is it so important to get AUKUS right from the beginning? Briefly, we need to basically appreciate the fact that AUKUS is really a grand experiment. And it's an experiment in technology sharing at the highest, most sensitive levels. We've never gone there before. And it's being executed in the context of a trilateral organization, which again is all very new. The recent ITAR exemptions, we're going to hear a lot about that today, are nothing short of monumental. AUKUS covers a lot of issues, notably the submarines, of course, in Pillar 1, but also the broader aspects of collaboration in terms of the advanced capabilities in Pillar 2. From a security cooperation context, though, AUKUS, to my view, offers really an opportunity to be able to look at many different ways of collaborating with our capable allies. In terms of international armaments cooperation, for example, and hopefully a real step up in terms of collaboration, in terms of cooperative defense and cooperative production. It offers the opportunity for the United States, in some cases, to follow rather than lead in terms of capability development, and potentially even offers the opportunity for the United States to be able to import innovation from our allies, in particular niche areas. And I find this all very exciting because it sort of complements the historical approach to working with our allies that's really about foreign military sales. Allies buy our capabilities, we figure out how to work together, interoperability improves. But this is different, and there are many different avenues that capability development can take. So before we start getting to these opportunities that I see out there, we're going to ask the panelists to be able to focus really on the political landscape that has evolved since AUKUS's inception 3 years ago. I'm going to ask the panelists to talk for about 5 minutes each, and then we're going to go into a Q&A session. So our first panel, or actually our third panelist, I have them in opposite order on my notes, but Matthew Steinhelfer, and Matthew is the U.S. the State Department's senior representative to AUKUS. James Caruso is the senior advisor and chairman to the Advisory Council of the Australia chair at CSIS, and he's the former U.S. ambassador to ASEAN, and I met him when he was a charge in Australia. And John Moffat, who's the Minister Counselor for Defense Policy and Nuclear Issues at the British Embassy here in Washington. And I think we're going to do things in order of James, John, and then Matthew. So I'll ask everybody to speak for about 5 minutes, provide some opening remarks, and then we'll get into the Q&A.
All right, so I'm up first.
You're up first.
I'm not Australian, but I spent 6 years at 2 tours at the Australian Embassy, the US Embassy in Australia, so I guess I'm honorary somehow. So I'm going to talk for Australia. When I arrived for my second tour in Australia in 2016 summer, where Australia was at that point was Australian officials at the most senior level telling me, don't make us choose between the US and China. Don't make us choose, they said publicly, between our largest trading partner and our security partner. And the public line was 2 friends, 1 ally. That was our SOP. And this was logical in many ways because Australia had gotten very rich from selling iron ore, other minerals, milk, education services, tourism services to China, to the point that about 28% of total Australian exports went to China, and the margins were tremendous. They still look to the US for security and, big part of the Five Eyes Alliance for intelligence sharing, good allies in Iraq and Afghanistan. They're always with us, but it was sort of a bifurcated view of the world. What happened? Well, the Chinese really helped the Australians change their minds. How? First, in 2016, a Labor senator was found to be basically suborned by the Chinese Communist Party. Later on, I have to also mention in 2015, 2014, Australia leased on a 99-year lease the port of Darwin, northernmost port facing the South China Sea, to a Chinese company. Didn't tell us, even though we had just recently signed the agreement to have rotating Marines go through Darwin. And when President Obama asked about this, he was told, well, you could read it in the papers. Not cool. So there was some tension, but still always good allies. But the Chinese have ripped away any semblance of being good partners. Among other things, like I mentioned, the suborning of a Labor senator, trying to influence the Chinese community, Confucius centers spreading propaganda about the alliance and the US place in the world, and how Australia is a deputy and really needs to break away. And of course, when Prime Minister Turnbull eventually said, we don't want Huawei in our 5G network, the gig was up, and China started putting on all sorts of barriers to Australian exports, not critical ones like iron ore, but things like wine and lobsters and things of that nature. And it got worse and worse. So that from two friends, only one ally, now it's, we are all in with the US. AUKUS is the biggest bet Australia's ever made in defense. Aside from maybe in World War II when they said, all right, we're not depending on Britain anymore, we're depending on the US. Given that Britain was fighting for its life, it was a no-brainer. This is putting all the chips on the US and the agreement. So I'll talk later about where that stands, but it started off as a Liberal Party project. Labor, when they got elected, wholeheartedly took it on. But this is the biggest, most complex agreement Australia has ever made, that maybe any country's ever made. And the question of how much sovereignty do you give up for this increased security is a debate that I would argue is only beginning. And given that this is a 40-year commitment, Australia, the US, and Britain have to do more to keep explaining why it matters and why it's worth this tremendous cost and putting all their chips on the US. Stop there.
Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to come here and speak today. Just a few kind of opening remarks from me on the political resiliency and UK views on AUKUS. So I remember over 3 years ago now, when I first came across AUKUS, I was working in the Ministry of Defence and was involved in some of those very early conversations about the concept, and thought, wow, this is a pretty special moment. This is an audacious plan. You know, there is something experimental about it, as you've said, Jennifer, but there is really quite something here. And I must say, in the 3 years since that, there's been a number of other kind of wow moments that have appeared, which have kept my faith very much in the concept. When I came out here 2 years ago, as part of my job, I often had to look at things that are going wrong in the world, perhaps conflicts in Ukraine, Middle East, etc. But the opportunity to work on AUKUS was something that really drew me to coming out here and to work on this at this time, given how seminal this is to some of the kind of current security challenges we are facing. And I think looking at what we have achieved over the last 3 years, whether it be the optimal pathway on delivering SSNs, or kind of on the other hand, in a very different nature, our export control reform, these are really quite remarkable things to have achieved, quite diverse things to have achieved in the space of a few years. I think, and I'll hopefully come on to talk about this more through the Q&A, but 3 things for me that are really important, that have made this concept work. Well, firstly, it's the power of the idea. It's a shared appreciation, shared analysis of the challenges across the 3 nations, and then of the response that's needed, whether that be the threats that we are facing in the Indo-Pacific and globally, but also then about the response that's required particularly the level of industrial collaboration that's required to respond to these threats and the cutting down of barriers between nations to deliver them. And we've seen that the power of that concept really, a demonstration of that in the UK, where we had a number of changes in our leadership, and we've seen that this power of this concept really get traction throughout, and no signs of any flagging support in the UK for the concept. I think secondly, it's about having the right foundations in place for AUKUS, and we've really put a lot of effort in that across the nations over the last few years. Clearly, all that is about money and committing the right funding at the right stage and getting the right contracts in place. But it's also other things, less tangible things, like the time of our leaders, who, whether they're the prime ministers, presidents, or defense ministers, foreign ministers, all putting huge amounts of personal time and capital into making this work. There's then, and I say this as a kind of proud bureaucrat, kind of governance and bureaucracy that we put in underneath that to make this work so that it can endure, that it will last, and that we are able to kind of tackle new challenges as they face. And then some of the supporting agreements, treaties behind it. And finally, I think it's about also, as well as building those foundations, being agile. So particularly when it comes to that narrative about the kind of policy envelope for AUKUS, being able to respond to challenges, to disinformation, to new ways of describing AUKUS, and making sure that, as you've said, Jim, we make sure that it stays relevant and it seems to be delivering for the defense of our nations.
Thank you. Matthew.
Great. Well, first and foremost, just thanks very much to New America and Security and Defense Plus for having us today. I think these kind of forums are so important, especially as we talk about political resiliency, making sure that we actually have these kind of platforms to elevate the profile of these efforts and to, in many ways, get out that positive messaging of what we're trying to achieve. For any of you that have been at various events that I've spoken at, I always say one thing. It's the AUKUS ambition is about more than just a couple of defense projects. Mm-hmm. The AUKUS ambition, and I think what we've all already started to touch on, is about how are we going to collectively evolve the nature of our partnership work to match the evolving threats that we're seeing, the operating picture that we're seeing. And I think since I've come into this role and been working on AUKUS for a little over 14, 15 months, what I've seen is we're really starting to build some momentum. And as I think about political resiliency, it's not just about do we have the political leadership and the right time in the right places and offices, but it's really about that. In Australia, they often say social license, here public support, and so forth. But it's really about, are we meeting not just the needs of those of us that pay attention to these kind of initiatives in the national security sector, but also the general public. Are we making it tangible? Are we making it practical and real? And I think that's twofold. It's both sort of the operating environment picture. Are we getting out and explaining the national security impetus, the national security threat? But it's also, are we, for the various constituents, ensuring that they are seeing progress and demonstrating that we are demonstrating progress along the way. So I think in the past year, collectively, across the trilateral system, we've had a really heavy emphasis on let's get out more messaging, not just to our 3 countries, but also to the broader region of what are we doing? When I walked in the door, everyone told me, including in civil society and think tanks and elsewhere, AUKUS equals submarine deal. And I kept looking back at our Indo-Pacific strategy, the public leader statements, and variety of documents, and I saw that it was more than that. And so that's where we've been building up this case that AUKUS ambition is more than just a couple of defense projects. That we can do. That's easy. That's not meeting the evolving threat picture that we need to. So, in the past year, our trilateral progress on the optimal pathway has been tangible. We now have Australians here in our shipyards. We're seeing a lot of great progress on the enabling environment, including the great work that the trilateral partners did and our State Department colleagues on export controls. We're starting to see a lot more progress on Pillar 2. But my bottom line, and Jennifer and I have talked a lot about this over the past year, is we got to continue. We got to make it more tangible, more concrete, and continue to accelerate that progress. And I think the National Security Advisor recently has also emphasized that we recognize that, especially in Pillar 2, we got to continue to demonstrate that tangible progress. I'll stop there.
Great. Well, you led into my first question really well. You've already started to touch on this, but so the question is, how has AUKUS demonstrated political resilience in the face of internal or external pressures or barriers, and what strategies have been effective in maintaining cohesion? You mentioned messaging a little bit. You've also talked about the export control rollout. Are there other examples that you can think of that have really helped to sort of push things forward? Any sort of internal strategies that may not have been apparent to the public that you can talk about?
Yeah.
Thanks. And then you can answer them in any order that you'd like. So.
I'll start on this one, and then I'm gonna, because this one's easy, at least for me. I think the first point on this is a long-term effort, AUKUS, right? And I think we can't take for granted that, yes, we have great bipartisan support across the three systems. We've seen some early transitions, but it is very early on. So I don't want to say that we've learned any lessons yet. There are some good activities so far. Sort of 3 points, one strategic, one operational, and one structural. I think the first on the strategic, it's really important that in AUKUS that we don't focus again on it as a singular project or a program. I often bristle when I hear that AUKUS is a program. It's bigger than that. This is a long-term endeavor across historical partners. And at the strategic level, in order for it to work, we have to constantly do outreach, but not just to communicate our message, but to more importantly listen and bring in that advice and counsel and evolve, recognize that we need to evolve our work over time and have that flexibility. So I think that strategic flexibility is really important. On the operational level, we've done a massive amount of work behind the scenes on governance structures, and that's really important because now we have these governance structures that are in place. They're not too rigid. We've already had some adjustments internally based off of what we see is working and what's not trilaterally. But what those governance structures are allowing us to do is if individuals change in and out, whether that's at the political level or even at the bureaucratic level, that's okay. We've got consistency. We have structures that we can rely on governance-wise and ensure that the work of AUKUS proceeds. And then lastly, structurally, at State Department, as many of you know, thanks to the direction of the US Congress and support of the Deputy Secretary of State, the Secretary, the Undersecretary, we've really focused on long-term institutionalization of AUKUS. So it's not just, I'm not just saying that because I benefited by becoming the AUKUS Senior Advisor for the Secretary and having an office and those kind of things, but that we all felt was really important, independent of the individual in the office, because especially at State Department, for this long-term endeavor, you have to have that institutionalization to, over time, ensure that there's attention at a high level across the bureaucracy that's being applied in multiple regions, multiple function areas to advance the AUKUS effort.
Excellent.
As I mentioned, this AUKUS was a Liberal Party project wholeheartedly endorsed by Labor, because China put so much pressure on Australia on the economic front, and after the foreign minister asked for a independent review of what happened with COVID, the Chinese embassy eventually gave a list of 14 actions that Australia must do to rectify things. And, with due respect to all my Australian colleagues, you don't deal with Australians that way. They get a little upset. So social license for doing something was there. And this was the big answer. It was with the biggest partner, security partner. So everything was moving forward. But, we're democracies. And over time, unless there's real strong progress, which I think you can point to, especially in the subs, people start asking questions, first of all. Second of all, the Labor Party government is having, as most governments do, midterm, getting weaker. They are being attacked from the left by the Greens, who are resolutely anti-AUKUS, by the so-called Teals, who are independents, who also are, at best, AUKUS skeptic. And they're having more and more journalists from the right and left who are questioning the cost and whether this is the best place to put your money, because Australia is doing things like cutting back on conventional surface ships, not buying additional joint strike fighters, selling a bunch of their tanks. So they're saying our conventional forces are being shrunk. Our budget for these nuclear subs going forward, you've pushed out 8 years according to the budget. We are at risk until these things start coming on, maybe by 2030. And oh, by the way, we put our chips on a country, the US, which is going through its own political uncertainty. So is this the best way to go? So this is an ongoing discussion. So far, so good. But we really need to show progress on Pillar 2, to show 3 years on. The anniversary of the signing was, I think, September 21, coming right up.
Close.
Yeah, so we need to show progress in Pillar 2. Ship maintenance on a Virginia class will take place in Perth soon, which is good, except for all these Americans who are going to take housing in Perth, where housing is already really expensive. Will that cause tensions? So there's a lot going on that will require continued discussion by senior people in Australian government and society about why this big, audacious plan requires big, audacious budgets and action. Continuous for 40 years.
Just to follow up there, a few points. I think the context has helped us as AUKUS has evolved. The world has only got a more dangerous place since we made the first announcement a few years ago. And what comes from that? Well, I think firstly, just the essentialness of industrial collaboration, deep industrial technological collaboration between partners, between allies, and how vital that is to any kind of current conflict, including kind of co-production. And then just the requirement for the advanced capabilities that we are talking about with AUKUS as well. I think we've learned lessons around our narrative and how vital that narrative is, whether that's internationally or domestically. And obviously, the AUKUS announcement was a surprise for most people, and that took a bit of handling. But we've moved to a very different approach now, much more active approach in communicating our narrative and avoiding surprises, particularly in the region, where obviously there are a great deal of sensitivities, particularly around SSNs, and we've done a lot, I think, as others have said, have gone a long way to disabuse the idea that it's just about nuclear power submarines or some of the other disinformation that was out there. But that's going to be ever more vital in the years ahead, as this is a genuinely long-term project. So I think, and then selling it to the public as well. And I was lucky enough to go to a NASCAR event a few months ago, and was very surprised to then see an AUKUS kind of brand across one of the cars there, which I was highly impressed by the efforts of the US government to get the message out there. But that's important. And we're trying to do that in the UK as well. We've announced our own nuclear strategy, and that's not just keeping it in a defense side, that's talking about things across government. So what are the skills we need in the right places for our industrial base? What's the infrastructure we need in places up in the northwest of England where we build our submarines? And seeing about this, as you've said, Matt, not just a defence project, but something that is a national effort. Yeah.
Speaking of advertising, I don't know if you all saw the Super Bowl, but there was an AUKUS ad at the Super Bowl. I was shocked. I'm like, got to play that again. So we're going to shift gears a little bit and still think about the narrative, but think about it on a regional level. So the next question is, what role does AUKUS play in prioritizing regional security and stability in the Indo-Pacific, and what successes have been apparent so far? And my add-on to that, is there a plan in play for coordinating with regional organizations? Anybody want to go first?
I'll go first. I spent a lot of my career in Indonesia and Thailand and ASEAN. So when this first was announced, they were real unhappy. They weren't informed. They were real unhappy because they say this is the Anglos getting together again, and that never worked out well for us. John said nuclear. Nuclear is a four-letter word, despite the fact Australia is the biggest exporter of uranium. And there was distrust, basically, what this all meant. Is this going to be the Anglos dictating policy to us to strength. But over time, through the efforts of our three nations and constant discussion about what this really meant, they're not nuclear armed. We countered the Chinese propaganda that they're going to be nuclear equipped, that somehow nuclear radiation is going to leak out of the reactors on the ships. They've come around to saying, okay, this may actually be a net additive to the regional security. And we've seen that certainly in Indonesia, where Australia and Indonesia just signed an enhanced defense cooperation agreement, which is really, really something. You also see Indonesian troops exercising in Darwin with Australian and US Marines. That's quite something. And they've basically gone quiet in Southeast Asia about what AUKUS means. They're not hugely supportive publicly, but the fact that they're quiet about it, it means a lot. Now, Pacific Islands is another matter. The point you raised about whether we need to do more, so we've been advocating at CSIS this idea of having maybe a yearly conference for all the interested parties to talk about it, bring them into the game, tell them what we're doing, see if there are ways to expand cooperation that way. I think would go a long way.
I would add, because this is what we spent a lot of time on at State Department. One of the first things that we did when I first arrived was instigate, foment, in a positive sense, a trilateral structure where effectively, not exclusively the diplomats, but the diplomats could get together trilaterally and talk about these kind of issues, both in an unclassified and a classified space. We pulled in all of the tools that we have in our toolbox, especially at State Department, from reaching into our data analytics teams, our disinformation teams, our survey analysis groups, a wide variety of entities to first do an assessment of what are we doing, what's working, what do we need to do differently. And I think one of the first things that I observed early on, especially related to the region, was that our messaging just wasn't landing. If you look at then versus now, what we talk a lot more about now is about AUKUS having a positive impact to the region. That it's not just about we have a positive message. Let me put it that way. And I think we've done a lot of really good work, and I will give credit to our Australian colleagues because they've really instigated a lot of it, is ensuring that every step along the way, whenever we do have a public announcement, that we proactively do pre-briefings for various countries around the world, for other institutions, for ASEAN members and countries, because we feel that that is one of our strengths, that transparency. And I think that's bearing fruit. Where I think we need to head in the coming year, and this is something that I and my team have talked a lot about, is now's the time, especially as for us at State, but also for others, to get out even more and do more engagements, not just at the government level, not just with the defense ministries or the foreign ministries, but with civil society and think tanks in the region. Don't be afraid to go talk to journalists and ensure that we're engaging in meaningful ways. And so I think we do a lot of that in our capitals, but now we have to take it to the region to ensure that AUKUS is put into context. AUKUS is just, for the US, it's just one of many initiatives. So, I won't speak for other governments, but for those governments too, that it's one of many initiatives for the region, and that there are positive net benefits. And I think we're starting to see some progress as a result.
Yeah, I think just to add, we've seen that the changes in the regional reception, thanks to all the hard work of partners here and in improving that narrative, and whether it's shifting to a kind of positive position on AUKUS or just moving to a kind of neutral position and not being actively hostile, we've seen some real shifts with our partners in the region. And I think key to that is getting across, this is not an attempt by the Anglos, as someone described it, to kind of seek a leadership role here. This should be complementary to other regional structures, whether that's ASEAN, whether that's other kind of regional groupings, and making sure that what we're doing is seen to be supporting that. And I think then looking at this from a UK perspective, it's probably the most concrete example we have of the Indo-Pacific tilt that we've talked about in our recent strategic reviews. And clearly we're now putting a lot of effort behind it. But it has also, I think, been helped us get a foot in the door for other initiatives. And we've, in the kind of intervening period, formed some new agreements with Japan on reciprocal access. We have started a global combat air program with Italy and Japan as well. And we are looking at our membership of partnership with ASEAN and CPTPP and other groupings to make sure that we are. This is part of a broader plan of engagement by the UK in the Indo-Pacific.
It's a great example. Thanks very much. So none of you were involved in the early stages of setting things up, so maybe sort of think about this as from taking a step out, looking back. So we're now 3 years on. What lessons, to your mind, can be drawn from the experience of AUKUS so far, to your mind, and how can these lessons be applied to other international alliances or partnerships? If you didn't want to take that last bit of the question, think about, is there anything you would have done differently to set up AUKUS Pillar 1 or Pillar 2 for success? This is about lessons and sort of experiences. Thanks.
Okay, well, I should probably volunteer to go first on that one. And look, I mean, every partnership is unique. Every partnership is different, and so we have to be careful about drawing too many lessons. I think I've already talked about a narrative and how vital that is to this. The narrative globally with our populations. And as we talked about, we've learned a lot about that as we've gone through it. I think we've learned the value of being candid with each other. I think that's one of the strengths of AUKUS, is that because we have such strong shared existing defence links, members of the Five Eyes, etc., shared historical cultural links, it allows us to have some candid conversations, and we've been able to do that, which has meant we've been able to get through setting up such a very difficult things in a short period of time. But I think then, as others have said, kind of getting those messages out early on what we are doing, what this is achieving, and setting up that kind of regular drumbeat of what's been done. And there's a bit of a trade-off there, particularly when it comes to Pillar 1 with submarines. These are clearly long-term projects, and they won't necessarily produce submarines for quite some time. But there are lots of things we can talk about in the meantime. There's lots of work we can do in the meantime that relates to subsurface warfare. And we should get on and communicate those amongst the other advanced capabilities work that we are doing. But I think fundamentally, bring it back to where I started earlier, it's about that shared analysis of the threat. If you can identify what the challenges are and what the response should be, and have firm agreement at the top level on that, and firm commitment behind it, then that gives you that foundation for everything else to come from.
Thank you.
Just to echo what John said, I think our countries did a good job of sort of defining the problem and this being a solution. For the Australian public, I think how many people do you suppose know what ITAR is? Suddenly, everyone in Australia knows what ITAR is. That was an education because it looks like something that a lot of analysts said they'll never change it, it's too hard. The fact that the US did change it for this deal is very significant. And I wish the Australian government would talk more about how significant that is as an indication of how serious the US is about following through. So if we ever do it again, I think we need to set up the scenario of, yeah, this is hard, this is why we have to overcome, but this is why we're so serious about it and why it's so important we're going to do it.
Yeah, from my perspective, I always hesitate to say that there are lessons learned or that we can apply, sort of in a cookie cutter approach to other initiatives. This kind of, various examples from the AUKUS partnership, because I think AUKUS is pretty unique. I think the history, the longstanding history, the close ties between the US, UK, and Australia is very special in many ways. So I think that has flavored our work quite a bit. That said, I think one of the things that we have, I think, done pretty well, especially recently, is kind of building off of what my colleagues mentioned, is continuing to elevate that outreach and communication. I think we've done that well recently. I don't think that necessarily was the case early on of talking about the strategic narrative, and I think we have more progress to make on that. One area where I think we should have done more earlier on, it's easy for me to say just because I wasn't there at the very beginning, but I think really focusing especially on Pillar 2 to make it tangible, concrete, and delivering projects quick. I think that's going to be, anyone that knows this business, it is very difficult to even within one country to get a brand new project off the ground, resourced, contracted, into production, and so forth. So that takes time. There's a time frame to develop on that. And then you expand that trilaterally. That's another story. So continuing to recognize that there is an importance to delivering or showing demonstrable results. And although I think we have, and we've published many of those in various defense minister meeting statements and those kind of things, there's the desire still for more and more tangible benefit, especially for Pillar 2. So I think it's fair to be critiqued, and I actually think that's good to listen to those and see what you can draw from it.
We've not done this before, so I don't think it's a bad idea to critique and
Of course.
look back.
Yeah.
I have one more question, then we'll turn it over for Q&A. Is that okay, everybody? Okay. The last question is, what are the future directions and potential developments for AUKUS? We've already touched on some of these issues a little bit with bringing up ITAR, for example, but I want to push a little bit on that to see if we can get some concrete thoughts. And how might AUKUS evolve to meet new challenges, such in the technological space, or also to respond to all other sort of major geopolitical shifts?
I'm happy to take or to start this one. I think one of the obvious areas was that back in April we announced that we were considering consultations, a very carefully crafted phrase, considering consultations with Japan for Pillar 2 projects. From my view, I think this is a great way to accelerate our progress. I know there's a lot of folks out there that say this can actually make it more challenging, gum up the system, make it more difficult. I think there are unique benefits from various countries where we can leverage that technical expertise and help deliver progress. At the same time, I think there's a real deterrent effect that comes about from doing those kind of activities. So I could see some continued progress in that space. I would also say that we've made great progress on the export control environment. It still has to be implemented, of course. We just started it September 1. I often ask the question, what else do you need? Especially of small and medium enterprise. What's the next thing that's getting in your way? And how do we continue to evolve that enabling environment across the three countries, so that way AUKUS can be a catalyst for change, especially while we have strong bipartisan support across our three systems. So my hope is over the next year or so that we'll be able to get even more feedback about what else is needed, so we can try to insert that into our US policy process or a trilateral processes and see what can we do? Can we achieve yet another cornerstone or marquee component of the AUKUS ambition?
Just to add, I think the most remarkable thing we've achieved so far is on that enabling environment and some of the announcements we've had in recent weeks and months, and that we are now beginning to look at the ecosystem for investors, for industry, for innovation, looking at these issues as well. So I think, as Matt said, we need to keep going on that. That, in some ways, is kind of the most transformative aspect of AUKUS in these early years, is really changing just how we work together and having been fully integrated in many areas, so that we are able to respond quickly to the threats we face and develop the capabilities to get after them. For me, that is the most remarkable thing, but we need to keep moving quickly on that front and not rest on our laurels. Then looking at the two pillars, I think on Pillar 1 with the submarines, again, a bit of tension there. We need to get on and allow the programs to get on and deliver and really focus on timescales and meeting the challenges we have there. We know from our own experience in the UK, building nuclear submarines, it's a fiendishly complex and long-term and demanding task, which it needs to endure across generations. So we just need to make sure that we are really focused on delivery on that front, but also being able to show progress to our parliaments, to Congress, to our public on what we're achieving there, because huge sums are involved for all of us in investing in our submarine industrial base and developments. Then pillar 2, some question marks about breadth versus depth. How many kind of projects do we want to get after? How many capabilities do we want to develop? How wide do we want to spread our bets versus really focusing on some big bets and focusing there, and that's where a lot of the work is at the moment. But again, how can we get that advanced capabilities pillar to be contributing to the narrative that we have there?
From the Australian point of view, we need to move fast on pillar 2 to get some actual deliverables fast. And there's concern that if we start spreading it out to other countries, that will just slow everything down and lose momentum. That's one. 2, from the U.S. point of view, don't forget, these are exceptions to ITAR specifically for the UK and Australia. If we try to expand it to non-Five Eyes countries, sharing this highly classified information will be really, really hard. And don't forget that if we do IP with any of these other countries and it has a military component, those countries need to get an export license from the US. So they are not exactly anxious necessarily to work with us in those situations. Before we leave the subject, I just want to raise an issue that's getting raised more and more because of the legislation about how we transfer the subs from the US to Australia eventually, where the administration has to confirm there's no unreasonable risk in the transfer. So if some admiral says, we need that sub, we can't give it to Australia, what happens? And AUKUS critics in Australia are seizing on this and saying, we are buying a pig in the poke, we're going to invest $3 billion in US shipyards, and we have no assurance that at the end of the day we're going to have the sub. We need to find a way to push back on this narrative because it could really grow. It could really grow fast.
Great. Thank you all. I have more questions. I'm going to hold them for now and go to the audience. Now, my eyesight's a little limited because I grabbed the wrong glasses. So please identify yourself and your organization, and I hope the folks with the microphone can go around and find people.
Gentlemen, thanks for your foray today. Just interested in understanding, again, that singular focus. We've had an election in the UK. We've got one here in 2 months. We've got one in Australia before May next year. We've got war in Europe. We've got war in the Middle East. We've got contestation in space. We're at war in cyber. How is it that democracies such as ours are going to maintain focus in a program that is decades in its delivery in the context of current emergencies and what also economically appears to be budget emergencies as we move deeper into this decade? Because again, debt around COVID, the ability of the 3 economies to service their own domestic priorities in a pretty contested budgetary environment, how do you maintain that singular focus? I mean, you've talked about unified purpose and action in terms of the public narrative, Jim, in particular. And what I would say is the debate in Australia is somewhat held back by the fact that the government and the military on one hand have all the information and those AUKUS protagonists and the doubters don't have a lot, and so they're left to fill in the blanks. And so with all of that in the admixture of public discourse and strategic anxiety, how do you think we're going to bulletproof AUKUS across particularly the next 10 to 15 years?
Oh, it's easy. No, look, the elections in Australia have to be held by May. The Greens are really making headway against some Labour seats in the inner cities, so that there may be a minority government or some sort of coalition required to rule. It could be really, really hard to move things forward in that scenario. And the government could fall at any moment if, say, the Greens or the Teals decided to. And we're looking at this for years, that there's a movement away from major parties in all our democracies. So I have no good answer except the need for military leaders, political leaders to be more transparent and talk about, here's the problem, This is why we think this is a solution, and argue it publicly, not keep so much classified, because it's not like our adversaries aren't aware of what we're saying.
I think just from a UK perspective, our Prime Minister, when he came out here just after election for the NATO summit, he talked about AUKUS as being one of those top priorities for the new government in this space. And we've not seen that change since then. Indeed, we've embarked on a strategic defence review, and within terms of reference, is direction to keep going with all the work on AUKUS. We were doing work to look at how we might do things like differently organisationally, or making sure we have the most efficient structures in place for us in the UK. But it's very much still a top priority for us with our new governments. And we've seen that previously with other changes in leadership. I think you mentioned Ukraine and Euro-Atlantic. Is this a distraction, particularly for countries like the UK, where we are anchored in that hemisphere? Well, I think the advanced capabilities we're talking about in AUKUS, whether it's submarines or the other capabilities under development, these are clearly relevant and particularly of particular utility in the Euro-Atlantic as much as they can be in the Indo-Pacific. And the nature of that throughout, we've seen a join up between China, North Korea, Iran, Russia when it comes to the proliferation and spread of some of their advanced capabilities. It really demonstrates to us that the merit of working with our partners in the Indo-Pacific as well. But I do take, as Jim said, that information gap is really important here. There's always going to be a tension, given the sensitivity of the things we're working on, between how much we can disclose and at what time, and given interest that some of our competitors might have in understanding those capabilities. So there will always be a tension, but that's why I think we need to think creatively in our systems about how we get the message out there for our populations and to influence the international environment too.
From my perspective, from a U.S. national security strategy, whether it's however the election goes, I don't foresee that the Indo-Pacific will be deprioritized. I think if anything, you've seen in this administration in particular that even with the number of crises, the Indo-Pacific is a real priority across the U.S. administration, bipartisan support. I think our mission in Australia has received record numbers of congressional delegations and staff delegations and other things. There's real interest, appetite, support. I think the broader point, though, is how do we ensure that we're building the business case for a variety of audiences? Mm-hmm. And I think there's probably more data that we need to collect on why AUKUS in particular, as part of our broader, at least from the US perspective, broader Indo-Pacific strategy, is really good for, if it's for the American people that we're talking to, why is it good for the American people? If it's for the Australian people, why is it good for the Australian people? And I think we need to do a better job of thinking about that. I know we're doing some internal sort of dialogue on this. It's very difficult to collect some of that data, but I think it's so important for us to do so, because that's where we're going to have more salient messaging than just, well, it's a national security impetus. That's ethereal for the average citizen, and so we need to do a better job of making it concrete and real. I think there's huge benefits, especially in Australia, jobs. There's real investments that are being made. Yeah, it's easy to critique some of the decisions, but I think it'll be more difficult to critique those decisions when you start to see real positive outcomes as a result.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Please.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Robin Walker. I'm with Air Force Futures. We're doing some AUKUS-y type things. We have an Australian Air Force exchange officer. We have 2 British exchange officers. They're not officially under an AUKUS umbrella, but it definitely leans into that kind of stuff. So I applaud the desire to expand beyond the idea that AUKUS is just a submarine deal, because it is more than that. But I think we need to do some work within the US government to make that more of a reality as well. I'll give you an example here. Our Australian exchange officer was a co-author of our Air Force future operating concept. He went back to Australia. We have a new Australian exchange officer now who's also great. and the previous one back in Australia can't see the document that he wrote here in the United States. So I'm interested in ideas that you might have to expand to the air domain a little bit more and make that a little bit more tangible and more real, especially as we face some of the difficulties of things like the GOSPAT, Combined Collaborative Aircraft there, and the difficulties as the US tries to buy it and buy it directly from Boeing Australia as opposed to going through Boeing US for all the difficult reasons there. But also some ways that we can get some quick wins here, again, to build momentum and to have something tangible to point to say this is a good thing. Let's continue to build that momentum and not let it wither on the vine potentially as you have some political changes here. Thanks.
Let me talk about the information sharing, because I was a foreign policy advisor at Indo-PACOM. So the deputy commander of USARPAC is Aussie, and yet so many of the documents, the cables that come out are no foreign eyes. We're Five Eyes, but it's a habit, and it's the same sort of blind habit. So our Air Force commander, I believe, said, if you are going to classify something no foreign rather than Five Eyes releasable, you need my clearance. Boy, did that change fast. So that's the sort of action we need, and that change in mindset, that if we're all in this together and we're already sharing the information, stop being a miserable bureaucrat and do the right thing.
I am not a miserable bureaucrat most days. I think you're absolutely right. And I'll just, I can't say the specifics, but I will say we have moved miles, moved a lot to ensure that we're able to share information, including working with to get a variety of products moved from labeled no foreign to be able to be passed. Now, that's not institutionalized, though. And, State Department, I don't control any of that policy, so we have a lot more work to do in that space. This is a common conversation. I would say on the broader point, though, I don't think that everything has to be labeled AUKUS in order for it to have or benefit from AUKUS. I think that especially because of the export control environment that we just established, and Department of Commerce, by the way, moved also before State Department with us in partnership, but they also moved some exemption in place back in April, and so I want to give them credit too. But because of that new environment that's now in effect, I don't think AUKUS impact is just going to be unidirectional. It's no longer government just dictating what the actions need to be and what progress will look like. Now it's going to be multi-directional. Now you're going to see, I hope, innovators from Brisbane to Boston to Bristol collaborating independent of government being involved. I think that's going to be really exciting. That's where true innovation is going to lie, and that's where we're going to have real AUKUS ambition, AUKUS impact, and that's where I'm hopeful that we'll start to be able to achieve. I know my team, we're doing a lot of outreach to a wide variety of entities, probably to the chagrin of some of my interagency and trilateral colleagues, but the whole point of it is so that way we have this network, these feelers out to collect that data, because that's what I need to bolster the political resiliency over the long term for AUKUS. And we can't just have it be whatever we put out in a statement.
It also means DOD has to change its procurement policies so these things actually get delivered. So work on that.
And there is some work, the trilateral system on that.
Is that all we have to
That's it.
Just on information sharing, we've been working on this with the DoD, with other partners for years now. And I must give thanks to the US government. They've made some great achievements from our perspective in this space. I think, as you kind of touched on, Jim, sometimes this happens particularly well in times of crisis or down to the kind of personal intervention of seniors. It's probably then kind of institutionalizing those information sharing arrangements so that the default is to share with value partners like we have in AUKUS. And that's not just for kind of operational military type issues, it's also for project arrangements as well, which may not get the attention as quickly from some of the most senior people who can make the changes here, but are just massively important for us, particularly making progress on the advanced capabilities pillar.
I'm just going to take the chair's prerogative to just answer that question too. At RAND, we've done a lot of work looking at the people-to-people relationships in and around information sharing, and brought up the exchange and the LNO problem. Our exchange officers, when we host foreign exchange officers, they are staff positions, and they are integrated and they have access to just about everything. But the other hat they could wear is a liaison officer, and that person is only allowed to share information with back home and usually gets cut out of meetings that they're supposed to be in. So personally, I think there should be a review within AUKUS of where we have our exchanges and LNOs to make sure that they're in the right position, doing the job, and they can get access to the information that they need. Are there questions over here? Or back there? Or whoever was first, because I can't see. Okay, you pick.
Ken Glyman from Arizona State and the Future Security Initiative. Pillar 1 is big, it's complex, it's going to be measured in singular, unique, boutique capability. Yesterday we talked a lot about the future of conflict being small, smart, cheap, inexpensive. And we also talked a lot about prediction yesterday. And I think that if every expert put on their hat here, now to be clear, I'm a supporter of AUKUS, big time. But Pillar 1 is more likely to fail than Pillar 2. I mean, just given all the complexities of it and the challenges, if Pillar 1 fails, does Pillar 2 come down to? Sorry to be the guy asking that question, but I am concerned about the future of AUKUS in general. Thank you.
I'll jump on that real quick. I actually, and granted I'm not a Navy planner, but I talk to them all the time. I talk to the submarine industrial base community. I talk to folks on the Hill, not just my committees, but others. I know there's challenges, and it's an ambitious effort, but we need it. And I'm actually pretty positive on Pillar 1 being successful over the long term. There is so much focus on a regular basis on everything from the big picture, strategic, down to the really nitty gritty. Like, what do we have the right type of support mechanism in Pearl Harbor for the Australians? Or what do we do in X, Y, and Z if we need communications? I just think that over the long term, I see that continuing to develop. I think it's elevating the profile of what's probably been underappreciated that we need to focus on for quite some time. And so I'm not going to answer your question in some ways because I truly believe it. I think this is the right thing for us to do. We need to, and I'm optimistic we'll get it done.
Just on Pillar 1, I think I'd agree. I think we've done the analysis about future threats, and I don't think you can simplify it to the future. It's all about being smaller and smaller, and that's why we are investing huge amounts of money in my country and all the 3 nations on nuclear submarines in the coming decades and for the rest of the century, really. So I think worth bearing that in mind. I think Pillar 1, succeed or fail, is probably a bit too binary. Obviously, what we need to focus on is getting the boats done on time to the capability required, and at the budgets we've set them. And that, as ever, with huge capability programs in defence ministries, is not easy. And that is a real kind of overriding focus at the moment.
Hi, my name is Jack Krapansky, unaffiliated. I'm just wondering about NATO. What is the relationship between AUKUS and NATO, and how would you compare the two? And is there overlap, and is there potential for confusion and finger-pointing if China does something that is in an area where NATO thinks it has some interest and AUKUS thinks it has the controlling interest?
That's a great question. If I can jump on that, just because this is actually a key area of, frankly, disinformation. That one of the frequent things I combat is people calling AUKUS an alliance. AUKUS is not an alliance. Also, we are not trilaterally trying to create a new Asian NATO in the Pacific. That is some of the disinformation that's being put out there by our adversaries. So for operational or sort of those purposes, we try to, at least from my end, try to ensure that we are very careful and judicious in that space.
Yeah, absolutely. I think nations that are in AUKUS, particularly Australia, obviously, in their partnership work with NATO, taking forward our collaboration, absolutely. But that is, I think, completely separate from the AUKUS partnership itself.
Right. NATO's the alliance. Australia's a major non-NATO member, whatever the term is. And that said, AUKUS is a technology transfer agreement and technology cooperation agreement. So.
Other questions? Here. Like I said, you pick. It's easier.
Hi. Can't tell if it's on, but I can project. Matthew, you mentioned, oh, by the way, I'm Thornwright from Arizona State University. That State Department has institutionalized AUKUS, gave you an office and all these things. That is evidence of the political resiliency of AUKUS, is to see this kind of institutionalization. Are we seeing it across different departments? Obviously, defense and state are the logical ones, but also commerce and some of the others. And then likewise, in the partners, are we seeing that similar kind of institutionalization across defense ministries, foreign ministries, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's a little unfair because my defense colleagues aren't on stage, but they are doing work there. They also made some internal decisions of where to place AUKUS, and that's in each of these areas. Although I think mine's in law, so it makes it a little difficult for it to move. But there are a lot of conversations about where does it make sense for institutionalizing AUKUS for that long-term presence and focus. In other governments, they're also really focused. I can at least talk about the foreign ministries. There are, in the UK, there's an AUKUS task force, and we talk all the time. In Australia, in DFAT, there's also an AUKUS team that's at the table. And I think that kind of connectivity and institutionalization just across our foreign ministries and having those POCs is so critical for the long term.
I think just on a more of a defense perspective, yes, we are setting up specific AUKUS structures. We had them in place, both in our MOD and in the sense of our government, and we're just doing some work at the moment to check we have the right people in the right places. But it's also important to say that having completely separate AUKUS institutions is not necessarily always the best idea, particularly when it comes to MOD, DOD, and the way they spend money. You want AUKUS to be one of your key objectives for your key leaders who are delivering capability in the round, that they are thinking about AUKUS in all of the work that they do, not just that it's happening in a separate office kind of down a corridor and being ignored. So I think there's a right balance between having that kind of a bespoke leadership, looking in particular at that kind of the political leadership, the narrative, and how we get that across. But then in terms of delivering those capabilities, you need that to be kind of really embedded within your ministries as well, from my personal experience.
Yeah, in Australia, there's an office in the Office of Prime Minister and Cabinet that does AUKUS. This is the biggest thing they got going in defense, so they care.
It's okay. She's there.
She's in charge. All right. Dave Maxwell from the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy. And thank you for your remarks. I'm a little confused now, though, because I thought I heard you say we want to expand AUKUS to other threats beyond just being a program. But I just heard that it is only a program and it's technology transfer and that. So I'm curious if there is going to be any kind of AUKUS strategy development and strategic planning to deal with other threats in other realms, for example, malign activities and strategic competition. And so I'm curious, is there a methodology and a mechanism for developing strategy beyond just the technology transfer? And then my recommendation to consider a line of effort is the three countries' special operations forces, which are really well integrated and interoperable, and they could, have strengths that could be very complementary, employed in the region, against malign activities there. And so, is there any thought to, expanding this into other areas beyond submarine, Pillar 1, and information transfer, and into doing some other things where we can get synergistic effects from the three nations' special operations capabilities?
So I describe AUKUS as a security partnership. I don't describe it as a tech transfer agreement. That has been out there, so I'm not, that's, I think, probably earlier on in the AUKUS description. We do have sort of in Pillar 2, the 6 core capability areas. I won't list them out because I'll probably forget one. From my perspective, advanced capabilities under Pillar 2, if you only focus on those 6 narrowly defined, or some of them are a little bit broader than others, but those 6 areas, how do you know that you're actually focusing on the future threat? So you have to create some openness to a little, being able to have a little bit of innovation, but you can't be so far and wide that you try to boil the ocean, right? And so this is where I go back to the earlier question, where I don't think everything to have an AUKUS impact needs to be labeled an AUKUS program or project per se. My point was that the enabling environment that AUKUS was the catalyst for, but is bigger than AUKUS, right? The ITAR exemption is far bigger than those 6 core narrow Pillar 2 areas. We did that on purpose. And so we're going to see that multi-directional collaboration and innovation outside of AUKUS, independent of AUKUS, the government-driven components of AUKUS. And so I think that is what we need to capture and understand, rather than just focusing on labeling everything an AUKUS project in those 6 core areas, or create a 7th working group or whatever it may be. I just don't know if that's going to be the benefit for AUKUS long term.
Yeah, I think at the outset we didn't necessarily precisely define exactly how to characterize AUKUS, and that was, I guess, nature by which it came about, being a capability first kind of grouping of nations. But I think we are now setting on this partnership focused on capabilities and technology and developing those. There's always been a tension between getting on delivering what we've agreed to, particularly Pillar 1, and then keeping that space for innovation, for spiral development of some of the other advanced capabilities, ensuring that the Pillar 1 capability is going to be the right thing to deliver at the right time. But that's why the enabling environment work is so important, so that we are able to move more quickly than historically we have when it comes to these kind of joint capability partnerships. Getting after that, I think, will really mean we can move a bit more quickly.
Right. As Matt said, the fact that ITAR has been not limited to these technologies, we're already seeing private investment funds being formed to invest in things beyond just these capabilities. So I think, we shouldn't put it in a box like that. As far as special ops, they have all sorts of other ways to work together that I don't think AUKUS is needed.
Is there a process in place right now for labeling projects, AUKUS versus non-AUKUS? What does the process look like for basically selecting versus whether it goes a bilateral track or the AUKUS track or some other track? Because there are obviously different ways to get to N with capability development and investments, depending on how something is labeled.
I think it helps. We have a pretty substantial governance aspect to AUKUS. Our defence ministers meet on a regular basis, and should hopefully be meeting again soon, and they will kind of take the kind of key decisions on this. And there's a host of supporting structures underneath that will make recommendations to our ministers to take a view on that, and of course ultimately we ensure our leaders are kept informed of progress as well. So there is, I think, a fairly rigorous process to identify things. But at the same time, we don't want to be kind of getting in a way of using AUKUS as an inspiration for doing other things. And we touched earlier on what the services are doing. We're seeing some really brilliant initiative being taken by services aligned with AUKUS. I describe it in many cases, but not necessarily needing that kind of formal branding of the project.
Thanks. We have time for a few more, I think. Front? Or, sorry, over here, sir. You were first, I think.
Oh, me. Okay, so Winbone from Kings. I'm the Kings lead on S&D Plus. So I got a question on the relationship between AUKUS and other minilateral groupings, and I think, Matt, you were getting at some of that just then, and the benefits of AUKUS to other allies and partners. So I guess my question is, well, my preamble still is, the 3 members of AUKUS are also in Five Eyes, the Combined Space Operations Center, Operation Olympic Defender, all those sorts of things. So are there discussions in AUKUS, for example, around space collaboration and Pillar 2 and the dark radars? Any discussions about how that effort feeds into these other initiatives which will benefit other countries like Canada or New Zealand? You know, I think, you know, the French and the Germans are in the Combined Space Operations Center now as well. So just any thoughts you have would be great.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, you know, again, stepping back to the U.S. national security strategy, the Indo-Pacific strategy, and a lot of our work, the vision is that one of our greatest strengths is in our partnerships, and recognizing that our previous partnership type approach was, you know, to overly simplify, was sort of, you know, a U.S. hub and spoke type model. Maybe there'll be multiple spokes for different initiatives, but now trying to move towards what, you know, I don't know who coined it, but I hear Deputy Secretary Campbell all the time use it, but that's lattice work of partnerships, where especially in the Indo-Pacific, you see lots of different versions focused on different topics. And what that does is it bolsters the resiliency in many ways of our partnerships. And so in short, is there dialogue between these different groupings or the coordinators and so forth? Yes, there is. And they're very different, right? Like Five Eyes is, often people say, well, you already have a Five Eyes partnership. Well, that's an intelligence sharing partnership, right? There's very specific things for each of these. But for example, we talk a lot to our members that work on the Quad, and we try to see, are there things that make sense, or do we just need to deconflict, or are there areas that our messaging needs to be coordinated, or there are opportunities to collaborate? And so there are a lot of those kind of internal conversations that go on as these activities come up. On various capabilities, I'm sure at the Pentagon, they also do the same thing related to some of the specifics that you mentioned.
You could learn something from the way Australia is organized, because they've got the Quad, shipbuilding, and AUKUS all in one office in PM&C. We don't do that.
Roy Gutman from the Baltimore Council on Foreign Affairs. In addressing the general public, how do you define the threat that AUKUS is responding to? What is the political goal for dealing with it? What is the strategy beyond building a nuclear submarine? I mean, it looks like the framework for a future alliance if the balloon goes up.
Yeah, so I think particularly interesting for UK as a nation not in the Indo-Pacific, but yeah, our focus here is on the free and open Indo-Pacific. That's a clear objective for us, one we want to work with partners on, and that's in all our national strategies. Why is that important to us as a non-Pacific nation? Well, it's clearly the Indo-Pacific is a great focus of future trade, of future economic growth, but also the potential starting point for kind of global crises that we might see coming. So that's why, for us, it is really important to focus on this and supporting that free and open Indo-Pacific. You mentioned at the end the idea of possibly becoming an alliance or the bedrock for a future alliance. Again, I would counter there's nothing in AUKUS that would lend itself for a kind of future alliance structures. We may have some joint capabilities, but we've embarked on other joint capability programs over the years. That doesn't tie us to a particular kind of foreign policy objective from my perspective.
It's no secret the risk is China. And China has been very aggressive in the South China Sea. They've militarized the South China Sea. A goal has been to influence the economies in the world, but especially in the Pacific and Southeast Asia. And if you look at World War II, what was the Japanese policy? To have the resources of Southeast Asia and cut Australia off from England and the US. Nuclear submarines are the best way, as I understand it, to make sure blockades and things of that nature don't work. In addition to that capability is all these other technologies, because as our leaders keep saying, that's where the battle of the future is going to be held. Quantum, hypersonics, AI. So we're all going to work together on those.
I'm really glad you asked this question. I'm a strategic planner by trade in many aspects at state, including helping write part of the state USAID joint strategic plan that's out now. One of my first questions when I came in focused on AUKUS was, what's our strategic intent? What's our strategic why? And I always got the same answer: deterrence. Okay, tell me how you measure deterrence, and how do you define deterrence? So to me, I went back and looked at the national security strategy, Indo-Pacific strategy underneath that, then some of the public statements by the Secretary of State, especially for me on our China policy, on Indo-Pacific strategy, and that's where I see the thread of why AUKUS, what we're trying to achieve here, and why I don't think it's just that end state of submarine deter. I think it's more than that. I think it is about this: how are we bolstering, evolving our partnership model? How are we ensuring that we're, and there's multiple objectives here. I think that we have to demonstrate to the region that we are committed to peace and stability. And yes, there is a deterrent piece there through some of the work from our defense colleagues. But I also think that there's more in the people-to-people ties space that is not quite an AUKUS activity, but I think we need to focus on, because if our competitors or adversaries ever do decide to go down that wrong path, in my view, towards conflict, then those people-to-people ties are going to be all the more important. And let's face it, we have collectively, we have focused elsewhere for a long time, and we need to rejuvenate those people-to-people ties. And that's a lot of the work that the State Department does in public and private diplomacy.
We've covered a lot of ground. I think we have time for one more very quick question, if anyone has a burning question that they'd like to throw out there.
I'll do it. Jim, just because your knowledge in the AUKUS journey in Australia is particularly insightful, how do we bring the French as a Pacific power for all the right reasons back into the Indo-Pacific conversation post the submarine decision?
That's why I was speaking to your former Prime Minister Turnbull the other day, who thinks the French are so angry they will never come around. I think that's incorrect. They have strategic interests, and their strategic interests are pretty enormous, and they don't really have the capability to secure that big territory in the South Pacific without working with us. I do think we need to do more outreach to the French, somehow bring them into a collective agreement, maybe with New Zealand, on how we're all going to work with the Pacific Islands to address their concerns, especially about climate change. And yeah, it'll be a process, but I think that's a huge opportunity.
Great. Well, thank you all very much. I'd love to invite you to thank our panelists.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being part of our first panel. Just a couple of points of clarification, because I never assume knowledge with an audience as diverse as this. Australia has one military alliance. It's ANZUS. It's been around since 1951. Its alliance members are the US and New Zealand, and that's it. We've got bilats, multilats, we've got defence agreements, we've got different reasons to conduct security and diplomacy in the context of country to country. But ANZUS is the only military alliance. AUKUS, as has been discussed, is a technology partnership, it's a security partnership, but it's not an alliance. As we'll find out shortly in terms of Five Eyes, that's an intelligence sharing arrangement. And again, we'll enrich ourselves in that discussion coming shortly. For anyone who wants to talk about ANZUS with a global expert, we've got John Blaxland in the room. He's written books on this stuff. And again, the aim of the next 30 minutes is to allow you all now to network, to exploit the expertise in the room, to have the conversations that thicken the relationships that we can go away with from today. But I'd ask you to do that now with enthusiasm. Again, show our appreciation to our guests, and I'll see you back here at 11 o'clock. Thanks. All right, thanks, John. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thanks very much for coming back into the next session on time. Just a couple of points of clarification. For questions, we really want everyone who has a question to be given the opportunity to ask it. So there need not be any sort of strategic anxiety on the part of those that want to ask a question. We'll make sure that we get to you. So please, I encourage the Q&A dimension to these activities, because it is the interface where we see the insights and the synthesis of knowledge and experience in terms of what we're talking about. The next session will be focused on intelligence sharing beyond Five Eyes in a time of AUKUS. That will run till approximately 12 o'clock. We will have a break. We will then break for 10 minutes. This will be a very quick turn, allow people to recharge their caffeine limit, and also to prepare in anticipation of the following session. At the conclusion of that session, we'll then break for lunch. So this session will go for about an hour. We'll have another break, allow you to stretch your legs, and then we'll continue the program. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce our next three guests, moderated by Dr. Charles Edel, which will focus on intelligence sharing beyond Five Eyes in a time of AUKUS. Thanks very much.
Good mid-morning. We can't say afternoon. We can't quite say top of the morning. I hope everyone is nice and caffeinated up. Ian, thank you for the introduction. Thrilled to welcome everyone to our powerhouse fireside chat, conversation, engagement with all of you on intelligence sharing beyond Five Eyes in a time of AUKUS. Just as a little scene setter, I think it's important to note that the main theme of our conversation hovers around the same topics that you've covered both yesterday and earlier today, which is, as the strategic environment deteriorates further, our need for collaboration with trusted allies and partners expands more broadly. This idea has only accelerated after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we can see coalitional efforts to not only increase the intel collaboration to form a common operating picture, but also to tee up joint policy initiatives in some creative and interesting ways that we've not seen before. Now, as we shift our gaze from Europe out to the Indo-Pacific, AUKUS is another such initiative that will allow us to broadly pool knowledge, manpower, and information to form a broader strategic picture, collaborate where we can, and move out in certain areas. But simply by saying AUKUS, we say a limited partnership, because no matter how you split that acronym, that's only 3 countries. And so one of the questions that's arisen, one of the discussions which has taken off here in Washington, but also in London and in Canberra, and in Tokyo and in Seoul and Wellington and elsewhere, is how do we think about that balance between wanting to broaden the coalition of partners who can collaborate, share thoughts, share intelligence, share efforts and manpower, while also making sure that we move forward at an accelerated pace. And there is a tension and there is a balance there. And we have a fantastic panel teed up to begin discussing this amongst ourselves first, and then out with all of you. And I say amongst and then out because I think the theme we were just talking about backstage is that this is a conversation that starts among AUKUS and then extends outward. So I'm thrilled to introduce our 2 very distinguished panelists here. First, on my left, on your right, I have Anne Rondeau. Anne is the president of the Naval Postgraduate School, a former United States Navy Vice Admiral. She has had a distinguished career operating in the United States, in Europe, and in Asia. She was Deputy Commander of U.S. Transportation Command and Commander of the Naval Service Training Command, in addition to working on strategy development and policy advisory roles in the Department of Defense. She served as a White House Fellow at the Department of Justice. She's worked in the private sector. That was all before being appointed by the Secretary of Navy to her current role. But I should note that even in her current role as president of a JPME institution, This is something she has lots of experience with as well, because she previously was president of NDU and for a time served as president of the College of DuPage in Illinois. Next to her, we have Sir Simon Gass, who has had a long career as a British diplomat and a national security expert. While in the Foreign Office, Sir Simon, who told me not to call him Sir Simon, but I can't help but calling him Sir Simon, held appointments as ambassador to Greece, as ambassador to Iran, and as NATO's senior civil representative to Afghanistan. He was the Foreign Office's policy or political director, and he led efforts across the Middle East, Russia, Africa, South and Central Asia, and the United Nations and other international institutions. A concise way of saying that is the entire world. After leaving the Foreign Office, Simon became Commandant of the Royal College of Defense Studies in 2018. He was appointed chair of the Joint Intelligence Committee and advisor on intelligence to successive British prime ministers. During that period, he was responsible for providing the Prime Minister and the National Security Council with intelligence-led analysis and assessments on the full range of issues affecting the UK's national security policies. As you can see, we have a wealth of experience in the diplomatic world, in the intelligence world, in the defense world, in the educational world, and in the national security world. So I'm really thrilled to turn it over to our experts. And I would love to open with you to get your thoughts on how this partnership shapes up.
Thanks, Charlie. First of all, thanks to all of you. In listening to the discussion this morning earlier, this notion about having a narrative wherein we are having these stories as teams and as partners is really important. So I want to thank New America. I want to thank the Arizona State team and all of you for being here, dedicating your time, but also for the dialogue that you are making happen. So I really want to thank you all very, very much. So why am I here as a president of Naval Postgraduate School? We began our life in 1909 after the Navy had made trips to the Far East, and Teddy Roosevelt at the time had talked to the admirals who came back and the officers who came back and said, we need to have more work done in engineering and in the engineering sciences specifically. So that's when the birth of NPS happened in Newport, Rhode Island. After World War II, Admiral Nimitz came along and said, I need to have some education and some engineering focus on the West Coast, pointing to Asia. Because we remember that he was a fleet commander in the Asian world of World War II. So that began our birth in Monterey, in California. Good weather, oh, by the way, so when it's really bad here, come out and see us. Because it's never bad in Monterey. But we have this school out there. It's joint. It is not a JPME, it's a PME, a military education entity. So I can bring in NCOs who are qualified. I can bring in government and also some industry folks to come in. And then also, of course, all of the military as well as international. So I have a very broad, diverse student body and customer base. So my entire base is global as well as national for the kinds of students that we bring in. So what we focus on is STEM. I have a strategy department that really looks at how science and technology affect strategy and vice versa. And then we do the gamut of teaching, of quantum, of cyber and EE and all of the things that you would think of in the STEM world. And we do it with the students who come, military, civilian, US, and international, coming as a team to look at problems and how to solve them. So I'm a graduate institution, but a naval command. And this makes it a very unique place for the globe in fact. So my student body does a lot of work together, and they are unique. For many in industry, they're kind of a consultant. So industry is very much knocking on our doors. to be partners with us also. So we're on all kinds of new ways of looking at the world and at the globe and at war fighting and at peacemaking also, but also at collaboration and how you do this in that world. So we can help with that narrative that was being discussed in that last panel, that these are people who are going to go and lead their countries. And I've got students from that range the globe and of course within the U.S. So the impact is intended to be warfighting prowess, warfighting integration, knowledge integration, and exploration integration, and the ability to have those kinds of activities focused on warfighting, but also focused on all of government kinds of issues. That's what we do. That's who I am, and that's the privilege of service that I have. Sir, back to you. Sir Simon.
Well, Anne, Charlie, thank you very much, and it's a real pleasure to be here, and a fascinating topic. I think the reason why I'm on this panel is particularly because of my last role in government. I'm no longer in government. I left the post about a year ago. And like Anne, I might just say a very brief word about the Joint Intelligence Committee in the United Kingdom, because there isn't an exact equivalent in the United States or anywhere else that I've yet discovered. So the Joint Intelligence Committee is the place where both intelligence agencies and key government departments come together to consider analysis of the UK's national security challenges and interests. It's backed by a body of analysts who I led for 4.5 years, drawn from all sorts of different places, including from time to time the private sector. And our job was to create those assessments of foreign policy issues, whether it was, for example, about the state of Iran's nuclear program, about China's intentions on Taiwan, about Russia's plans for the invasion of Ukraine before February 2022. Will they, won't they? And I was in the fortunate position of knowing absolutely the answers to all of those questions and everything else that might be of interest to British security. So we would report to the National Security Council and to our Prime Minister. I would typically have an opportunity at National Security Council meetings to set the scene on a very wide range of issues. So I think that's what brings me to this panel. I'm not an intelligence officer, but I've worked in intelligence, and particularly in intelligence assessment and all source assessment. So that's what I think I bring to this party. I think where I start off when we're thinking about intelligence sharing in an AUKUS context is that intelligence, our countries spend a vast quantity of money on gaining intelligence insights into the world around us. And that intelligence is then too valuable to sort of put into a picture gallery and just admire it from time to time. Intelligence is only of use if you can use it. Otherwise, there's very little point in gathering it. So you have to have a system of intelligence exploitation, which allows you to inject your intelligence insights, sometimes your intelligence actions, into better policy successes, achievements for your country and your partners. And in the UK, of course, one of the bedrocks of this is our partnership within the Five Eyes alliance, which of course faces its own challenges from time to time, but which I would say is probably the gold standard for intelligence sharing amongst very close partners. When asked about this, I sometimes reflect that when you're trying to build confidence in partnerships like Five Eyes, the first 50 years are the hardest. After that, it probably gets a little bit easier, but we've got to a pretty good place on this. But the point that I wanted to draw from that is that perhaps 15, 20 years ago, intelligence sharing beyond your close family of intelligence partners looked a little bit less, a little more optional, shall we say, a little bit less critical. But of course, what has happened is that we've now found ourselves in a world in which we and our close partners are facing some extremely capable actors who use exceptionally malign means from time to time of advancing their interests in competition with us. So if we can't share the intelligence that we have on those activities, how do we bring other countries who are a little further away from our sort of Five Eyes heartland, how do we bring them into the information picture that we have? How do we help them to be able to spot what some of our adversaries are doing, what some of their motivations are, what some of their means of achieving advantage are, whether that's Russia, for example, in the Sahel, and the extraordinary lack of interest they show in anything close to human rights standards there, or whether it's China's pursuit of military bases in the Pacific Islands, for example, security agreements with the Solomon Islands and so forth. So we need to be better at sharing our intelligence insight with a non-traditional range of partners if we're to maximize our use of this extraordinarily expensive investment that we've made. As Jim on the previous panel pointed out, that isn't always easy, even within Five Eyes. You know, there is a mass of material which in the United States carries a no-fawn sticker on it and makes it hard to share. All of our systems have similar challenges, sometimes even sharing from agency to agency, let alone from country to country. So the task in my mind is how do we take agencies whose very ethos is around protecting secrets and get them to just open the aperture a bit and be able to share some of those insights with non-traditional partners in ways which are not cavalier, which do not put our capabilities or still less our human sources at risk, but nevertheless allow us to share that experience. So that's one of the things which is close to my heart. I'd be delighted as the conversation moves on to talk about what some of the obstacles are, some of the ways in which we can approach that challenge to make it more feasible. But I will pause there.
May I add just a couple of things here? So one of the bridges that Simon and I would be crossing here is that he talks about intelligence, and we all know what that is. And I would put a moniker on that I'm also talking about intelligence or intelligent people working those things. So the conversations that can go on when you're learning something, when we're in a quantum discussion or when we are in a space science discussion, and you have a different point of view that does come in, you begin to share your knowledge. And that starts the journey towards saying, if you're competent and confident, and you can then share this, and your transparency of knowledge transfer is happening, then you can begin to build a partnership that then might get you to a higher place. But you can't start from, this does not start from just ground zero and say, trust me today. There's a constant conversation so that this is a human factor in what AUKUS is at some fundamental level, just as intelligence and trusting your sources is a human factor. We cannot forget that workforce development and the employment of knowledge and the application of knowledge starts that journey that then gets to Simon's point with regard to then trusting at a deeper level the person with whom you are doing that learning.
And I completely agree with it. You know, trying to get to that point of trust with new partners is critical, and you're absolutely right. The human factor is central to that. And there's a saying in the United Kingdom, I don't know whether you use it in the United States, which says you can't fatten a pig on market day. In other words, you know, you can't just leap, as Anne says, on day one and expect the person opposite the table to trust you. You have to build that. So one of the things which goes into that trust, whether it's within a context like AUKUS or beyond that, is the question of fidelity. Do the people that you're talking to believe that you are telling them things which are a real truth? or do they suspect that you are simply trying to influence them? So that is another challenge in terms of intelligence sharing. You need to build up a track record of trust.
Do you even know what truth is? And you don't know it if you can't master the science and can't master the technology. Do you even know it? I think it was Ian, I'm not quite sure, who talked about the arms race, the space race, and the technology race. I would add a fourth race, and it is the cognitive race. And that race really matters because it underlines all those other ones. So this is where the bridging here between intelligence, effectiveness, and trust, and dependability, reliability, all those things, starts off with, do you know what you're talking about?
I'd like to, you've teed up a lot of things in your opening comments, and I want to make sure that we kind of zip back and forth between the theoretical enablers, the institutional drivers, and then some of the more specific, I think, and pointy questions that we have. Simon, I'll take you up on your offer to begin talking about some of the obstacles that we face, particularly when we're talking about the requirements that our systems, you can be more singular than you want, and you can say your system, requires to put that collaboration in. Again, feel free to kind of zoom between kind of abstract, theoretical, and then more concrete here.
Well, I'd be glad to do that. And I think where I would start from is that although we have always sought to share intelligence sensibly, and of course some of our agencies do it agency to agency on specific issues, sometimes operational matters, sometimes wider than that, I think our experience over Ukraine was a real sea change for many of us in the United Kingdom. My organisation, in the 2 months before the Russian invasion, shared more assessment with some very, very non-traditional partners inside 2 months than it had done in any previous year. We suddenly had that compulsion that we needed to share the story of what we saw Russia doing and what we thought was going to happen next. And in order to do that, you can't just go to another government. This is Anne's point about trust. You can't just go to them and say, we're coming here to tell you that Russia is going to invade Ukraine. How far does that get you? You've got to have enough data and information behind that, some of which will, of course, not be in the public domain, but some of it may be. I mean, we were getting very good public sector overhead of Russian troop movements at that stage. How do you package that into something which you can sell to your partners? So I think that was, for us, a demonstration of what could be done. And I would also add to that, and this is another really interesting topic, at least for people like me, I hope that some of you, was the way in which some intelligence was used in the public domain as, labelled as intelligence, in a way which had been extremely rare before that. And the process by which that was done by the US in particular, but the UK as well, I think is a very interesting exercise. So what are some of the obstacles and how do you overcome them? Well, I've talked about one of them, which is a cultural obstacle, but it's not just cultural, it's a real obstacle, which is intelligence is often gained by use of technologies, capabilities, sources, which you simply cannot afford to reveal to an intelligent adversary, and therefore you need to be really careful that in putting information out to partners, you do so in a way which is risk mitigated, both in relation to the specific partner, how secure do you think they are, do you understand their processes well enough, who are they going to share that intelligence with within their system. So it's risk mitigated in relation to them, but is also risk mitigated in terms of the content. And what I mean by that is that our adversaries are very adept at building jigsaw puzzles. You may give one bit of intelligence over there, another bit of intelligence over there. You can be sure that in Moscow or Beijing, there are people who are trying to stick those pieces together and work out where are your intelligence accesses, where are your intelligence gaps. And so you have to be very careful about the totality of what you're talking about. So having really strong risk mitigation is important.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'll just do two more things
Please,
very quickly. Second thing, you need a really strong leadership drive to make it happen. There needs to be a very strongly expressed view, very often from a political level, that this is something which has to be seen as mission critical to intelligence agencies and not just something which they do in their spare time. And to be fair to our agencies, I don't think they need much encouragement, but they sometimes need help in driving it down within their systems. Because very often, in my world, intelligence analysts, they don't see it. That's not why they joined up necessarily, was to share reduced classification versions of their work, sort of dumbing down great masterpieces of art. We don't want to paint by numbers. It's not what we joined for. But persuading them that this is a mission in its own right is extremely important. And then thirdly, and then I will stop, what that leads you to is a sort of cultural change amongst some of your analysts. I think that we often come to sharing intelligence too late in the process. In other words, what happens is that you do an intelligence assessment of an issue. You then get somebody with a big black Sharpie to run through various sentences, and you're left with a sort of patchwork of sentences which tell you something, but aren't always as persuasive as they could be if you'd actually started by writing for release, in which case you can build a true, there's got to be fidelity within it, but you can build a true picture which is perhaps more informative to your partners without revealing more secrets that you don't want to.
May I riff off of one thing that Simon said in his first issue about culture. So there's lots of issues here about culture that can be explored. But when I took over at NPS, the 10th Fleet commander called me. Well, he called me. And he is a 3-star who is a cyber commander, one of my clients. And we have 2 cyber centers. We're known for how we work on cyber. So he said, Ann, I'd like to make 2 of my information warfare officers a master's and a PhD in cultural anthropology. So I said, I can't do that, but I can find a partner who can, and then we can bring together the cyber expertise that I have and that. But what are you thinking about? And he said, look, at some level, cyber starts with ones and zeros in basic math. At the next level, it's all the algorithms. At the next level, it is analytics. At the next level, it is language, and then meaning, and then culture. And I am blind. This gets back to the barriers. I am blind with any of our adversaries on how they see numbers through their culture. That's an interesting thing about culture and math. Go figure. But this is where this is a really complex time. And being able to understand things rapidly and in the swirl of all these things does require cultural, mathematical, technological, scientific, language, and all of that into one thing to understand what is going on. And that's what Simon, I think, is implying, is that this is complex. And it's gradual, and it's at times intermediary, at times it seems like it's not enough, but you got to press constantly to know more, but know it well.
I can pick up on this because we're talking about building the trust, making sure that we have cultural competence and how we look at these. I kind of, in some ways, want to fast forward the conversation to the output, not just in Intel collaboration, but if we're talking about AUKUS, some of the projects, some of the new initiatives, some of the critical and emerging technologies that we hope to build together. And I'm hoping, Admiral, maybe you can start us off here to think a little bit about how do we wrap our heads around what increased collaboration, both in the Intel specter and on the people side of things, which you've started talking about. What do we hope that it actually yields? What's the point of doing this other than simply forming a better common operating picture between all these partners?
You don't want to yield easiness. You don't want to yield easy answers to make it clearer or more clarifying. You need to understand, I think, the pieces of that. I think that the output, That's a great question. I think the output is about common. One, you got to understand if you're in a common purpose. Do you have the same value systems and belief about the dignity of the individual versus the importance and the order of the state? Once you come to that point, and it's not a minor point, but it can be an agreeable point. And then you come together and understand that the output is about a critical environment where you can competently have an exchange of ideas in platforms and convening places that give you that, and that you're solving problems as a very diverse group toward a common purpose. We don't have that. Organizationally, you heard about this a little bit, but we are still stovepiping things. And stovepiping just does not work anymore. It's a method toward disaster. It can be good for developing some specific expertise, but for problem solving, you got to get out of the stovepipe. We talk about alliances and agreements, but the hard work of that needs to go down very deeply. So I think it's about building a critical knowledge culture, I guess, is what I would say, because every problem does not have an answer or a solution, but every day has a new problem. So how do you go about trying to fix those things? Because a problem can become very dramatic over time if you don't get to that. So I think a critical culture where you bring in everybody that matters, who's competent, who's helpful, to solving those problems. I think that's the outcome you want. A specific outcome I don't have, but the general approach to problems, I think, is probably what I would say.
Yeah. Simon, when we think about this AUKUS as reshaping collaboration, but also intelligence cooperation, how do you see that being put into effect in the Indo-Pacific specifically?
Yeah. Well, I think you're right. So one rather obvious consequence that I've seen flowing from AUKUS is that the United Kingdom has not, for quite a long time, had a particularly strong intelligence view of the Pacific. It's not been a core area for us compared with Russia or core China or some other parts of the world, Middle East, for example, where the UK has very strong interests. But I think that AUKUS is beginning to reshape priorities. I think it's also, and there's a bit of chicken and egg here, is this because of AUKUS or is this because of the recognition of China as an adversary? We've seen far greater investment in intelligence in relation to China, whether it's China itself or China's activities within the region or beyond, because all of our countries have recognized the various threats that can emanate from China. I mean, we all understand that in some areas it's competition, in some areas China is an adversary, but there are a lot of areas where we are having to redirect intelligence resource to deal with some of the implications of that. I think there's also been a greater interest in what I would describe as intelligence diplomacy, which is the use of intelligence to try to inform the views of interested countries in matters which should be of concern to them. So, for example, talking about the ways in which China seeks influence in Pacific Islands, or for that matter, in Africa or elsewhere, is very important. But in order to be able to do that convincingly, you actually have to put some specifics onto the table. You can't just wring your hands and say, if you deal with China, you have to be very careful about corruption of your officials and your political system. You actually have to produce something which is persuasive to people and shows examples of where and how that has happened. So these are all, I think, ways in which, whether it's AUKUS or whether it's the concern about China on which AUKUS, frankly, is built, which of those it is giving an added intelligence focus, I think, to our countries.
So when I was doing some homework on this, on AUKUS, I came across an article of 1920 of 2021 by Ozan Terapur on East Asia Forum. And it gets back to something that Simon said and implied, but he used a couple of phrases that I thought were kind of interesting. Radical technological integration, and the notion that the mutual trust and habits of cooperation. He used those phrases. But what that leads to is a new security environment. If you think about that, where the environment for security, it has a different definition of intelligence to a certain point. It's about technology, it's about sensors, it's about what you know versus what you don't know at times, or what you don't know thinking about what you do know. So this whole security architecture begins to change because AUKUS is setting up this radical technological integration that also does require radical intelligence integration and those kind of things. So there's something new going on here that Simon certainly implies and that we talk about at NPS. What's going on new here? How does quantum change things? How do you know things? How do you know what's there in front of you? How do you optimize what's in front of you? So these are some great questions that the intelligence Corps asks all of the time, and that part of my job is to help to answer.
I very much agree with that. I think when we talk about the risk of stovepiping, you can't actually stovepipe intelligence and say that is intelligence. It has to flow all the way through technology, geopolitics, intelligence, and that increasingly, I think, is the outlook of our best agencies, is that it's that ability to fuse both technologies, different viewpoints, different ways of doing things, which actually makes them most effective. Anne's right.
General, curious, as the head of not a JPME, but a PME institution, as you said, that draws from a large and broad-based and diverse student body from multiple countries, from multiple sectors. When we talk about AUKUS, how has this informed new efforts at capacity building? I'm thinking about people capacity building at the college.
First of all, the U.S. Navy has had a long association, and the government, the military, with Australia. I mean, it goes back many years. So there's a basis there for conversation that goes on. We have many students from Australia and other places who come together and talk about things. I think that so let me go back. What was the end of the question?
The question is, we talked about how a second ago, how AUKUS has reshaped some of the UK's intelligence efforts and how it thinks about them. Regionally, kind of what it brings to the table. I'm curious from an educational standpoint, how this has changed how you approach the mission.
So other people also have an interest, and we've heard of that. So the Singaporeans, Japanese, the Taiwanese, they all have an interest, but they're thinking differently about what these kinds of arrangements look like. So it's interesting, when I go to ASEAN or NATO Defense College events, many times ASEAN is at NATO and NATO is at ASEAN events. It's really very interesting when I go to those kind of events. So there is a dialogue opening up. And so within us, and what NPS is doing with Aussies or others, is that as we can, depending upon the Five Eyes issues or other kinds of arrangements, we are doing experimentation, we're doing undersea sensor work, we're doing lots of space science work with allies, including Five Eyes and others. But there's an opening up, and with the Australians, you have a long line of history of working together, both in war and in peace. So there's a trust piece there that comes into all that. So there are people who are looking at that, and some are wanting to come into that dialogue. Some are saying, I don't want to be in that, but I want to know more about it because they have become now an adversary or a competitor. So I just think that this whole of government view by the Australians, this is not just about weapons, This is about science and technology and workforce development and bringing in a lot of people and housing. I mean, it just goes on. There is a tremendous national effort required by the Australians and a commitment over time and some sustainment over time. We've been through a bit of this on our own, but we want to be alongside to help that along. So I think the tightness of nation to nation, where trade, commerce, all those things come into play. This is a national, international foray that we've never seen before. And so it is a prototype, not the lasting example. It's a prototype for 21st century way of looking at alliances and partnerships are flexible and yet steady. Does that make any sense? Yeah. So I think it's about the larger architecture again. What is happening here are two nations, three, who have this ability to say, here is what an alliance can look like, and it's flexible. We come and go. The rules are a little bit different, but let's go in and have a 21st century alliance structure, which is as flexible and dynamic as the world is, and that's hard. So I think that that's what this is that there's a strategic piece here that we can't miss, and the narrative on this is important. And so one of the narratives is this is about nuclear stuff. It is about nuclear propulsion and energy in support of your warfighting capability. It need not then ice out your belief and your behavior toward nuclear non-proliferation. That's a weapons issue. Okay, so understanding that there are differences here that really can bring you together. So nuclear energy, that is actually a source of decarbonization. I mean, let's continue the conversation. So how are you looking at these things as national strengths? So we need to understand the dialogue and parse out the arguments that don't matter, that are put in front of you. It's kind of like a lawsuit is intended to deflect on maybe the main thing, right? Don't let those issues distract from the way the world is changing on governance, on structures, on alliances, on knowledge, and how do you understand that? So I would submit to you that many of our Cold War organizations don't help that along. And so if you're talking about inclusivity versus exclusivity, and you need to have certain things required of you to do that, it's a different world, and we're organized still in a Cold War environment, and we need to understand the 21st century organization, knowledge, acquisition. How do you manage information? It gets back to Simon's issue. These things are all wrapped up in a strategically new environment.
Yeah. I want to build on that. Simon, you talked earlier about how Ukraine began to teach some lessons about how we get information, sometimes classified, sometimes unclassified, to more partners so that they understand what's going on, can take appropriate action as we see fit. But the rubber hits the road here, and it becomes more challenging, I think, when we talk not only simply about the dissemination of information, but asking other non-traditional allies and partners to input into our systems, particularly when we talk about the collaborative endeavors, be it on AI, be it on cyber, be it on quantum, be it on unmanned undersea vehicles. So one of the questions, this is where I said I wanted us to be theoretical and then get a little bit more practical, is AUKUS Pillar 2, so the not submarines part of this, has been a conversation that's evolved over the last several months, several year or so, about whether or not we're willing to broaden the tent further. And you mentioned the Singaporeans. This is, I think, much more pointed when we get to the Japanese and the South Koreans, particularly when we're looking at the region, have vast amounts to contribute, but their systems and their information controls are in very different places than the three countries that are involved with AUKUS. So I'd love to have your thoughts, controversial or not, because this is a live issue, about what needs to be done to pull in really important players such as Japan and South Korea. What are the enablers? You had talked about some of the cultural issues, some of the leadership issues, but some of the information controls to pull them in. And then what's the value of having them in, particularly when we talk about aspects of Pillar 2?
Well, let me start, and I'm sure Anne will have some great comments to follow. It would be really easy for us to sit here and say, of course we must bring in Japan, of course we must bring in South Korea, of course we must bring in all of these people in terms of building a partnership and a community of intent, what's not to like, and we can all hold hands and skip into the sunset and, like.
Because that's what national security professionals do.
Because folk like me, exactly. But we can't do that. We have to take this seriously. And some of the obstacles, many of the obstacles which stand in the way of good collaboration with the next circle outwards of partners are there for very sound reasons. And even if we think of our own histories, recent histories, if you look at what appears to be Russian penetration of the German BND, for example. There's a court case going on in Germany at the moment. If you think of the effect of the Snowden revelations, if you think of the recent story of an aide to the governor of New York as a Chinese agent, these are real things. We have adversaries who are constantly and relentlessly and at massive scale trying to penetrate our secrets. So we can't simply pretend that all we have to do is fire off a load of confidential information and we're confident that somebody at the other end will treat it properly. We need to have proper controls. We need proper risk management. The trick, and this is really difficult, Charlie, as you know, and as Anne, I'm sure, has lived as well, is that one person's risk management is another person's blockage. Right. And trying to navigate those things requires both strong leadership and confidence and a really structured approach to risk management so that you can explain to your own people, apart from anything else, why you are prepared to share this amount of information and what you expect to derive from it in terms of collective benefit, rather than simply instructing people to release information which they really don't want to do. We have to take people with us on this, which is why a cultural change is needed. But it also requires us to have very frank conversations, which do happen with some of those partners who we would like to bring closer in. And we have to say to them, look, guys, we're just not that confident in your information management system. Now show us how you are going to handle these challenges. We can't just dance around this. This has to be a very explicit and structured conversation with those countries who we want to bring in. But the returns, if we can get there, are potentially tremendous, both in terms of the capability which advanced countries can bring, but also in terms of the geostrategic web which we build around AUKUS and around our perception of our strategic adversaries, which will make us much stronger if we can achieve that.
So the web is a good idea, is a great word, and national security strategy of the U.S. we heard earlier uses the word lattice. That is not a linear model. It's a very non-linear in many ways. So I think that there is the intelligence piece needs to be protected carefully because there are lives at stake. And there is, at times, existential issues at stake. You need to take it seriously. So while I appreciate that there's, hand-waving, let's all get along, the intelligence experts have to make some hard calls at times. But there's a vast amount of knowledge that can be attained through doing things together in a teamed and coordinated way. Let's take. One of the things that we're working on is AI wargaming. You could do a natural disaster war game with AI involved in that. Nothing is of any kind of level of classification or anything else. You can do lots of work on wargaming and then put AI into it and understand now how AI is changing the tactics, the techniques, the moves, the maneuver, and who all is involved with that. For instance, again, AI in wargaming. I don't know if all of you know, but if you have commercial ships, and I remember I was the deputy commander at Transcom when we began the work in Afghanistan. So if you are a shipping company, and this is a great wargaming question, and you are now asked to load logistics and take them into a war theater, what is your insurance company going to say? Your insurance company could be the issue that stops you from movement. That's a wargaming question, and then you start putting some AI in it. You begin to learn things without ever going into a classified environment. What do you learn? The common open stuff is out there, and the aggregation of that in the open world is to say, okay, now I understand this. So I think that there's a lot to be said about intelligence, but there are some really high-risk things in here. There's a lower risk in understanding the effects of things, and you can share that and have a lot of fun with it, but gain deep knowledge as to how to make it work. Okay.
I completely agree with that. I mean, intelligence is often confirmatory rather than revelatory. It confirms things which you thought you already knew, in which case you don't necessarily need to put that on the table to be able to tell the story you want to tell.
Let me go out to the audience. I have a lot more questions, but I'd like to pause and just see if people have questions. I'm not sure if we have a microphone. Yes, no. You're going to use your big projecting voice, and you're going to identify yourself. No. Please.
Don't worry, I have that. I'm Robin Walker with Air Force Futures. I really like that you started with Teddy Roosevelt at my. I like that you started with Teddy Roosevelt, Admiral. At my graduation from NPS, we talked about the Great White Fleet at our graduation commencement address, and we talked about intelligence diplomacy. As a recovering intelligence analyst, I've done my share of that. Unfortunately, even at Five Eyes conferences, it was kind of dumbing it down to the being shared level, which is really a tragedy because you have to share that, and most of the SIGINT, most of the other good stuff is by default shared across the Five Eyes level, and so we need to continue to do that. You talked about building trust, and I think that's a really, really important aspect of it. I think when you talk about some of this intelligence diplomacy, when you talk about building trust, most of what we've talked about is one way, and I think we need to think about this as a two-way street, right? There's us trusting other countries with our exquisite information as kind of the big paternalistic global power here. Let me come down from on high and share the great wisdom that I have with my intelligence apparatus with you, and you should be very grateful that I am trusting you with this information that I have gleaned. And that is pretty paternalistic, and it's showing a little bit of trust, but it's not showing that two-way street on trust. So within the Air Force, we talk about a concept we called being integrated by design, which is not showing up and being able on day one of a fight and saying, hey, we're going to fight together, isn't this great? You have to build that habit of cooperation, as Arzan talked about, from the very beginning, from the ideas of how you are going to fight, how are you going to share that information. And if you go into a country like Japan, like the Philippines, like Singapore, whatever, they're going to have some unique insights in those countries from being in the region. Like you talk to Japan, their threat perception is just as valid as our perception of what their threat perception should be. So you demonstrate trust by asking for trust and not doing it in a paternalistic, one-directional kind of way here. And I think that needs to be built into all of our efforts in intelligence diplomacy, and not just saying, hey, we can share the dumbed-down version and that's good enough for you global countries from us on high as the global superpower here.
I was not implying that at all, but Simon, that's up to you.
No, look, I completely agree. I mean, we've talked about our part of it, which is the transmission part, but I completely agree with you, Robert, that it needs to be a partnership, and that's what Anne and I were talking about around trust, as you recognise. So I completely agree with that. And part of the context for that, which I think is also important for us to recognise in a geopolitical world, is that actually there is a very, very large slice of the world that doesn't automatically see us as the good guys anymore.
That's right.
We are having to walk through doors where the reception we get is not going to be, thank goodness you've come to help us. So that makes that building of trust and building that on professionalism and expertise and mutual professional respect extremely difficult, extremely important. And Anne's point about cultural anthropology actually runs right into that. If you don't understand or try to understand the way in which your potential partners think about problems, you are going to misfire. Right. And I'm sure we've all got stories to tell of misjudgments of tonality or culture, which can lead to things bombing very quickly. So I mean, bombing metaphorically, not literally, I hope. Although maybe that too, I don't know. We have to be very careful. So I completely agree with your comment. Yeah.
Let me go out and just kind of noting the time, I'm going to take maybe 2 questions at once. One and then over to here.
Thanks. Jennifer Maroney from RAND. Just a quick comment in and around risk and stovepipes, which have been brought up here a lot today. Some of the work that we've been doing at RAND is looking at ways in which we can improve our information sharing, but some of it comes down to the perception of risk, which is very different in the intelligence community versus the operations community versus the acquisition community and the policy community. And we've sort of found that those communities are just not on the same page in terms of how they understand risks to sharing information. And the other quick observation I'll make is sort of internally, we really do have to get those communities to talk better to one another. For example, if the operations community would like to share a bit of information with an ally to support a training event or an exercise, having the wherewithal to have a really good justification for why that's important, that helps to reflect their understanding of the intelligence community's perception of risk. We don't do that very well. It's, the justification is, well, we need to do this, we need to share this information, or we're going to lose the war, or we're going to not be prepared. But, there's definitely ways in order to improve our internal communications to break down some of those stovepipes if we start to get on the same page as regards risk. Thanks.
And sir?
Roy Gutman of the Baltimore Council on Foreign Affairs. You've mentioned Ukraine. I wonder if you could just give a brief gloss on how Putin's intelligence apparatus seems to have failed so completely on the eve of the invasion. How did they get things so wrong? Are there lessons for Western intelligence? And were there any distress calls from within the Russian intelligence apparatus about the coming disaster?
Well, shall I try and answer the second one first? Or
Yeah.
I'll leave the first one to Anne, and I'll have to do it very briefly, but I'll be very happy to talk to you outside. Look, one point to make. Any intelligence apparatus, no matter how good it is only hours away from a potential intelligence failure. I mean, that's the nature of intelligence. It is difficult. I mean, look at Israel and Gaza. Yeah. But there are things you can do within your system to make intelligence failure less likely than it would otherwise have been. If you build, as you do in Russia, a system which is absolutely self-referential, which does not like passing bad news up the chain to the boss, a system which habitually lies to itself and knows that it's doing it, you are much more likely to have an intelligence failure. And that was part of what happened in this case, of course, was that folk knew what the boss wanted to do, and therefore intelligence was manipulated and funneled in a way which told a story.
Yeah, very, very quickly. So we heard from Scoble on yesterday about how difficult it is to forecast. The intelligence to forecast is different than operational intelligence, which is giving you things right on the ground right now that you're able to work on. That also does the risk thing. So if you're trying to forecast, that's a hard game, and there's more art than there is skill at times. When it comes down to operational intelligence, you can work with that and have almost immediate impact. It really does depend. Again, risk there is going to be different. And I agree that there's a risk equity there, but you got to make those and say which one's a higher priority. At times, you won't do things operationally, so you don't give away the forecasted kind of thing. There's all kinds of complexity here, but I think that the operational side of Ukraine has been very, very useful for understanding intelligence differently than the forecasting side.
Just perhaps on the very, very briefly, because I know we're running out of time, but on the risk perception point, I agree with you, and it's not a surprise really, because the professional backgrounds are just so different in many respects, and with intelligence agencies there isn't always the porosity with other parts of the system, which leads to sort of cultural diversity. I feel I'm almost standing on a soapbox here, but you know what I mean. So the risks are different. But so is the professional mindset which people build up.
I've got to say one more thing very, very quick. The unexpected in all of these things. So AUKUS is an unexpected conversation as to how people learn. So the Aussies have a different kind of testing and evaluation for entering the Royal Australian Navy than does the US. There's a conversation going on amongst educators. What is the best way to prepare people to get into to this kind of work? And it's a great dialogue.
Good. So I know that we're at time, but I want to thank and have all of you join me in thanking our panelists for covering the waterline. We've gone from education to Teddy Roosevelt to Five Eyes to Ukraine, and the only question that we didn't answer were which phone calls did you get from inside the Kremlin, which I'm sure if we had had just 2 more minutes, you would have told us everything on. If everyone can join me in thanking our panelists for a really robust conversation.
Thanks, Charles. Thanks to our esteemed panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll all agree when we do the repeat of this next year that we'll double the length of this session, because I could feel the nervous energy in the room as people kind of cancelled themselves out from asking a question because of time. I think some of the insights and lessons extend beyond just the intelligence component of the topics discussed to really go to the depth of trust and relationships across the systems. I tend to believe that when it comes to intelligence, no country has friends, they only have interests, and that's what drives much of the discussions around trust and transparency. But I think, again, in the context of AUKUS and security and defence, this is a really topic that needs more discovery and more conversation and more discourse, and we'll seek to do that. For anyone here who's graduated from a military academy, you will understand what I'm about to say. We're going to have a 10-minute break, but I need you back here in 5 minutes. So please go and do that, and then we'll set up for our next panel. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. I can see Ryan Shaw standing there with his hands in his pockets. Who else can I see outside that I can publicly name? Okay, if you're part of the FSS, please come in and grab a seat. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce the next panel, which is focused on alliances and diplomacy in a shifting global order. This panel will be moderated by Professor Win Bowen. We will kick off, and this panel will go for 60 minutes to make sure you get return on investment, starting at 12:14. We'll then conclude at 1:14 and be back on schedule with our lunch. So again, great pleasure to introduce the following panel, and I'll defer to Win to facilitate the introductions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Ian, and good afternoon to everybody. It's now past the morning, so we're into the pre-lunch session, which is always a difficult one to get us through, but it's better than the post-lunch session, right? So whoever's, that's going to be Kevin Rudd, isn't it? So we'll see what happens. So this session now, as Ian's just said, I think we're looking at alliances and diplomacy in a shifting global order. And I should add my thanks at the beginning to New America and ASU for the last 2 days. It's been absolutely fantastic, learned a great deal. And it's great that we have an opportunity as S&D Plus, I think, to put forward our wares as well. So, you know, this is a pretty vast topic, really, to try to cover in 60 minutes, but we'll give it a go, and we've got the A-team here to do that. And I'll introduce people in a minute. And we've heard a lot yesterday and a lot today already about the changing global order. And this panel is, I guess, focusing very much on the blue team sort of element of things in terms of alliances and diplomacy, Australia, the UK, and Japanese perspectives. And I'm hoping that will illuminate the various factors, domestic and international, that are driving perceptions, I guess, within these three countries on the changing order. And that will, I think, influence things going forward as well. And hopefully draw out some of these elements of continuity and change too across the three countries. Recognizing, of course, that, you know, and it's come up already, that we have elections in the US this year in November, and the potential implications of that for security assurances, for extended deterrence guarantees, and all those different things. But also recognizing, I think, that conflict escalation pathways these days are becoming increasingly complex, given emerging disruptive technologies, you know, the growing importance of the space domain, and I think shifting alliance dynamics on the red team side. And I think that's something, obviously, that's come out a little bit, and perhaps will come out of this session as well now. So let me quickly introduce the A-team on the table here. I'm going to introduce them in the order in the program, but that's not the order we're going to do the discussion in. So first of all, on the far end, we have my colleague John Bew, who's Professor of History and Foreign Policy at King's College London. He's currently Defence and Security Advisor to the Prime Minister in the UK, and for 5 years before that was the Foreign Policy Advisor to 3 Prime Ministers. So he sees Prime Ministers off pretty quickly. Which is that not my fault? Is that a skill? So, I know. Exactly. Powerful. Huge staying power. But he's coming back to King's, which is all good. Then we have John Blackstone there in the middle. And John is Director of ANU, Australian National University's North American Liaison Office, and Professor of International Security and Intelligence Studies at ANU. And then finally, but not least, we have Yuki Tatsumi, who's the East Asia Program Co-Director and Japan Program Director at the Stimson Center. So we're going to start off this session. We're going to run. I'm going to basically throw the same questions at each of the panelists, but to get them to look at it from a different perspective in terms of where they sit, I guess, on these issues. And then we will open it up then for questions from the floor. We want to spend a lot of time kind of get that discussion on the floor going as well. So I'm going to start off then. We're going to do this in a different order. We're going to start off with Yuki, then we're going to go to John Bew, then to John Blackstone. And I can't call one John B and the other one John B, because that's not going to work. I can say John B A or John B B. I don't know. We'll see what happens there. So I'm going to start with Yuki. So obviously we've got political change coming in Japan, you know, with Prime Minister Kishida stepping down, with the Liberal Party lead, and and what that means going forward. We've had these recent, national security strategy, the back end of 22, with the national defense strategy and everything else too. So to begin with, I guess the first question for you is, if you could say something about the sort of the key domestic debates that have influenced the sort of the current Japanese perspective about the shifting global order, and I guess with that, have the domestic debates been shifting themselves, and at what pace and why?
Well, thank you for that question, and I would like to start by thanking ACU and New America for this great opportunity, and great to be on the A team too.
Yeah, it's A team.
So, in response to your question, I promise I do not go back. I would not go back all the way to 1945 because it's a windy, winding road for Japan. So just let's focus on maybe like last 5 to 7 years. So I would. Although I would have to take us all back to December 2012, when the late former Prime Minister Abe came back to power. And I would also direct you to fast forward about 3 months, his first visit that he made as the comeback Prime Minister to Washington, D.C., February 2013. There's a speech that he delivered at the CSIS down the street. That's where he talked about how he sees Japan in the international community, first and foremost, as the defender of the commons and the staunchest ally of the United States in the Indo-Pacific region. And back then it was called Asia Pacific. But that is really the vision that he laid out. If you look back, you really have to give a hats off to his strategic foresight. He was definitely one of the greatest visionary that the Japanese politics have benefited to have, and we're also very sad to see him go a little bit too prematurely. But that's the first time that really Japanese political leader put out the image of Japan and place of Japan as in the international community, as defender and the country that upholds the international liberal order. And I think if you look toward the trend line since then, Japan has been steadily but surely moving toward that direction. And the most dramatically, it really came out in the form of a 2022 national security strategy, national defense strategy, and also defense build-up plan. And when Mr. Abe was overseeing these, attending the national security policy for the country, Japan was still within the, going back to your question, John, debate about where Japan is in terms of the strategic environment it's been placed in, where it should go in the alliance with the United States, where it sees itself as the community of nations and what kind of role it plays. There was still shifting debate. And I would, within the last 10 years or so, that really rapidly came to a more of a almost a bipartisan consensus within Japanese domestic political discourse even, that Japan is now living in increasingly precarious, unsafe environment. So sense of insecurity externally is very, very big. And it really dominates the mind of policymakers in Japan pretty much across the party line, with a small majority of still kicking and aliving Japanese Communist Party and Social Democrats. And then I think the biggest driver of that conversation were two mainly. One is the, as we all know, meteoric rise of China, but at the same time, ascendance of China as more of an aggressive nation that kind of pick and choose which international order and rules that it wants to follow. And now with economic prowess and military might to try to bend the rules for the rules that it doesn't fit to its convenience. Secondly, there is a growing trend within Japan about this perception of the declining United States national power across the board, but then more importantly, U.S. as the steady ally for Japan and Indo-Pacific and beyond. And that really brought home to the point during the Trump administration. And now we're going back to, Back to the Future kind of scenario where we're all probably nail-biting watching tonight's presidential debate between former President Trump and the Vice President Harris. So during that time, there was this, Japan already had the increasing sense of insecurity on its own. And when you look outside and look at the United States, which is really the only treaty ally, it also looks at the United States as relatively declining and kind of regardless of what comes out as an official government document, increasingly internal looking when it comes to the priority order of its national policy. So that really is driving the conversation now these days. And then I think you will only see that getting more intense as Japanese media, who actually has by far worldwide the best coverage of American presidential politics outside US, down to the primary. That's where the interest of the majority of the, not just public, but the political leaders rise.
Okay, thanks for that. Excellent. So to sort of come back on the sort of the continuity and change question, and you've talked a little bit about continuity and change there already. Could you further reflect a bit on that? Because if you think back to different moments in Japanese sort of post sort of Cold War history, it's had different moments where it's worried about the external threat and also about the US reliability as a partner. I mean, could you say a little bit more about sort of those sort of aspects that are just continuations and those things that are, I mean, you've talked a lot about the change with Abe and things like that, and the more assertiveness.
So continuity, and there's a big continuity, even though Japan begins to introduce some of the measures that were frankly unthinkable 5 years ago, and the time has caught up to what Prime Minister Abe was upholding when he came back to the office in 2012, which is more robust defense capability on its own self, including entertaining the option of introducing the counter-strike capability, more robust defense budget like resourcing, and more, basically making those military service more, frankly, attractive to Japanese people. There were a couple of inflection points even before Prime Minister Abe. Obviously, the biggest one was the end of the Cold War. This is when Japan really finds itself quite isolated because it didn't have the means to offer any kind of national security-related assistance to its partner countries, let alone the United States. That was when Japan got into this intense political debate just about what kind of support Japan could provide to the United States in the regional contingencies such as Korean Peninsula. So that was one inflection point. Second inflection point was definitely a 9/11. That really pushed Japan further out into to think harder about what it could do beyond the immediate vicinity of Northeast Asia. And I would argue that third inflection point was, oddly enough, it was domestic disaster. You all remember triple disaster back in 2011, tsunami, earthquake, and nuclear meltdown. And that was actually when Japanese public saw right in front of their eyes what the sacrifice that its own military forces make for its own people. So that really shifted and turned almost 180 on the Japanese public's perception about the self-defense force service, service on its own merit. And then I would say fourth inflection point. It's hard to pinpoint that inflection point, but I would say the last 5 to 7 years or so, Chinese increasing aggressiveness, not just around its own neighborhood, around East China Sea, but then even more so for South China Sea, which I'm sure John will talk about a little bit because it has a lot to do with its relationship with Southeast Asia and a critical supply line and a shipping lane that Japan really depends most of its exports coming in from abroad. So I think those are some of the, if you say point, those are some of the juncture that I would identify.
Yeah, thank you. Really insightful. We may come back to some of the nuclear issues and some of the nuclear questions perhaps later on. So I'm going to move on now to John over there on the far side. So we've just transitioned to a new Labour government. I don't know why I'm telling you this, right? I think you might know that. After many years of a Conservative administration, we've got the SDR process, the defence review process, starting off the back of the integrated review refresh, which you're the pen holder on. So again, the same question for you really, John, is to perhaps reflect a bit on some of the key domestic debates that have influenced where we are now in terms of British sort of strategic thinking, looking out at the world and the shifting global order, and the extent to which those domestic debates have been shifting and why.
Thanks, Wyn. Hope you can hear me okay. Important caveat, I mean, yes, I was the pen holder on the last two UK national security strategies, but they are agreed collectively by ministers and government, which really means that all the clever bits are me, and all the bits that are less clever, less prescient, are due to the restrictions of politics and democratic life. That's my caveat. So more seriously, I mean, any discussion of UK national security strategy in the modern era. We were joking in the green room how many times one of us would say, since the end of the Cold War. I'm not going to do that. But really, sort of, to a significant extent, starts with Brexit in 2016 and in the outworking of Brexit, which obviously changes a lot of UK relationships. I say to a significant extent because sometimes those looking outside the UK, at the UK and its posture and its foreign policy, I think, overinterpret or misinterpret Brexit. So it's not the only factor, but it's a considerable factor that led to a sort of renewed debate about Britain's place in the world, the instruments and tools it has. I saw Tony Blair speaking just in the last few days about his new book, and very much, you know, still in that space where Brexit had a significant impact in the UK's place in the world. That's the first observation. Second observation, your question was about domestic drivers for national security strategy. One of the things that has happened, perhaps ironically or unexpectedly, in the post-Brexit period is you've got a strong restoration of a bipartisan consensus on most foreign policy issues. And that is essentially fitting with the post-1945 pattern of the UK national security debate. So very striking, sitting in the gallery in the House of Commons for key moments like the announcement of an increase in defence spending, or key moments in Ukraine policy, or the AUKUS announcement, the extent of that bipartisan consensus. It doesn't mean the debate is completely uniform, but it is sort of returned in a significant way. That's been very important to the Labour Party under Keir Starmer's leadership after Jeremy Corbyn. In much sort of foreign policy, national security area, the argument is for continuity on things like Ukraine policy as well. So I think that's a really important thing, and it's borne out by public attitudes. So the polling we used to have done by the National Security Communications team basically speaks to that quite deep commitment and belief in and understanding of the importance of things like the NATO alliance, which polls it's in the 70s in terms of support for. So those sort of, in some ways, actually, in a post-Brexit period, the sacred vows of UK national security strategy have been sort of restated again. I think that's important. And then anyone who's been in the UK in the last 3 years will see the Ukrainian flag fluttering in towns and villages in all 4 nations of the United Kingdom, north and south of England, in many different places. And that sort of feeling of sort of support for Ukraine, again, runs very deeply. It's still polling in the 70s for people who are willing to want to support Ukraine for as long as it takes and are willing to take economic pain to do so. So there's certain sort of core fundamentals we think are important as a backdrop. That's a sort of the domestic politics. The next question is sort of how that translates into sort of national security strategy. And I think it is fair to say we are in a period, or have been in a period, in which some of the first order assumptions about our place in the world and about the international environment have changed. And we reflected on that in the process of writing the 2021 national security strategy. And we say, first of all, Brexit means we must change the way we operate with allies and partners. But secondly, even if it didn't happen, there is a reckoning in terms of our assessment of the national security space, what matters and what doesn't. We have a series of products that went into that process, from assessments by the Joint Intelligence Committee to hoovering up as much information as we can have from our diplomatic network, to something called the Register of British Interests, which almost has a sort of metric of importance of different countries. And all that showed to us that the international environment was changing significantly. There's a threat element to that, but this is an opportunity element to that. So new markets in the Indo-Pacific, more important to the UK post-Brexit, but also important to very many other European nations. We've heard about French Indo-Pacific strategy, German Indo-Pacific strategy is present. The EU has an Indo-Pacific strategy. So not being present in those conversations would be a challenge for the UK. So the sort of metrics were changing. And then there's a sort of a set of strategic assumptions. So we said something that was sort of quite punchy and controversial in the first page of that national security strategy, which was it was no longer enough to, and we used less colourful language, to cling limpet-like to the concept of the rules-based international system. That's not because we were in any way repudiating it. One of the sort of key aspects of UK foreign policy since 1945 is that we, having had a significant role in writing it, both in its post-45 version and its post-1989 version, it was absolutely of benefit to us to preserve it, but a recognition that it was far more, the international order was far more under contest, that the very writing of the rules was being done on the basis of power, different strategic dilemmas and debates, and this return of interstate competition was having a profound impact on the international order. So therefore, we had to adapt to it. I once wrote a note for one of the 1,000 prime ministers I've served, just a bit of analysis on sort of posture and attitude to the international system, in which I said, look, there's essentially in the G7 sort of two types of behaviours among core G7 partners. You need to extend that out to what some people call the D10, if you take in Australia or Republic of Korea. There was those who had preferred a more ambient approach to the international system, would focus on more the sort of the multilateral picture or some of the transnational issues. And then there was the nations who are more kinetic or activist in their posture. And our essential argument, and I think you've seen it over UK policy of Ukraine, is that we had to shift into the more kinetic and activist approach, sometimes with gnashing of teeth in different parts of government, and that was a sort of significant factor. There's also a fundamental recognition, and many debates over the size, extent of our budget, many debates over the size and extent of our defence budget, and also our international development budget and the amount we spend on intelligence. The simple story over the last 5.5 years is that we spend a considerable degree more on defence. And because we spend a considerable degree more on defence, we spend a considerable degree less on international development. And that's been a sort of simple story. Now, that's been quite painful to explain and to argue. There's a massive questions over whether it's enough in one quarter or another. But I think that story is probably justifiable against quite a tight resource environment. And then final observation, which is on the sort of fundamental strategic assumption. So our strategic language has changed. Often in the UK national security debate, we sort of catch the cold over strategic fashions that begin in the United States. But just reflecting on Japan's journey, Australia's journey, there was also quite a significant American journey in terms of how it assessed and began to sort of rethink the China question. And you can date that perhaps second term Obama administration, but a kind of massive shift of consensus across the aisle that on a range of indices, from science and technology to trade to the economy to the military balance, that America had to sort of rethink its sort of fundamental national security habits, posture, and position. And that's happened closely with American allies thereafter. So if I was to characterize this era among friends and partners in AUKUS and beyond, or Pillar 2 countries and beyond, there's a period of strategic alignment going on that's imperfect and challenging. And then simultaneous to that, and you can argue how much one feeds the other, there's also a period of adversary alignment going on. So as we look at those national security challenges and contingencies, we have, and Afghanistan was both a deeply traumatic moment for the UK national security state, and Simon was there and saw it, but also it felt like the end of an era. So we say in our national security strategy, it is unlikely, and our forces are no longer designed for large-scale counterinsurgencies of the type you have seen in the war on terror. They are more designed for hostile state activity, CTES as well in some respects, strategic reach, strategic effect. So that story is quite considerably along the way, and we talk a bit about AUKUS or other capability developments. But I think those are the key ideas. So adversary alignment begets stronger alignment among allies and partners, a more acute recognition that science and technology and trade are also the vital rudiments and instruments of national and international competition, and there's loads of implications. We're just at the start of working that out, and then a recognition that the prospect of contingencies and our whole thinking on deterrence needs to be refreshed. So the national security environment, to sum up, the national security environment is clearly sharper and harder, and in both dealing with threats and trying to seek opportunities, the UK posture is we have to move faster, quicker, but crucially in concert with allies and partners.
Thanks, John. By the way, you're winning the word bingo. You've mentioned the end of the Cold War and rules-based international systems. So
there's more to come.
Yeah, colleagues can catch up. And then, so briefly, then, I mean, you've talked about it already because you talked about the resurgence of the bipartisan consensus. But, have you any more reflections on sort of continuity and change in British perspectives?
So I think change in continuity. There's two things simultaneously. So one is an affirmation of what I call these sacred vows, a reaffirmation of them. So it was particularly important in the Brexit period for the UK to be able to be sort of, regarded as sort of slightly naughty at the back of the schoolroom on one issue, best in class in a NATO context. UK think is very, very close to sort of NATO doctrine, NATO thinking. Often we play this mediating role intellectually between sort of different tensions or issues in NATO. That's been sort of vital for us. So collective security and the fundamental concept of collective security, the affirmation of the importance of that is continuity, but it's continuity plus. And therefore, when and we were very clear in our national security strategy, by the way, there's a lot of nonsense talked about a lurch to the Indo-Pacific. We were very clear that the Euro-Atlantic theatre would be the primary area for UK defence activity. And we were also very clear in 2021 that we saw Russia as the most acute threat to that area. In fact, we got kicked around the head a bit in Washington, etc., but people saying, what about the China challenge in 2021? So that is there in black and white. And then when the challenge came, the UK was at the forefront of that response in many respects, and it helped reset the broader relationship with Europe. So that's the kind of continuity. The change, I think, is in the way we're conceiving of alliances and partnerships. That is more, I think you're in a period of hyperactive bilateralism and minilateralism. So AUKUS as an example of that, in which you've got, you characterize UK alliances and partnerships along three bases: the width, breadth, and depth of those partnerships are both being kind of illuminated, and there's a white heat around them. So breadth, I mean the geographic reach of some of those partnerships. I can confidently tell you that the UK-Japanese and UK-ROK relationships, for example, have never been stronger in history. And there's quite a history to that, going back to the Anglo-Japanese alliance in the early part of the 20th century. So that breadth, I think, is there. The width means that we are increasingly moving on from a period in which you would simply have a defense and security aspect to your relationship, and trade or science and technology will be done elsewhere. And you can see that pattern if you take the ROK relationship, the importance of semiconductors aligned to that as well. And then the depth is indicated by AUKUS. So the depth in terms of the depth of intelligence sharing, joint capability development, multi-decade programs, and the strategic commitment that comes to that. And for the UK, that means a commitment for the first time to engage as part of a grouping in balancing in the Indo-Pacific as well. Quite significant shift. There's that as well. So there's AUKUS, there's the Global Combat Air Programme with Japan and Italy, classic European Indo-Pacific UK joint partnership development. There's the deep ties that the UK has with the Gulf states that were maintained but are tricky to manage sometimes, were maintained through a difficult period with the current US administration in the Gulf as well. And there are things that are lesser spotted in Washington, like the way we've used something called the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is the kind of 10 Nordic Baltic nations in the UK, which was previously a sort of defense-only sort of group within NATO that was 10 years old, but we sort of energized and turned into a leaders format, which has a lot of focus on undersea cables, has a lot of focus on energy security, also includes, by and large, nations that are at 2.5% or above in the NATO context and are kind of doers and actors who share the same threat assessment. They were all the countries that first to send lethal aid to Ukraine as well. So hyperactive bilateralism, minilateralism. I won't tell you which prime minister, but the sort of doctrine under one of those when you're approaching these international relations was what's the highest possible ambition in the shortest possible time. I think as we've heard in today's conversation broadly, that also begets us a major delivery question. So when the white heat of hyperactivity goes, you know, what happens really with Pillar 1? But that's sort of been the posture. Another former prime minister, a different one, described it to me once as a kind of honey badger approach to international security. The honey badger, however, must evolve to something else. And you've seen that. You've had this white heat of Nordic, Eastern European, Central European relationships in the reset that the current government's going through with Paris, Berlin, and Brussels as well. But it's been a very active period. Some relationships have been strained. A lot of them, I don't think, have ever been stronger.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, John. And now moving on to other John. So, you know, elections again in Australia next year. You've had your Defence Strategic Review last year, the National Defence Strategy this year. My Google alerts on AUKUS are dominated by Australian debates on AUKUS. So again, sort of the same questions to you, John, really, about, you know, reflecting a bit on the key domestic debates that have influenced, you know, current Australian perspectives on the shifting global order, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wen. Great to be with you, everybody. Thanks for the invitation. Excellent colleagues to be with. I think it's useful to put things into a little bit of historical perspective, and as a historian, I can't help myself from doing that. 1942, the year Douglas MacArthur comes to Australia, and we become part of a combined intelligence apparatus, the legacy of which endures to this day. Trusted, top secret collaboration. That's the context in which AUKUS emerges. 82 years of top secret, trusted collaboration. That's the context. So the other one, of course, going a few years later is Britain's joining the European Economic Community in 1970 after a decade of trying, and eventually Australia and New Zealand essentially cut off from the privileged trade relationships with Britain that saw Australia turn towards Asia. Japan especially, trade with Japan in the 1970s and 80s was a top trading partner. Around about the same time, the abandonment of the White Australia policy in 1967, then reinforced by Gough Whitlam in 72, 73, saw Australia transformed into a demographically much more multicultural, cosmopolitan country, far less dominated by people like me, descendants from people from the British Isles, and much more multicultural today. And that left what Samuel Huntington at the end of the Cold War, when you're talking about the clash of civilizations, chose to describe Australia as a torn country, right? A country that couldn't figure out it's reconciling itself with its history and its geography, its place in the world with its history. And I think that's an important kind of precursor to what actually has subsequently happened. Very interestingly, when Kevin Rudd was Prime Minister, under his tutelage, and you'll have a chance to quiz him on this later, he's coming after lunch, the Defence White Paper of 2009 made it very clear, without being explicit about it, that the worry was China. And so talked about muscling up with more submarines, more robust defence posture. And then, of course, President Xi comes into office in 2012. Initially, that's seen as a really positive thing. He's lived in the United States. He's had a very positive experience, he would have thunk, with market capitalism and democracy. And yet we see a remarkable transformation in that time. We see the emergence of wolf warrior diplomacy, treatment of Hong Kong, basically the seizing of the South China Sea, not only with the 9-dash line, but the manufactured islands, and the disregard of the arbitral tribunal ruling of 2016, and then the sanctions imposed on Australia after the COVID-19 calling out of China for not being transparent, and a surge in concern about foreign interference. This is the context in which Scott Morrison, ScoMo and Bojo and Biden get together to form AUKUS. Now, it seems like some concoction, because Scott Morrison's got a bit of a reputation in Australia as kind of a smoke and mirrors politician in some circles. And so there's a degree of scepticism about AUKUS that's emerged in this context in Australia. To be fair to Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, when he was leader of the opposition, declared that Labor would support it. Labor being the centre-left major party that subsequently came into office. His Defence Minister, Richard Marles, and Foreign Minister, Penny Wong, then said about declaring that really very much they bought in on this deal. They bought in on AUKUS. They also reinforced the Quad, particularly the relationship with Japan and as much as possible with India. But the trilateral US, Japan, Australia has really deepened and broadened as a result in the context. But Australia is politically still grappling with this, in part because I think there's been a wariness in the government to really deal with the substance of why we need AUKUS. And there's obviously a couple of one of them is the elephant in the room. We don't need to go into that in any detail, but the fact that China has been very much more assertive, adversarial, and what I tell my students, it's been undertaking unrestricted competition. Riffing off the title of that book, Unrestricted Warfare, what we're facing is a challenge, the scale of which we have not yet quite got our heads around. Coupled with that is the fact that we've been reluctant to talk in detail about the limitations of diesel-electric submarines. For some reason, our political masters have not really been comfortable with exposing the limitations of our ageing but still very capable Collins-class diesel-electric submarines, which are as good as you get in that class. The problem is not with the submarine. The problem is with its ability to stay stealthy. And that's because of almost saturation polar low Earth orbit satellite coverage by China, coupled with pattern analysis of where the submarines go, coupled with AI and drones. It means you can't hide. It means they're no longer fit for purpose. So it's a foundational, fundamental problem with diesel-electric submarines that is only overcome with nuclear propulsion submarines. And this is something that gets a lot of concern and talk about it in Australia, that we can't do. There's a kind of a naysayer view about, oh, we can't do this, it's too hard, Australia can't do this. So there's a big debate about whether or not Australia can do this, whether the United States will actually, in the long run, allow it to happen, whether they might recant and get cold feet, and whether the United Kingdom is actually got the spare industrial capacity to help us get there. This is the naysayers debate, and there's a few people in this space that are, interestingly enough, two former Prime Ministers, Paul Keating and Malcolm Turnbull, and a former Foreign Minister, Carr. So there's this pushback that's been happening that's it's an interesting dynamic that speaks to, in certain circles, a worry in the Labor Party, which is now the governing party, but it's a centre-left party, which has got a left wing of the party, which is kind of more politically more aligned with the Greens than with the Conservatives. And so Anthony Albanese, the Prime Minister, has to balance this kind of very delicate balance of staying in office without feeding too much the Greens' anti-Americanism and kind of so-called peacenik, but really, I think, not very transparently honest about that. And the fact that they don't want to give the Conservative so-called, we call it the Liberal National Coalition, which is the Conservatives of Australia, any political oxygen to allow them to win office. So, in democracies, it's a zero-sum binary of who wins office, and it's deeply problematic for the government as they try and make the case. Now, this is reinforced by the fact that the government At the outset, when they declared this, Richard Marles said it was going to cost $368 billion over 30 years. Now, that was the sticker shock of that was truly the bow waves of that we haven't quite grappled with. What they didn't do was say, well, what are we comparing with, apples or oranges? Because $368 billion over 30 years, if you amortise that out, it's actually not a huge difference. But if they did, nobody stopped to compare it with welfare, education and health insurance, which is over 30 years about 9 trillion Australian dollars. So when you put it in those terms, it's actually, you know, it's still a lot of money, but it's understandable. In addition, the government, wary of being seen as spending too much on defence by the left wing of the party, and particularly, you know, critics on the left, are trying to pay for AUKUS out of the defence budget. So they're not growing the defence budget, they're just cancelling Air Force and Army projects to make it happen. And that's deeply problematic for Australia holistic defence. Now, so AUKUS is still viable in this context because it's mostly about nuclear propulsion submarines as well as Pillar 2, which is happening. But there's a real problem here with the small to medium enterprises in Australia that saw AUKUS as a wonderful opportunity, but is, and the concerns about ITAR, partially lifted, but not completely, and a real concern that, you know, with the need to go from just-in-time to just-in-case supply, which COVID reinforced, and of course China's actions in recent years have kind of brought to the fore, there's a real recognition of the need for heightened resilience, but there's also a concern that this is, to a certain extent, and this is the message the left is pushing, this is all about giving the US primes dominance of the Australian economy. So I put that out there because it's a really important message to be able to accurately and reasonably counter if we're going to be successful with this venture. So I guess, you know, that's quite a lot to cover, but we've got a lot of pain, a lot going on, and there's more continuity than change, but there's a lot of turbulence in that space.
Okay, so you've addressed the second question.
Not yet, and I've got more to say on the second.
Okay, carry on then. Continuity and change.
Well, so
about the alliance bit, right? The alliance management and alliance building.
Yeah, so it's very interesting. You know, the return of Britain, if you like, it's really welcome in Australia by and large by the major parties. But there's a degree of concern that, you know, this Britain's walked away before, and Britain today is not the Britain of the British Empire, which, you know, Australia fought 2 world wars supporting. There's over 100,000 dead fighting in support of the British Empire. So there's a concern that, you know, Britain's looking for itself, understandably. Australia is too, the US is too. But we're hoping, and hope isn't a plan, but we're hoping that the 3 nations will actually rise above the petty squabbles of their own democratic systems and see the importance, in the grand scheme of things, the grand challenges they're facing, that they need to really, in a visionary way, look to see this come about. Now, for Australia, you know, we've got a number of dialectics or points of tension, if you like. We've shifted between forward defence to the emphasis on defence of Australia. We're now seeing that, in fact, we're kind of going back to forward defence because we're realising we need to engage in Southeast Asia. For 2 decades, we fought our niche wars in support of the United States and the Middle East. And along the way, we didn't chew gum very well because our relations in Southeast Asia and the Pacific atrophied, and we're now having to double down on refreshing those relationships, which we're trying to do. And to be fair, we're doing a pretty good job. We've just signed a new defence cooperation agreement with Indonesia, which puts paid to the argument that, oh, you can't do AUKUS and engage with the neighbourhood. It's bollocks, in my not so humble opinion. You've got also this kind of this dialectic of Australia being a dependent ally and an independent ally. And the critics on the left saying we're just being dependent, and the others would say, well, actually, no, there's a degree of independence here. And there's this idea of reliance and self-reliance. You know, and ironically, for Australia to be more self-reliant, we actually need more of the kit that we're looking to get through AUKUS Pillars 1 and 2. So you would have thought that regardless of how you view whether Australia should be more self-reliant or reliant, that it would make sense to double down on this. So that's my argument, is very importantly we do that. We have also had this fear of abandonment and compounded by a fear of entrapment, right? So we have the fear of abandonment that drove us to, really look to secure the US alliance, which is, let's face it, it's an 800-word essay that doesn't say very much. There's no Article 5 guarantee, there's no headquarters, there's no commanding general, there's no forces assigned. So it's a pretty loosey-goosey deal, right? But to be fair, there's a lot of other ties between Australia and the United States and the UK and elsewhere. Five-power defence arrangement with Malaysia and Singapore, for instance. Five Eyes being another one, which I talk about in my book, Revealing Secrets. Gratuitous plug. Sorry, folks. Revealing Secrets. Did I say it again? Stop it, John. Stop it. And, okay, I'm being a bit flippant. So there's a real sense that the universities have a role to play in this as well, but there's a degree of being a little bit torn, because politics in universities, as you know, Ivy Leagues in here, there is, as rabidly anti-government as they come. In Australia, you get the same phenomenon, perhaps not quite as rabid, but you do get a strong kind of anti-establishment sense in the universities. So there is an interesting humanities versus STEM challenge where we've got departments of nuclear physics and engineering who are gung-ho for making this work and doing hypersonics and nuclear education. And then you've got the IR scholars who are, all want to just poke holes in the argument. So interesting dynamics at play. This is continuity. This is change. This is the world we live in. This is the spectrum of the nuance, if you like, of the diversity we need to grapple with. Thank you.
Thank you, John, and thank you to the panel for some fantastic opening remarks, which went on actually longer than I planned, but it was absolutely brilliant. So we're going to throw it open to the crowd. And don't be shy. I've got a hand in the back there.
James Caruso, CSIS. For John the Palm, not John the Aussie. Your Prime Minister has indicated the budget, the UK is skint, and some pain is going to have to be felt. So within the defense and intelligence budgets, what do you think is going to be cut? Would the SSN AUKUS be one of them?
Thanks for that one. This is where I'm on a relatively tight leash as someone sort of currently serving in government. I can give you the government answer to that, which is important on the defence and security side of things, which is that the new government, is committed to what the previous government outlined, which is a new target for defence spending at 2.5% of GDP, which would make the UK, by the way, sometimes often forgotten, still, and by a good chunk, the biggest defence spender in Europe. Not by level of GDP, but overall. So I think that's significant. There is an open question as the new government assesses its finances, work out its future economic plan around the budget, as there always is with the budget, about when the timeline of that is delivered. The second way of answering your question is the government, this new government is absolutely steadfast, committed to AUKUS. I believe the Defence Secretary said this again in House of Commons today. When questioned, there's no major debate around it. I think, as everyone has discussed here, there are delivery challenges which are profound and significant, but that commitment is sort of ironclad. There are, of course, capability decisions to be taken, choices to be made. I've been intimately involved in the various iterations of the defence equipment programme since 2019. What's happened since then is there has been an upward trajectory in UK defence spending, partly because of the additive measures like AUKUS that have been taken thereafter, partly because of increased investment in things like the Global Combat Air Programme. But we now currently have a new strategic defence review underway. That's not a whole of government thing like the last two national security strategies. It's specifically around the defence budget. All the issues that all of us are dealing with, by the way, on public-private relationships, the role of the primes, efficiency, how to achieve the best sort of cross-service coherence, war-fighting readiness, NATO demands, AUKUS, etc. So that process is sort of being done at the moment by three external reviewers, and that'll be responded to after Christmas. So you know, some of the capability decisions are open, but the commitment to AUKUS is absolutely steadfast and explicit. As I say, that doesn't necessarily answer all the challenges, and someone in this room should not be named whispered in my ear, so let's all have this conversation in 2035 earlier because there's challenges. But that commitment's absolutely ironclad.
Ian, and then the back. So Ian.
Topic for you and the facilitator, and Nikki, I apologise, it's a little bit off piece in terms of Japan specifically, but we've seen the tragedy of 2021 in Afghanistan. We understand, you know, the limits of statecraft in the context of that experience. We see varying levels of commitment to the cause in Ukraine, not from, you know, a human-to-human level, but in the cold, hard reality of realpolitik. We see various levels of commitment. And again, in Australia, shamefully, we use numbers when it comes to supporting Ukraine as a political dividend, not as a capability outcome. Coming back to the topic of this discussion around alliances and diplomacies, how can the kind of trust that needs to be developed amongst Western nations to confront common threats and the contiguous threat of an Russia-China alliance, which is odd in historical terms but convenient practically, how do countries who aren't in AUKUS, how do countries that are smaller, and to sort of use the Lee Kuan Yew, you know, need to become poison shrimp quickly, how can we use diplomacy and trust to build those kind of coalitions and those kinds of arrangements in the international systems in the context of a disaster in Afghanistan, and again, you know, a differing conversation at times around our commitment to Ukraine?
Great. Yuki, do you want to take that one first?
Sure.
Yep.
So I think Japan is really paying attention to Russia and North Korea, and a more strategic alignment between Russia and China. I mean, you mentioned about, you know, marriage of convenience. That certainly is true, but then more and more it is really emerging as more, in your words, Sean, more kinetic, aggressive, and competitive. And now we're seeing this kind of questionable Iran again emerging in the mix. So that really presents interesting and extremely complicated challenge for Japan, because there are a few things that Japan has historically diverted with the United States on the overall foreign policy question. Myanmar was one, and now it's, I think, more or less on the same page, but Iran was another big one. And how to solve that in terms of, you know, Japan's own energy dependency in the Middle East is almost like a, you know, $60,000 question. And Japan, I think, that's why recent 2+2 agreement that was announced, part of which was Japan's beginning of the consultation on the participation on the Pillar 2 in the AUKUS as a partner. But from what I'm hearing, there are certain industrial security related concerns that were raised by all the parties in terms of bringing Japan into the Pillar 2 mix. So I think it is kind of on Japan, and this is where some of the changes, policy changes and legislative changes, first initiated by Prime Minister Abe, really is kind of come to fruition. One of secrecy law, security clearance, when it comes to economic security, kind of a more stringent scrutiny and a foreign investment into Japan in terms of real estate purchase in water resource area purchase and so forth. So we just have to see, but I think consultation just started, and John, you mentioned about deliverables. And then I think within a year or two, people are really start looking at, well, all these announcement initiatives all sounds wonderful, but where's the deliverable? And I think that's when one thing, I was having a conversation with a friend of mine, and you know, this defense build-up plan, it's great that Japan really increased it to like 2%, but we really haven't heard too much about what's beyond. So what's going on? And that brings a whole can of worm of, is it a demographic challenge, fiscal challenge, you know, whole host swath of a issue that I guess past political leaders have kind of, you know, punted down the road. And it is really coming into fore, especially with the current political leaders change that we're looking at in the Japan's ruling party. But that's a great question, though.
Yeah, thank you. Chaps, do you want to come back?
Yeah, I'll come into that. So I think your question is on the sort of what our systems can do and what the sort of diplomatic requirements are that allow us to deliver on this sort of new national security agenda. So there's the things that we can do individually, and then there's the collective alliance question. And I think we're just at the start of an interesting debate about the alliance question. Individually, the things that we know we have to do are, first of all, and again, universities have a role to play there, relearn some fundamentals on that. More people need to do Paul Mill in our systems because that's atrophied. More people need to relearn things like deterrence and strategic stability. And they need to do so against the backdrop of a kind of changed technology environment. We need more expertise in our system, or when we don't have expertise, then we need to be able to reach into those pockets of the private sector, public sector, or elsewhere that have that expertise. We have to be more integrated. And that's not just joined up government. Everyone's joined up government. That's a sort of recognition in our diplomatic efforts that economic security, not just a sort of benevolent view of how trading systems work, are more important. That technological competition is a vital part of that, but a lot of us don't have the ability to do a CHIPS Act or to generate that sort of sovereign capability as well. So all those things we sort of recognize, and we're at the start of a journey on that. I mean, it's very striking to me, over 5.5 years of government, I may have had something to do with it, but how I'm in sort of prime ministerial agendas for calls and meetings, that defense and security has gone from third, fourth issue, or something done in other ministries, to the top. And I think that's still sort of working through our systems as well. And I think that's right and proper for the period. So that's what we can do sort of individually. The second is as a broader alliance, and I push a question back then to perhaps our American friends and partners. And some people have said in the Japanese case or in recent Australian history, you had a kind of a hint of hedging when it came to US-China competition. I remember going to government in 2019, you would often hear we have to navigate US-China competition and/or we have to avoid a Thucydides trap. That's what's fundamentally changed, right, in the last 4 or 5 years. And UK policy, Australia policy, Japanese policy, Korean policy and national security are 4 exemplars of how that has changed. And it's been expedited, and the pace of that's been increased by the behaviors of those who are adversaries and have watched it change. Then where do we go to the next point? What's characteristic about those countries who are kind of at the forefront or the sharper ends of the US-led alliance system is that they will take risk, fight, be willing to engage in deterrence, and take pain for that purpose. And it's helped by a broader sense of a community of values and interests as well. But what happens when that alliance system comes under strain? So I'd give the current administration very high marks for the lattice work, or whatever you call it, or on the peace and the coherence of thinking on that. But we all know, take those 4 nations or others, that we sort of privately grumble about where the trade policy is in support of this, that there's fractiousness over things like the implications of the CHIPS Act or the Inflation Reduction Act as well. So so I guess the question is, what happens when an alliance comes under strain? And I think the test is in 5, 10 years, when if those of us at the pokier end taking the pain on inward investment, outbound export controls, risk, defense investment, willingness to deter, if they start looking around the world in different places and see that the hedgers and those who are hedging are taking a different approach, are faring better economically, prosperity-wise, and the security is unaffected, that's when it begins to fragment and get tense. So I think that requires the next evolution in US strategic thinking. And we've all been around that. That's why ITAR is really significant, actually. And it's hard to explain why it's significant, shouting from the rooftops. What is it? Is it expansion of the logic of a deeper, broader alliance system? But then we begin to butt up against other challenges, U.S. domestic politics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's my. I think there's a good degree of to think. I just take the one example, which is U.S.-UK bilateral relations. I think it's so fundamental to our national security posture. I think it lacks a sort of strategic vision, a job for a think tank perhaps, or a university, as to what it should look like in 5, 10 years. Because here's the reality. We all need the land system more. The US, it's replenished, it's re-energized. We no longer talk about, so inevitably, China overtaking the US in XYZ metric. That's also changed in the last 4 years. But it needs those partnerships and alliances more. Because the G7 partners and allies share every year less share of global GDP and military power and trading power. So those alliance systems are more important. What's the next evolution?
Just briefly, thinking about AUKUS in the context of Australia's neighbourhood, in Southeast Asia, the view initially was that we stuffed it up because we didn't bother telling people in advance. So we had our Foreign Minister and Defence Minister went to Jakarta in Indonesia days before the AUKUS announcement, didn't tell them. Subsequently, the Albanese government's been really fastidious about engaging with the neighbourhood in Southeast Asia and the Pacific to brief them as much as possible. And what they've found across the Pacific and Southeast Asia is a really surprising appetite for Australian leadership in this space on security issues, respectfully engaging them. And we're seeing, very interesting with Indonesia, for instance, the Defence Minister Prabowo Subianto is about to become the president, has just signed this defence cooperation agreement with Australia, which speaks to their complete ease and comfort with what Australia is doing in terms of the first force posture, American presence in Northern Australia, the submarine base in Fremantle, which echoes of the Second World War. It was actually in the Second World War, it was the biggest submarine base in the Indian Ocean. People forget that. It was massive. 170 Allied submarines were based there in 1943. But in the Pacific, so we've got the Australia-ASEAN Summit that was just completed a few months ago. We've just had real successes with the Pacific Islands Forum, Pacific Partnership Policing Initiative that is flummoxed the Chinese because they wanted to do that. And of course, what we're seeing is a degree of surprising level of awareness amongst these these tiny microdot states of the Pacific of all what's at stake. Okay, yes, it's great power competition, but it's also looming environmental catastrophe, a spectrum of governance challenges accelerated by the Fourth Industrial Revolution, and all of those are interacting. And Australia's engagement in the Pacific and in Southeast Asia is informed by that. But the journalists and the kind of rhetorical spin that's given by people hostile to this is, oh, it's all about China. There's no question China's part of this, but this is part of what I call the unrestricted competition. And I think it's useful to actually reframe the way we think. This is not about war, but about competition. When we think about America's initiatives to get a man onto the moon in 1969, Sputnik spurred that on, right? How dare the Russians get there first, right? And then the first cosmonaut in space. Incredible. The competition, we see, the Cold War is this terrible competition between the great powers. The achievements in that context, I think we need, there's a metaphor there for how we can perhaps, if we're going to see this as a new Cold War, see this as an opportunity to actually focus our minds on engaging in Southeast Asia and then in the Pacific. And look, to be fair, that's one of the reasons why I'm in Washington for this job. I'm here to help foster an awareness of Southeast Asia and the Pacific because it matters to the United States. It matters enormously to Australia. But we're sharing a lot of the same issues. They look different from down under, though. And so I'm trying to encourage American policymakers, educators, and future policymakers, people studying here, to look at studying in Australia, understand what the world looks like from down under, because from there you see the Pacific, you see Solomon Islands, where the Battle of Guadalcanal was fought in 1942, the major land battle of 1942 in the Pacific. Why was it there? Because remarks were made earlier, it was about isolating Australia from North America, right? These dynamics are at play. It's different today. It's not 1942, but great power competition is going on and it's unrestricted, and we need to be mindful of that. Thank you.
Good, thanks. There was a question with the chap in the red, I think. No, that's gone? Too late? Okay, sorry about that. Go ahead. Down here. We'll take another couple of questions, perhaps. We've got about 5 minutes to go.
Hi.
We just had brief mention of Russia, but I was wondering, how far does the area of responsibility of AUKUS really extend? Because we also talk about Indo-Pacific, so does that include like the Indian Ocean and the Indian subcontinent, Pakistan, even the Red Sea maybe, and going up further north, you have Japan and then the Korean Peninsula, and would it extend up even to the Arctic maybe? Or if you wanted to think about it more simplistically, where would you draw the 9 dashes of where the sphere of influence is for AUKUS? And I should have said it at the beginning, my name is Jack Krapansky, I'm unaffiliated.
Great. Who's going to tackle that then?
I'll give it a shot. So it's about AUKUS, yeah. And if we're talking Pillar 1, it's about nuclear propulsion submarines. So let's face it, Australian submarines travel far and wide already. They're based out of Fremantle in Perth, Western Australia, but they take a long while to get anywhere, right? For generations now, we have been operating in the South China Sea, in the Indian Ocean, and through the various choke points, the Malacca, Lombok, Sunda-Weta Straits, okay? That's our patch, right? That's what we do. We've been doing this for generations. There are people out there who say, oh, you know, nuclear propulsion submarines are very, very offensive because you're going to be operating in the South China Sea. Well, excuse me, but wake up and smell the coffee, ladies and gentlemen. We've been doing that literally for generations. It's just we're going to be doing it with far better subs. Now, this is, and I put this to you because this is in America's interest. And I want to make this point to those who maybe are sceptical about giving Australia nuclear propulsion submarines. This is really important. This is the quid pro quo. We are giving you access to the second suitable piece of real estate, Fremantle, the first one being Pine Gap, right? Fremantle is a game changer for American nuclear submarines operating in the Indian Ocean and through the choke points of Southeast Asia. They have direct line-of-sight access to those choke points, which you do not get from Hawaii, right? You have to have us with nuclear propulsion submarines. If we don't get them, this is politically toxic for Australian politics, okay? We have a fine balance. The overwhelming majority of Australians are supportive of AUKUS, but if you don't back us on this, if you walk out of this, watch that unravel, okay? Australians have a fear of abandonment. It's been long-standing. It goes back to before 1942. It goes back to the Russians in the 1850s, okay? But we are, like everybody, we place our national interest first, but we see our national interest as overwhelmingly overlapping with American interests and to a large extent British. So just bear that in mind. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, John. Any more comments on that one? No? Okay. You got 2 minutes to go. No, we're going to get closed off. I was going to say this is the end of the A-Team warm-up act for Kevin Rudd, so I'm going to hand over to Ian. So thanks to the panel.
Yep, thanks, Win. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Thank you. Again, a real privilege to be with such an august panel today, and a lesson learnt for next year is we'll double the length of this particular session. Without revealing secrets, that's John's book title, and it's for sale outside. So I'll just end there. We have a date with Ambassador Rudd at 1400 at 2 o'clock. So if I could ask people to be seated at 5 minutes to, that will maximise his time at the podium and your chance to ask him questions. But thanks very much. Cheers.
You didn't have to do much there, Wendy. Just introduced everybody and switched on. Oh, that was great. Easy enough. I think any one of us would have talked with a lot of exercise. I think
Sometimes the staff don't be surprised if somebody comes up and says, I think it's a problem that has to be decided to say, well, 2 minutes left. Or also sometimes if there's like a security person, a staff person, or a speaker. So yeah, they might want to take a seat. But just yeah. Right now it's fine because I feel warm now, but it's a little bit cold. So don't be surprised. I usually sit in those days. I don't want to sit there, but that's why I'm sitting here. Someone sitting here. Over industrial sort of buildings, they're making probably not. About 2 or 3 minutes. That's okay. Thanks. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for those in the room and for those online, welcome back from after lunch. It's my great privilege to introduce the Honourable Kevin Rudd, the Australian Ambassador to the United States. Kevin Rudd is Australia's Ambassador and has been here since March 2023. He also served as Australia's 26th Prime Minister from 2007 to 2010, then as Minister for Foreign Affairs before his second term as Prime Minister in 2013. Since leaving government, Ambassador Rudd has resided mostly in the US, where he's recognised as the leading analyst on China, and in 2015 he became the inaugural president of the Asia Society Policy Institute in New York. In 2020 he was appointed president and CEO of the Asia Society globally, and in 2022 he founded the Asia Society's Policy Institute Centre for China Analysis. Ambassador Rudd graduated with honours in Asian Studies from the Australian National University and received his PhD from Oxford in 2022. He also studied at the National Taiwan Normal University in Taipei. Ladies and gents, it's my great privilege to introduce our Ambassador, Kevin Rudd. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. This is the most wild microphone I've had for quite a while. I like when they introduce you as the leading authority on China. That is an invitation to peril, in my experience. Just say, you could describe me as an analyst of China, among many as we seek to peer through a glass dimly to understand what is happening within the Middle Kingdom and how it affects the rest of us as well. Thank you for the kind invitation to be here and to share some reflections on where AUKUS is up to, where it fits within the geopolitical environment in which we, the United States and the United Kingdom, find ourselves in, both with the Indo-Pacific and more broadly, and beyond that, where we see the implementation of AUKUS now standing in terms of the submarine program, but also what it seeks to do more broadly in opening up what in reality can become an effective free trade agreement between the three countries in defence, science, technology and industry, which, if taken seriously, is quite transformative for all of our industries. 15 September marks the third anniversary of AUKUS's original announcement. So we've moved from infancy to near infancy. 3 years is not a lot of time, but in those 3 years a lot has been achieved. It has been an interesting journey in terms of turning concept into policy, into legislation, into regulation, and now into execution. So for those of us who've been part of this particular pilgrimage, I thank you at whichever level that you have contributed here in the room. Australia's long-term national security interests are driven by a clear concept of deterrence. Deterrence in terms of how we best avoid war, how we best preserve the peace, and beyond that, recognising fully how difficult and dangerous the current international strategic environment is. In recent times, I've spoken at length about how we define integrated deterrence. What does it mean within the United States? What does it mean between the United States and allies? I've also sought to understand and speak on, most recently at the National War College last week in the Kennan lecture, on Chinese concepts of deterrence, and therefore what are we seeking to therefore engage in the Chinese geostrategic mind. Remember, deterrence, if it is to be effective, must work within the mindset of those whom you are seeking to deter. And unless you have the sound of two hands clapping, then there is no deterrence. Within that frame, it's important that we all recognise how much China under Xi Jinping's leadership has changed the nature of the international strategic environment. When we look at China, we see a state now in active pursuit of the resolution of at least 5 sets of unresolved territorial disputes with its neighbours. With India, less known with Korea, more known with Japan and in Senkaku Diaoyudao in the East China Sea. Most prominently known, of course, with Taiwan itself, though, of course, within the frame of the One China policy, that would be argued as being an internal matter, But beyond that, again, the South China Sea, which involves unresolved maritime boundary disputes with at least 4 other countries in Southeast Asia. This is a large number of unresolved territorial disputes where China's predisposition under Xi Jinping, unlike under Deng Xiaoping, has not been to consign these matters to future wiser generations of leaders, but instead to seek to resolve them by changing material circumstances on the ground in the here and now. It is also, for those of you who study military deployments carefully, a period of parallel strategic change in basic markers like the order of battle, which is supported by the United States and by China. In the period since 2010, if you look at the number of Chinese combatant vessels, for example, surface and subsurface, it has risen from just north of 200 to approaching 400. When you look at the United States, it has, as of 2010, had something like 280, 290 combatants. That figure is now somewhere between 290 and 300. In other words, the dynamic of change when it comes to the geopolitical environment is clear, as demonstrated by a simple numerical calculus of what is being deployed into the battle space. And that is simply within one domain, that is the naval domain, before we add other elements to the equation in terms of air, land, as well as cyber and space. Around the deterrence equation, we see China's operationalization of its grey zone strategy in relation to Taiwan. We see a similar grey zone strategy now at work in its strategy towards disputed territorial claims in the South China Sea, or as described in Manila, the West Philippine Sea. In Australia, we are deeply mindful, therefore, of what is occurring across the Indo-Pacific region, what is happening in terms of the large-scale addition to military capabilities within the region, led predominantly by China, rising and continuing unresolved geopolitical and territorial tensions, and therefore the continued risk of crisis, conflict, or war. In response to this complex and ever-challenging strategic environment, Australia released its Defence Strategic Review, known in the Australian parlance as the DSR, in 2023. We Australians invent an acronym for everything because we don't like long words. DSR, Defence Strategic Review. The DSR emphasised the importance of asymmetrical capability as a means of deterrence by denial. These capabilities are designed to change a potential adversary's decision-making calculus. And to do this, Australia must harness all elements of national power to protect our strategic interests. This is the DSR's concept of national defence, bringing the whole country together and bringing all levels of national power to bear. National defence is intended as a coordinated whole-of-government, whole-of-nation approach that harnesses all arms of Australia's national power to defend Australia and to advance our interests. It works alongside other elements of Australian statecraft, including industry resilience, domestic resilience, supply chain resilience, social cohesion, innovation, science and technology, workforce skills and the workforce base, and a robust Australian national intelligence community and an activist foreign policy. Our strategy for achieving all these initiatives, as I said before, is through what we define as a strategy of denial. What does that mean in practice? It involves deterring an adversary by ensuring that the costs of their actions far outweigh the benefits. We seek to deter any state from using coercion or aggression to pursue its interests in our wider region. Ultimately, we seek an environment where no actor considers that the benefits of conflict outweigh the costs. And to achieve this strategy of denial, defence needs asymmetric capabilities within Australia. Enter AUKUS. AUKUS is one of the mechanisms for building this asymmetric capability, and as we seek more broadly to give effect to our strategy of denial. Our technology and capability cooperation with the United States and the United Kingdom under AUKUS is essential to building the Australian Defence Force's capacity to deliver calibrated power projection across the full spectrum of proportionate response within our region. AUKUS Pillar 1 will deliver conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarines for Australia. Those of you who are familiar with this know that this is a pretty important and impressive piece of kit and equipment. Those of you who have seen what a Virginia-class vessel can do will understand that. Those of you who are engaged in the planning or in the participation more broadly in the design of what will be the AUKUS-class submarine to replace the Virginia-class vessels, I believe will be equally impressed. These are designed not as ornaments, they are designed to be a critical element in deterrence, hence their capability structure and hence the decision by Australian governments to proceed in this direction. That is AUKUS Pillar 1. AUKUS Pillar 2 is usually described as advanced capabilities, with 6 broad capability areas to begin with: electronic warfare, quantum technologies, advanced cyber, hypersonics, counter-hypersonics, undersea warfare, artificial intelligence. These are the areas we consider that will make the greatest impact on the future of warfighting. We must harness, therefore, technological advances that will lead to the development of these asymmetric capabilities, and to do so at speed. At present, the amount of time which it takes a piece of technology in the innovation phase to actual deployment in the hands of the warfighter can be up to 12 years. We need, in our current strategic environment, to get that down to 2 or 3 years. That is at least consistent with what our Chinese friends are doing at present. Furthermore, AUKUS builds on our long-standing relationships in the United States and in the United Kingdom, and this will enable deeper collaboration on individual AUKUS projects beyond submarines, including on a range of security and defence capabilities. Through AUKUS, we are building both near and long-term capabilities and expanding our capability options for beyond what we could achieve alone. And for us, that's important. It's also important for the UK, and it's also important for the USA. Although AUKUS Pillar 2 is primarily a technology sharing partnership, it is in fact much more than that. It will enable our militaries, our industries, and our economies to work together more seamlessly during a period of deteriorating strategic circumstances in the Indo-Pacific and more broadly. I emphasise again the seamlessness objective here. At present, for those of you engaged in defence industry, you'll be familiar with the morass, the mire, the complex maze, and if I can extend the alliteration one step further, the mess that exists in the complex web of ITARs and FMS approvals and their Australian and UK equivalents. No wonder innovation dies at the doorstep. That's why the objective, the policy objective as set by our political leaders, has been to create a seamless investment environment across these 3 industries. Why? Not just because we think it's good for industry, we think it's critical for innovation, and it's critical for rapid and timely responses to the deteriorating strategic environment in which we find ourselves. We have created, therefore, this seamless licence-free environment for the vast majority of defence trade between our 3 nations. And we need our defence industry and our academic communities to make full use of this new environment. On AUKUS Pillar 1, and that is the submarines component, I should reflect here what progress has been achieved over the last 3 years. Significant, tangible steps towards implementation have occurred. In December of 23, in a strong bipartisan show of support, the United States Congress passed the 2024 National Defence Authorisation Act with substantial enabling provisions for AUKUS, including authorising the transfer of Virginia-class submarines to Australia. This was significant. Those of you who know anything about getting legislation through the United States Congress, the United States Senate in this domain, or in any other domain, will know that it's not a cakewalk. This took a lot of effort, and we're glad to see it done. And we thank our friends on both sides of the aisle for making that possible. Second, Australians are now on placement in shipyards and in education, training and apprenticeship facilities across the United States and across the United Kingdom. Here in the US, the first 3 Royal Australian Navy officers graduated Submarine Officer Basic Course, SOBC, in April this year and have now joined the US Virginia-class submarine crews. More than 20 Royal Australian Navy sailors and officers are currently training in the US Navy submarine training systems. And over the next 12 months, these numbers will grow from 20 to 100 and beyond, including those serving at sea on US Virginia-class subs. In other words, we have got going. The first submarine tendered maintenance period has just concluded in WA, that's Western Australia. In the past couple of weeks, the Royal Australian Navy have had personnel which have directly participated in the maintenance of a US nuclear-powered submarine in WA. This is the first time we have done that. Therefore, again, it evidences not just what we're doing at the operational level, what we're doing at the training level, what we're doing at the level of those working in the shipyards as well. Material progress has therefore been evident during the course of 2024, given that the legislation underpinning all this only passed in December of 2023. Then, of relevance to the university sector, the Australian government has announced the establishment of the Nuclear-Powered Submarine Student Pathways Program. This is a target national competitive program providing an additional 4,000 government-funded places over 4 years in STEM-related courses to grow the skilled workforce required to meet the future demands of the nuclear-powered submarine enterprise. On top of that, 3,000 scholarships over 6 years will be made available to further support the uptake of priority STEM degrees for full-time domestic undergraduate students. All AUKUS partners are investing significantly to ensure the success of what we call the optimal pathway, and we are working at pace to transform and integrate our trilateral industrial bases to support this SSN cooperation. In a time of such geostrategic challenge, AUKUS cooperation is critical to promoting the regional balance, and we need to pool resources and to combine strengths across our respective sovereign borders. And what about AUKUS Pillar 2 progress so far? Pillar 2 is also accelerating and deepening the development and delivery of advanced military capabilities. The alignment of our national defence strategies anchored by our shared values is facilitating this. Pillar 2 is also providing a vehicle to break down barriers and to improve the broader trilateral trade and innovation system. Specific areas of capability cooperation include what is called the AUKUS Maritime Big Play, where we are developing autonomous systems in the maritime domain through a series of exercises and experiments leveraging our collective industrial bases and innovation sectors. We also see this in the trilateral anti-submarine warfare domain through rolling out advanced AI algorithms on multiple systems, including in P-8A maritime patrol aircraft, to process data through to improving our anti-submarine warfare capabilities. And a third example of progress to date, quantum positioning, navigation and timing to ensure stealth in the undersea domain. In other words, work is proceeding and work is advancing. We're also driving innovation through the AUKUS Innovation Challenges and enhancing defence trade and industrial-based collaboration through historic legislative and regulatory change to enable the development of advanced capabilities. The first AUKUS Innovation Challenge, focusing on electronic warfare, was launched in March of 24. This was an opportunity for academia and industry to respond directly to government demand signals. We encourage input from universities in responding to future AUKUS innovation challenges. The idea being, rather than AUKUS innovation consisting of governments and departments of defence simply saying, you shall build X, instead to say to industry, we need capability Y, how would you fill it? That is the essential difference in the space that we are now operating within. AUKUS partners are engaging regularly with the university sector, whose insights and contributions are critical to delivering these advanced capabilities. In Australia, we've met with some of Australia's universities through the group of 8 large universities with large research faculties to understand how we can foster greater academic and economic engagement on Pillar 2 projects. We've also established the Advanced Capabilities Dialogue, a new platform for Australian academia and industry to engage with Pillar 2 through classified and unclassified briefings. Together, These activities enhance AUKUS's partners' capability, their collective security and their deterrence. So here we are, 3 years on. Is it a stellar record of achievement? No. Is it a reasonable record of achievement? Yes, against, frankly, any normal political, public administration and administrative measure. The challenge now is as follows. We spent effectively a year developing the AUKUS policy concept. We spent the second year legislating that concept into legislative reality. This year we have focused our efforts, which will conclude in about 2 months' time with the final iteration of the so-called excluded technology list of the United States system, the regulatory system which will underpin this entire arrangement. Our focus now shifts to the implementation of concrete projects. And our job as governments in 3 capitals, together with industry and together with those of you who support the overarching strategic vision of AUKUS, is to drive this towards completing a number of leading projects in the next 12 months, so that when we look back in 12 months' time, we can point to projects which have effectively navigated the AUKUS, the new AUKUS legislative and regulatory regime, deploying fully what's available within the various defence, industry, innovation and venture capital systems, and bringing these technologies to fruition. What I would like to see is us being able to point to a number of done projects. My experience of politics and public administration is success breeds success. And what we need to do now is to identify where the success points are. I'm confident we'll be able to do that. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks very much, Ambassador, for your insights and your points. We've got about 10 minutes for questions, so I'll ask the audience to perhaps spend some time considering, and I might ask for a microphone to come down here for the Ambassador to be able to use from his position, if that's okay. Just to kick things off, if you don't mind, I might think about a quote that was mentioned this morning in reference to AUKUS, and it was described as the highest possible ambition in the shortest possible time. And thinking about that as a frame of reference, thank you, sorry about that. Thinking about that as a frame of reference in the broader discourse of public narrative in some of these projects that are potentially decades in execution, do you have any thoughts on how the 3 countries can best, I guess, bulletproof the narrative about AUKUS across what will be multiple terms of parliament, multiple administrations, so that we can maintain sort of the event horizon and the North Star that sees us provide these deterrence capabilities, from the middle of the next decade onwards?
As I partly said in my earlier remarks, fixing the legislation in all 3 countries is necessary, otherwise nothing happens. Fixing the regulation in all 3 countries is necessary, otherwise nothing happens. And then on execution, the simple axiom is success breeds success. So in doing the latter, you can either sit back, fold your arms and say, as the combined bureaucratic establishments of 3 countries, our job is done, over to you in industry. My experience is that that does not often work. What is therefore required is for those in government who have, as it were, been the midwives of this set of arrangements, is to work actively and collaboratively with defence primes and defence industry to bring real projects into being rapidly. And you don't have to be a Rhodes Scholar to work out that, frankly, there are a number which are well developed already, where this can be taken to the next stage and taken there rapidly with a hands-on approach from government, from industry, and from our militaries. So, as I said in my prepared remarks before, we can create a cornucopia of committees. We can have 1,000 conferences, but unless you actually have your eyes on the end goal, which is 2, 3, 4, or 5 sets of capabilities, which will significantly alter the battle space for the warfighter and direct all energies at the same, and, shall we say, break crockery on the way through in order to do it, then we don't demonstrate success. Certainly from the perspective of the Australian government, that's the predisposition, is to work actively, proactively with industry to realize those objectives. Once success is achieved, as I said in my earlier remarks, it does tend to breed success. But we are now at the hump, which is moving from theory to practice.
Thank you. Who would like to ask a question? We've got one from Jim Caruso up the back of the room.
Hi, Ambassador. This is for your China analyst hat. Have you seen any change in Chinese tactics, trajectory, thinking as a result of AUKUS, Quad, minilaterals? Is it working so far in deterrence to the best of your guess?
This is me as an individual, as it were, China analyst, as opposed to reflecting any formal analytical conclusions on behalf of the Australian government or the intelligence community or the policy community. So it's me reading my own tea leaves, if that's okay, because I do read the Chinese literature. That's kind of what I've been doing for the last 40 years of my life, and probably I should have had a better hobby, but that's kind of what I've been doing. So what have I deduced? From the Chinese literature, I think it is relatively clear that the combination of a series of changing regional geopolitical arrangements is having a galvanizing effect within Beijing. What am I referring to? I'm referring to the deepening and broadening pattern of trilateral strategic collaboration between the United States, Japan, and the Republic of Korea. I'm referring to the rebirth of the rebirth of the United States Philippines strategic relationship and associated deployments. I'm referring to the emergence of AUKUS, and particularly its relevance to the building and acquisition by Australia of nuclear-powered, conventionally armed subs, attack class vessels. I'm referring to the Quad and the fact that you have an upcoming Quad summit soon again between the heads of government of the United States, Japan, India, and Australia. Put all that together, if you're sitting in Beijing, and if you are influenced by traditional Soviet means of calculating what is arrayed around you, that is around concepts of the correlation of forces, then suddenly the correlation of forces is looking more complex than it used to only 5 years ago, frankly, because all these things that I've just referred to have really come to fruition, if you go through the list, within the last 3 years. So therefore, is it having a deterrent effect? Unfortunately, I don't sit in the inner sanctums of the Central Military Commission, and I don't have access to the recorded minutes of the meeting. But my assessment, that's the best I can say, is that when Chinese military analysts look at the geopolitical picture, they see it more clouded and cluttered than they did before. What Chinese military planners want throughout history is absolute clarity on where individual components of the strategic picture are and where they will move under a given set of strategic circumstances. What we have done collectively in responding to China being no longer the status quo power but being the dynamic power, that is seeking to change the map, is that these actions have largely been spontaneously combusted from countries across the region and beyond, in the case of the United Kingdom, and have therefore presented a much more complex picture of what I often describe as dynamic deterrence as opposed to static deterrence. Of course, the core of deterrence does not just lie in geopolitical architecture. That is one overarching feature, but anchored in one thing, the United States has a remarkable strategic advantage, which is its 43 treaty alliances around the world. The People's Republic of China has a relationship with North Korea. It has a relationship with now with Russia, and has a relationship with Pakistan. And beyond that, they do not have the range of geographies which the United States has within its possession. So I think, but within all of that, what the Chinese system spends most of its time looking at is individual weapon systems and whether one is capable of deterring the others, which brings us down to the meat and potatoes of deterrence as well. But on the broader question you've asked about surrounding architectural changes, I think they are having a cumulative deterrent effect.
Thanks, Ambassador. Thanks, Jim. Any other questions? We've got time for one more. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Jack Krapansky, unaffiliated. Do you have any concerns about the upcoming elections in the United States, and are you losing any sleep at all, or is it just going to be, do you expect that AUKUS will be supported equally no matter who wins?
I've always been a good sleeper, and it goes back to my own time in politics as Prime Minister of Australia. If you don't sleep well, then you're in trouble. As my wife says, I could sleep through the Blitz. Secondly, if you've been an ally of the United States, as long as Australia has been an ally of the United States, like, you know, we're about 3/4 of a century in this business together. And that's formal alliance structures. Prior to that, we had informal alliance structures during World War II and during World War I. For the better part of 100 years, we've been in the trenches with our great and powerful friends in the United States, and frankly, over much of that time with the United Kingdom as well. So I think the view of Australia is that whatever choice the American people make on the 5th of November is a matter for the American people, and we will work comfortably with the administration that the American people choose. Finally, on the question of AUKUS, I have no evidence other than what I see through the huge bipartisan turnout in legislation in the Senate, in the House, all stripes of both the Democrat Party and the Republican Party unifying behind the AUKUS legislation. So beyond that, it's pretty hard to add. So I think we'll just leave November 5 to you.
And on that note, unfortunately, ladies and gents, we've run out of time. So will you join me and thank Ambassador Rudd for his time today? Thanks, everyone. Back at 3. Well, we might, ladies and gents, we might assume our seats. We can ask those outside to come on in. Who have we got? I think Charlie's rounding up. Good. Okay, for those who are online and for those in the room, thanks very much. We're slightly behind with our program, but we will run this one from 3 o'clock through to 4 o'clock local, and we'll catch up at the back end of the day. My privilege now to introduce our next panel, which is AUKUS Industry Challenges and Opportunities. The moderator is Professor Matthew Holver, who's the Vice President, Knowledge Enterprise Initiatives and Professor, College of Health Solutions, Arizona State University. Matt will introduce the panel members themselves. And as I said, look forward to the next hour and the enriched conversation. Over to you, Matt. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Is the mic? I think it's on. Yes. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. I am Vice President of Knowledge Enterprise Initiatives at ASU. Knowledge Enterprise is the research arm of the university, and you can think of everything from discovery to application, industry engagement, et cetera. Most recently, I was Vice President of Research and recently made a move to Washington, D.C. So just for your reference, anything imaginable in the context of growing and diversifying our resource streams, collaboration, partnerships to continue to elevate ASU's research impacts across multiple domains. That's health, that's sustainability, for example, water, clean energy transition, space exploration, but for the purposes we're here today is also national defense and security. So ASU has been spending a lot of time thinking about how we can really continue to grow and elevate our impact in a national security space, align capabilities with mission pool, et cetera, and I think that extends specifically to the S&D Plus Alliance, and so everything that I said I just do for ASU, I think you can just assume I do as an extension of S&D Plus. So it's a pleasure to be here today, and something we think about a lot is we can't have the impacts as a university, and I think S&D Plus can't have the impacts we desire to have unless we are partnering across many sectors, and that includes industry. And I think we're continuing to think about how best to engage industry and what our value add is, and I think we don't know that until we continue to have conversations with industry partners. So that's primarily the conversation today, and so I'll do our panel today is Peter Heinemann, Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Critical Technologies, Office of the Secretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. We have Chris Montferret, Vice President of Maritime and Strategic Systems Strategy and Business Development for General Dynamics Mission Systems. And we have Ashley Snyder, Director of Australia-UK Emerging Markets, Mission Technologies, for HII, and she's also Chief Safety Engineering Assurance Officer for H&B Defense.
That's right.
Correct? Okay. So I'll turn it over to our panel to give an overview, an introduction and some opening remarks.
Hey, thank you. So first, the Honourable Heidi Shrew, the Undersecretary of Defence, regrets that she couldn't be here today. I've been within research and engineering. I've been the lead for her on AUKUS Pillar 2. I'm looking forward to the questions and the conversation that we're going to have today. I've been involved in Pillar 2 since about April of 23, so about 16, 17 months. I have a pretty good idea of where we are, what's going on, have opinions about what's working, what's not working. Most of it's working well. So I look forward to the questions.
I'm Chris Montferret from General Dynamics Mission Systems. First off, wow, what a day, what an audience, and an intimidating set of folks to go before. I have not advised any prime ministers. in case you're wondering. But I have been in the industry for 37 years, mostly around maritime and strategic systems. So I've worked in surface systems, undersea systems, and strategic deterrence systems. Again, mostly in the maritime domain for General Dynamics Mission Systems. Many of you likely know General Dynamics Electric Boat, our shipbuilder. Mission Systems provides mission capabilities to platforms like the submarines. So within our particular maritime and strategic systems group, we provide weapons, sensors, effectors, software, computing, and integrate that onto those platforms to make them mission capable. So that's kind of where we are focused in Mission Systems. Within AUKUS, in particular, Pillar 1, we provide the combat system for the Virginia-class submarines, the AMBYG-1 combat system, and that is also on the Collins-class submarine. So we've been partnered with Australia for over 20 years to integrate that combat system into Collins, and it's on Virginia now, and it will be the baseline system for SSN AUKUS as well. So a pretty good footprint there. And then when we also guidance and navigation for the Mark 48 torpedoes, which are also used in the U.S. and Australian inventory. For Pillar 2, we're involved in key technologies for hypersonics, cyber, mostly led by our TAC-Lane product. Many of you who know about encryption and encryptors, TAC-Lane is a General Dynamics Mission Systems product. And then undersea warfare, we are part of the C-1778 program, where our UUVs are down in Australia operating right now, a 9-inch and 12-inch variants. So we provide UUVs as well as other undersea technologies that are relevant to Pillar 2.
Thank you. Ashley.
So that's to me. So I also have not advised any prime ministers or anything like that, but I am a mom of 6 kids, so I feel like that's almost as important. All right. You guys are awake. That's excellent. So I've been 20 years in the nuclear industry. I'm an engineer by training and trade. Grew up in the environmental side of the house and then shifted over to shipbuilding with HII. Came into Newport News Shipbuilding 17 years ago. So I grew up in hard hat, boots, operating, testing Virginia-class submarines. So career's been all over the place with nuclear engineering within the confines of HII. I was tapped on the shoulder last July 4th weekend, actually, and said, hey, we want you to come over and do this AUKUS thing. I was like, okay, I'm game. That sounds fun. And then a couple months later, they said, what do you think, Ashley, about relocating to Australia? And I said, absolutely not. I'm pleased to tell you that we will be relocating to Perth next month. So as things go, things have progressed in ways I was never anticipating, which is, I think, the story of most of our careers. But much like Chris, I don't work in the shipyard anymore, but very closely alongside it, and been part of the stand-up of our joint venture with Babcock H&B Defense. I'm the Chief Safety Engineering and Assurance Officer there, so that's a new role, a new hat to wear, and a new opportunity. But HII has been all over the AUKUS agreement since the very beginning, obviously alongside Electric Boat. We're the 2 shipbuilders that create Virginia-class submarines, the 2 nuclear shipbuilders in the U.S. So that's a kind of a responsible position there with AUKUS and the Pillar 1 technologies. As far as Pillar 2, we also have our Mission Technologies division that has all of that C5ISR, electronic warfare, space, autonomous vehicles, unmanned systems, which really we're bringing the rest of that Pillar 2 capability to Australia as well. So we've made some moves in the organization with who leads in Australia, obviously bringing talent from the U.S. system into Australia, specifically around nuclear. We did hire a new managing director for HI Australia, which is the Pillar 2 capability. We're part of the global supply chain team in Australia. So a lot of things have been moving and churning in the last year for us to be supporting AUKUS from all different angles.
Thank you. I don't know if it was mentioned earlier. We were expecting Congressman Joe Courtney to join us, and he sends his regrets. Did you already say this? He can't be with us today. He's doing what his constituents voted him to do, and I believe he is voting on legislation this afternoon and cannot make it. So we're sorry that he couldn't make it, but he does send his regrets. So I will open with the first question. What opportunities has AUKUS created in the defense industry and beyond, and how can companies capitalize on these opportunities? And I'm happy for this just to be kind of free association, but Ashley, would you like to start?
Sure, happy to. So AUKUS really puts a name to something that we've already been doing. I think it was mentioned earlier that it's 82 years of a partnership with the U.S. and Australia, and obviously through the 1958 Mutual Defense Agreement, the U.S. and the U.K. have a pretty strong relationship with regard to one of our most sacred technologies, nuclear-powered submarines. So this really opens up the aperture to build the industrial base of all three partner nations. Submarine displacement in tons, the demand for the U.S. system is increasing to levels that we haven't seen since the Cold War buildup in 1980. So, the displacement in tons needed for the U.S. system then was 100,000 tons. We just crossed that again in 2023, and we have almost an exponential growth pattern until I think 2030 is when we hit 200,000 tons. That's just the U.S. demand for submarines. When you put this into perspective with all three nations, then that increases the demand, but it also shares the wealth as far as being able to leverage all three nations' industrial backbone. So this gives us an opportunity to share technology. It's enabled ITAR reform to be pushed to the front and center. I mean, prior to this last year, I'm not sure how many people outside of our industry would talk about ITAR, but now it's on the tip of everybody's tongue. And now we have to go and operationalize how that actually gets done. So it just provides an opportunity for industry. Defense is a big industry here in the US, and we're able to pull other adjacent industries, whether it's mining or defense industry in Australia, as well as the UK together to help benefit from a systems approach to the capacity building.
Chris.
So Ashley and I did not compare notes before this, and my written answer is quite similar, but
I'm glad I went first then.
I found as it gets later in the day, it's incredibly hard to be clever, especially when there's a lot of smart panelists that go before you. But I do believe what AUKUS provides is a structured framework around a set of technologies, competencies, and capabilities, right? We all do foreign military sales, right? We all fight in that foreign market, and it's often a knife fight. But with AUKUS, there's very kind of clear, at least let's start with Pillar 1, there's a very clear defined market, space, roles, technologies, competencies, and capabilities that are necessary. So with that framework established, now you can get to the work of the real baseline is how do we uplift, as Ashley said, how do we uplift the industrial base in all three countries? How do we create capability and volume that supports all three nations in order to meet the shipbuilding challenges that we have when you look at, again, trying to build submarines, nuclear-powered submarines across three different countries. So I think that is the biggest opportunity. From our perspective, partnership is the key to that. It's partnership with government, it's partnership with academia, it's partnership with other businesses. You may think Electric Boat and HII maybe are competitors sometimes, but the reality is that we all know that we have to work very closely together because we won't get it done if we're not partnering with everybody. There's just too much work to be done. There are too many challenges for us to be bickering amongst ourselves. And there's, as Ashley said, plenty of work to go around. So the opportunity is great, and the opportunity is great across all three countries. And I think, as I said, partnering for uplift, in particular in Australia, a white-hot labor market there, right? So how do we find the workforce to come do the bidding that is necessary for AUKUS, to support Virginia to start, and then translate to building SSN AUKUS eventually and sustaining those platforms out in time is going to take, I forget you said the number, someone said the number, 30,000 people or something like that we have to add in Australia alone. So as I said, plenty of work to be done, and it's going to take partnership. It's going to take a focus on the mission and locking arms and going and figuring it out. So that's where the opportunity from my perspective resides.
Great. Peter.
In terms of just Pillar 2 thinking, when Pillar 2 got underway, there were a number of working groups in the 6 areas that Ambassador Rudd laid out. And within those, there were lines of effort. There was some work that's happened between the 3 countries, most of which is done by industry, some by government organizations, or combinations of the above. And there are products of those activities that are moved across to programs of record. So that's in the beginning phases. Now, coming from a DARPA and IARPA background, I'm an R&D guy. That's it. But for me, R&D is project-based. So when I start it, I know who's going to benefit if I succeed. I can put metrics on it. I can put timelines on it and hold myself and hold others to account. And that's how I go to whoever holds the purse strings to get the resources to do it. And then I'm seen to execute. Industry understands this. Actually, so do universities as well. So as we move from working groups and lines of effort to project-based work in Pillar 2, I see, and I'm seeing inside the system, ambition towards much more significant trilat projects. And it's actually very exciting. One example that the ambassador pointed out that's out there in public is something that we've called the Maritime Big Play. This is something that's going to occur with a marquee event each year in the fall. This year it's at Autonomous Warrior off Jarvis Bay in Australia. And companies have been bringing gear to participate in that in the 3 countries. It's been evaluated and tested. Some of it's been shipped from here to Australia. Australia's bringing their own. Brits are bringing their own as well from their own industries. And they'll be playing together and working together from the subsea to the stratosphere. So, and there's a sequence of these events year over year with increasing complexity, and not just in numbers, but in terms of the type of autonomy, the decision-making, the operational control. So that's, for me, that was the sign of a first real project, or project thinking, and now we're adding more to that inside Pillar 2. So it's pretty encouraging. The ITAR change, or the netless, the ETL changes. I remember getting into AUKUS Pillar 2 April of last year, and the first things I heard from industry were, there's this ITAR thing, or EAR. And the State Department was in the room. They heard that. They led. And here we are now with the ETL, revised ETL, pretty much final. And it's, for government speak, that's a little over a year. That's light speed. Yeah. This is a very important partnership, and it's, the signs are good.
And then, actually, thanks for reminding me on Pillar 2, because I did what we always tend to do. We jump right into a discussion of Pillar 1, right? That's our
I was going to say the same thing. Yep. It's easiest to figure out.
Jump right there, right? But the reality, from an industry perspective, right now it looks like Pillar 2 is moving more slowly. But the reality is the challenges there and the diversity of needs and gaps and requirements are going to create great opportunity in Pillar 2. I guess my perspective is we in industry, we need to be patient. We need to keep our ear to the ground as that evolves, as it comes together, and as the funding settles out and the requirements settle out. Because Pillar 1 is a big sucking sound right now, I think, in terms of, budgets and things like that. But there are real needs and gaps and mission requirements associated with Pillar 2. If you want opportunity in Pillar 2, continue to pay attention, keep your ear to the ground, and be patient would be my recommendation.
Yeah, kind of similar to that. You both kind of sparked my thoughts. It's easy to get focused on Pillar 1. It's a submarine. It's a big black thing. It's, that's the sexy thing right now. But really, Pillar 2 is just putting a name to things that we already are doing. For example, unmanned systems we did a Yellow Moray project. So at the end of last year, we actually did a fully autonomous launch and recovery of one of our REMIS, our unmanned systems vehicles. Now, it just so happens that all 3 classes of submarines, Virginia-class, Collins, and Astute, have the same size torpedo tube. So when you think about interoperability and being able to open up the doors to communicate, then that would be one of those opportunities. What if we could extend that and we could launch from a US-based Virginia, and then it could be collected by an Astute class and then launched again and recovered by Collins? That creates this whole network that's much bigger than any, the sum of all three parts is bigger than we are independently. So Pillar 2 really is the embodiment of that interoperability and the embodiment of being able to share things through the modifications that have been made to ITAR and other regulatory regimes.
And so,
there we go.
Yeah, some more. So when we think about Pillar 2 and we say advanced capabilities, a lot of folk go straight to, that means R&D, but just R&D. So low TRL, low technology readiness. But there's no constraint on that. And certainly inside the Pillar 2 space, we have leadership by defense policy, but then on the team working with policy, we have the joint staff. We have acquisition and sustainment. We have research and engineering. And we're looking everything from, yes, from some R&D, we don't know how to do this yet, but there's real bench in the 3 countries, all the way up to acquire and deploy. So everything is fair game in Pillar 2. It is not constrained just to the R&D phase.
Great. Charlie, when did we start? I'm just trying to get an idea of our time.
Oh, plenty of time.
So I'm going to derail it just slightly then, since we have Peter, this might be from your comments. I think the academic community has a lot to offer in those lower TRL, Pillar 2, emerging technology space, and I think S&D Plus, in our opinion, is a little bit ahead of its time. And what we notice is resources coming from the federal government to support trilateral projects. Mm-hmm. I thought, and if we want to save this to question 4 about future trends, that's fine. But I was just curious, what's your thoughts? Are we going to see more resources coming out to support trilateral, lower TRL work across academic institutions?
So as Ambassador Rudd described, on the teams that we have working today, I'll leave it to you all to talk about Pillar 1, but in Pillar 2, with the universities, with the industry elements that are there, universities are absolutely engaged and working with them. This is from a university research perspective. If you want to put something in the water, break it, pick up the pieces, and learn how to do it better next time, or to write the research paper for the next, or devise the next sensor, or the next position navigation timing device, we are doing those experiments. We're deeply involved in those experiments in some very different C domains. So pretty interesting. Now, for those of you who watch in the US system, the budget process, in the present budget request for the coming year, there's a substantial line for AUKUS Pillar 2 related activities in the research lines. So we don't have the final budget yet, and we're going through the process now to understand how much will be available. But effectively multiply that by 3 or more, because there's equitable or equivalent investments in the way these things work between the 3 countries in any of these activities. But universities, again, coming from DARPA and IARPA, that's where the real innovation happens.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get us back on track. How has AUKUS influenced the defense and technology sectors in US, UK, and Australia? Ashley, I'll start with you again.
Okay. Well, kind of piggybacking off what Peter was mentioning as far as the universities really being a linchpin for all of this, if you think about it, global stability is really about deterrence, and deterrence is really about industrial capability, and industrial capability is really about having a workforce that can do the work. So whether it's making the widgets with these small to medium enterprises in Australia, all the way to assembling and testing and operating nuclear-powered submarines, it's all about workforce. And the partnerships with industry are there, and robust industry and government, and the industry to universities is also a really important component when you're thinking about not just the R&D piece. So all sides of AUKUS, we need to have those industry partnerships. So I was privileged to be able to be part of that, working with University of New South Wales, Curtin University, and University of Adelaide to form AUKUS Workforce Alliance to be really focused on that making sure that the workforce is ready, not just from the R&D perspective, but just general nuclear capability, industrial capability. What kind of engineers do we need to be putting into the system? What kind of trades do we need to be putting into the system? And really building that industrial base from not just the university, but even before that. So workforce development is going to be a key enabler here in being successful. And I think that we've demonstrated that there's a desire to do that, and we'll just continue along that path, getting the right kind of partners in the right place to progress.
Chris.
Yeah, so I was going to talk about partnerships, but I won't. I would, I guess I'm going to bring it around to risk, and it's a theme that I've got a couple of different places in my remarks. You think about things like putting a man on the moon, that came up earlier today. You think about launching a missile from a submerged submarine, right? The nation was able to, within 5 years, figure out how to cut a submarine apart, put a missile tube in there, design those missiles, develop the fire control system and launch control system, and to throw those missiles through the water and get them on target accurately. And they did that in 5 years. We can't even write software in 5 years right now, right? From a risk perspective, things like that where there's a national priority, or in this case, a trilateral priority, create the opportunity for innovation. They create the opportunity for changing your risk posture, right? So I guarantee you in 5 years to do that, they took a lot of risks, right? And there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong. And for NASA to put a man in space, they took a lot of risks, and there were a lot of things that could have gone wrong, but there was a national imperative to do it. And I think that AUKUS is similar in terms of some of the things that we are driving at in the timeline. Maybe that it's not as bleeding edge technology, but some of the things we're doing, like the ITAR changes, like security posture, like cybersecurity, right? There are great challenges and risks, and if we want to do it in the time frame that has been laid out, we need to lean forward into that, and that's industry, it's academia, it's government, right? Leaning forward, and so from my perspective, I think it creates an opportunity for us to break some molds that have gotten very hardened over very many years. That maybe don't need to be as hardened as they are, right? Because you get into the habit that everything looks the same to you from a risk perspective, and the reality is it's not, right? There's a risk management structure that you can put in place where there are low risk things where you can lean much more forward than, say, a high risk thing, and you don't compromise over here on the high risk things. But you can compromise on some of the other things. And getting back to the discipline of sorting that all out to allow us to move faster, I think, is one of the great things that can come out of AUKUS.
Peter, do you have anything to add?
Again, Pillar 2 focus only. In the industry perspective, when companies come to talk, the refrain a year or so ago was, well, we have a subsidiary and in one of the other countries, whichever way around it might be, and we can't easily move information back and forth because of some of these rules. Some of those things, some of that friction is going. So there's subtle changes happening, subtle from the outside, maybe incredibly important from the inside, but I defer to you. And then in terms of as we're looking at larger Pillar 2 projects, coming forward, that notion of co-development and co-production, or co-R&D, co-development, co-production of different things is actually pretty exciting, especially when you think of the stresses we're placing on the larger military industrial base at the moment for manufacture and procurement of systems and armaments.
Great. So all of you've already touched on some challenges, but from your respective positions, what are the key challenges that are keeping you up at night in the context of the AUKUS framework and ensuring its success? Peter, I'll start with you if you want to.
I won't be too blasé and say nothing does keep me up at night on AUKUS Pillar 2, but nothing does keep me up at night on AUKUS Pillar 2. things are moving in the right direction. Again, we're moving to a focus on projects and bigger projects. The ETL publication, sea change, no pun intended. And then there's some of the machinery in Pillar 2, the basic machinery in terms of acquisition rules work between the 3 countries. So if any of you do government contracting in the US, if I do something, I have to do, well, I always prefer to do full and open competition. Okay, if I run a competition and I pick company X, company Y, and you're one of the partners, can you just use that? Or do you have to do your own competition? It sounds, if you're not in the business, it sounds meh. But actually, things like that, and we have awesome partners in the acquisition sustainment business working with us, working through these, running tabletops, trying to knock some of these things down before we run into them when we're moving much faster than we are at the moment. So it's a good moment. This is a good moment to be in the AUKUS space.
Chris?
Yeah, a couple of things, and I'll start kind of where I left off on the last response there. And this has come up a number of times with prior panels here, right? Export control, security, both cybersecurity and security clearances. Making sure that you've got good definition of those regulations, right? So from the industry has their own risk management framework, right? There are things that we'll do, there are things that we won't do. There are things that the governments need to inherently drive, things like security requirements, things like cyber requirements, security levels, right? What does secret in the US equate to? I know we do it well in the Intel community. I'm not sure it's as clear in the DoD, right? How you can translate clearance levels across the nations, right? Those things need to be defined by the government so that industry then has a framework in which they can operate pretty freely. And that's cybersecurity requirements, it's security clearance requirements, and it's export control requirements. So great that we got export control moved to a different spot, but until it gets down to implementation, it's really hard for us in industry to do anything with it, right? We need to get to the implementation level for that, and we do in the other areas as well. So that's item one for me. Second, we've hit on a number of times, is the staffing and development of expertise, right, in all 3 countries. And in particular for me, it's a focus in Australia, is how do we get that capability stood up for nuclear-powered submarines and designing, maintaining, sustaining nuclear-powered submarines, and where is that industrial base coming from? And the clearance is necessary to put that workforce in place that they will need as well, especially as came up earlier in a multinational country like Australia, right? Which I think is a little bit more challenging than we have maybe in some cases here in the US. Next, I should say, is the speed of trilateral decision making. Now, I know it came up a couple of times that there's some frameworks in place and governance rules in place, but if that doesn't translate to speed, and I don't know folks' experience, but generally, large organizations like governments of countries tend to not move really quickly, right? US is moving quickly, more quickly than normal. But the reality is there are things in AUKUS, I think, that are going to require quicker decision making. So what does that governance framework look like, and how can we use it to accelerate decisions that are at the speed of relevance, right? Because if you don't go fast enough on some of these things, you're no longer relevant. So that would be one other item. And then the management came up earlier as well. The management of the social contract, I think, is the other thing, right? In all 3 countries, how are we communicating this to the constituents? Working in the defense industry in the US, it's somewhat challenging to listen to people who just don't understand why strong defense is important and why the investment in defense is important. And I think that that's multiplied by 3x, when you look at all 3 countries. and managing the kind of dollar investment that is needed for AUKUS through that, and what does that, social contract, what does that communication look like, and how do we participate as part of the team in industry to help with that, I guess is my last item, and hopefully I left you something to talk about, Ashley.
Well, you gave me a good lead-in. So for as far as timing and speed, that's the one thing that keeps me up at night. When I first entered the AUKUS arena, we had about 100 months until we needed to have that sovereign-ready milestone. So conditions-based milestones, and that time has been eroded. And for every month that we wait, the longer it's going to take to be able to transfer that knowledge and experience. So my previous role as a nuclear test engineer, it takes 15 years to develop what we call a chief test engineer. So you've had a couple of boats start to finish that you've worked through, you've done it as an under-instruct, you have to have your nuclear engineering degree or some similar degree experience. And in order to have that first CTE in place and ready to confidently lead the test organization for the first major availability, that the Australian flagged VCS boat, the first one we transfer, that will happen 7 years after we transfer it, we got to start now. That if you work it back as far as timeline, that's 2025. That person needs to be started, identified, and doing that work. And oh, by the way, it's not just one person, because we run 3 shifts of coverage, because you don't ever just flip the light off in a nuclear-powered submarine and go home. You have a whole lot of people that are going to have to be there. So it's the time, it's the speed, it's the getting the experience. And unfortunately, like with most things, with me personally and many others, we learn things the hard way by doing it and doing it wrong. So we need to start getting that hands-on expertise. And I know there's a plan for placements and embeds in both of our yards, but we really need to expedite that and start where we can, working with the things that we can do, just the general knowledge and information where we have it, that we can share industry to accelerate that time to talent. So it's really about speed. We've gone much faster than we have in the past, especially with something that we've spent our entire career doing this with anything nuclear propulsion information. No, you can't see it. No, you can't share. And now we have to unlearn, 70 years of that culture, which we've, really drilled into our employees and everyone that's involved in the program, that it's very tightly controlled. And now we're asking everyone to undo 70 years of policies, procedures, ways to keep that tight. So there's a lot to unpack there, and we're working on it as fast as we can, but even as fast as we can is not quite fast enough.
And one other thing, I guess, along these lines that I worry about, right? As I said, not all risks are the same across a program. Not everything is equally hard, right? What we're trying to do here, as has come up a number of times, is incredibly hard. We have a propensity to want to make everything really hard. And to make AUKUS successful, we need to let the easy stuff be easy, right? Don't make everything hard. There's some stuff that just is no-brainer. Let's just go do it, right? Don't make it too hard. Don't overthink it. Let's just go do it. There's enough hard stuff for us to think about and worry about that's going to take time. So we're seeing that now, where there's something that's like, hey, we've been doing that for a long time already. Why do we have to rethink it? Let's just keep doing what we're doing. Well, it's AUKUS now. It says, no, we've been doing it. Let's just do it. So that would be the other thing, I think, is don't overthink things that you don't need to overthink. There's plenty of things to overthink.
Those of you who are in the room that work in the academic space like I do, let's take that motto back to the academic space. Let the easy be easy. I like that.
What fun is that?
So final question, and then I guess time permitting, we can open up questions to the audience. But what future trends in defense and technology should the industry players be aware of as AUKUS evolves? Peter, you want to start us off?
Wearing the hat I have at the moment and previous hats in the IC, but always in the R&D space. They say the potential adversary is always going to vote, or in this case, many votes. And technology 20 years ago, or the leading edge, we had commanding positions in everything. Today, we talk about the democratization of technology. Great universities teach people from all over the world, and they need to, because that's how we get the new ideas. On the other hand, it's much more a level playing field. So the notion, I use the term the Red Queen situation, we're running really fast in order to stay in the same position. In some cases, in some areas, we're moving faster. And as Secretary Austin has pointed out, in alignment with the National Defense Strategy, it's our alliances and partnerships that really are one of our superpowers and the basis for advantage going forward. So that's not just additional geography, that's talking about access to smart people, a deep bench in certainly the two AUKUS partners countries. It's just tremendous. And some of the things that they have world-leading industries in, and we don't. So there's a nice complementarity just on the technical side. So that's democratization of technology. That's, on the good side, access to and partnerships with, real partnerships at all security levels for a deep bench of approaches. And then in terms of specific technologies, there are some that we're doing, again, Pillar 2 is my focus, and we have, from the beginning of AUKUS, there are 6 areas of work. As we move to projects, we're not constrained by that. So wearing my day job hats for a moment, I think a lot about space and commercial space. I think a lot about microelectronics and all the things that are going on there. We're involved closely in something called the Microelectronics Commons inside defense, which is a $400 million a year investment in improving the rate at which we take great ideas from universities and small businesses from the laboratory where they've been proven in all kinds of exotic technologies, not just silicon, all the way up to fabrication at scale, and always focused on defense needs. So, again, stepping back from Pillar 2 activities today, thinking about some of the other things that there's, again, back to this real bench in the partners that complement ours, I think it's actually very exciting, the things that we can get to do. Again, back to sufficient funding, back to the will in order to do so.
And as a quick shameless plug, I have to say that ASU was successful in winning one of the Microelectronics Commons hubs out of 8. Had to get that in. Chris.
There you go. I think the threat is going to continue to evolve, right? They're not going to sit still. And so the challenges and the mission requirements will continue to evolve. As the things that we talked about earlier, as cyber regulations and framework, as security framework, as ITAR or export framework comes into clear implementation view, right? I think the opportunity for collaboration to innovate will increase incredibly. And that's where I think the biggest excitement is, whether it's Pillar 1 or Pillar 2, opening up this new collaborative environment where we'll be able to get new innovative ideas or feed off of each other across, national boundaries, if you will, because those restrictions have been softened to allow us to do that. I think that's the really exciting space is as that takes place, I think that we're going to expose a lot of opportunity and a lot of exciting technology advances that'll allow us to kind of track the threat. So, watching what happens in the threat space and then having the ability to talk more freely about technology and about capability and innovate around that, I think is going to be a really exciting space. Like I said, particularly in Pillar 2, but I wouldn't be surprised if some of that also found its way into Pillar 1 as well.
And this is in part why it's so valuable for us to have the Joint Staff and their equivalents deeply involved in the Pillar 2 decision making, because they bring the operational problem set directly across. And talking to US Indo-PACOM, they also bring a very grounded approach to help us choose, with an opportunity cost aspect to it, where to make the investments of finite resources, mostly people. Yeah.
So it's easy to see the trends in the Pillar 2 side of the house and opportunities for that. But sometimes it's a little harder to see that change in the Pillar 1 stuff. However, we really need to begin leveraging advanced capabilities for advanced manufacturing, additive manufacturing, robotic welding, some of the technologies that's taken us a while to implement into our own processes. But now that we see them coming to fruition, especially with future classes of submarine construction, it's really shaved off time. And since time is the other thing that keeps me up at night, we really need to help demonstrate from the very beginning how we can insert technology to do things smarter, faster, more efficiently, because really first-time quality is what gets us to where we need to be. So insertion of technology where it makes sense, not just innovation for the sake of innovation, but actually looking at where those bottlenecks are in the process and inserting technology, whether it's AI, advanced manufacturing, just being smart about where they're inserted into the process.
Great, thank you. So thank you. That concludes our series of questions. Do we have time for a few questions? Great. Well, we will open it up to the audience for questions. Sure.
Part of my role here in S&D is on behalf of the 3 universities to look at AUKUS and the opportunities over and above what the 3 universities are already doing. So as Matt's indicated, ASU is deeply embedded in opportunities as it relates to US DoD. Some of that aligns with AUKUS, a lot of it doesn't, and that's virtuous and appropriate in every way. King's does the same, albeit King's a different product, soft sciences, statecraft, and again, engineering, and it's got relationships, as does UNSW. When we stitch this together to form security and defence, and we do approaches to industry in terms of partnerships, education offerings, short course, micro-credentialism, and then, from 2026 we do masters and postgrad courses, and our research pathways. This is where it gets really tricky. So we're 3 years into AUKUS. HII and GD being fantastic in terms of engagements, and I've met Paul many times, and we've explored the possibility of what may translate at some point. But right now, and it would be my observation, bureaucracies have been so busy reorganising internally that they're not yet ready for a conversation to partner with universities, and that has caused latency in terms of expectation that came out when AUKUS was first announced and what it's presenting by way of opportunity. And there's almost a lost in translation dilemma with defence industry and research over and above what is already happening when it comes to how you bring the hyper potential of something like S&D to a common problem. So again, you experience the challenge of, do you talk to the franchise in Australia or do you talk to the parent in the US? You talk about a workforce dilemma in Australia of 30,000 from zero by the mid to late 2030s. You've got a university with the only nuclear under and postgrad in Australia. It should be a no-brainer, and yet I find at the end of Zoom calls I've got to crawl under my desk, cry for about 10 minutes and then come back up again. So my challenge is this frustration and this expectation that was initial when AUKUS was announced that there would be opportunities. For whatever reason, it is not translating yet. And now what's happening is, I think, frustration is at risk of turning into cynicism, which is at risk of turning into indifference. And once we hit the level of indifference, we're lost. And so not a question that you can provide a satisfactory answer on, but maybe some insight in terms of what we might do to be able to build and continue to build the good work that's already been done from education, from partnerships and from research, from government and from industry back towards the universities. Because there's also, I think, in government, an incorrect view that universities only come with their hand out looking for money, which is not correct. But also from universities, they've got to put their A game on and be able to bring to market the kind of products and services that will drive demand, a demand pull from industry and government, but also accelerate these objectives around AUKUS. So the question is, how on government and industry side can you make it easier for research pathways to be translated into actionable outcomes quickly? Thanks. And I'm happy now, so thank you.
Who wants to take that?
Can I jump in on the
Softball.
therapy session for a minute? Okay, so I feel that on a deeply spiritual level, especially the under the desk and crying. I think that there's two components here. So the social license piece, we need to get students interested about working in defense and interested in working in nuclear and being okay with that. We've been kind of held back a little bit with some of the protesting that's been going on in the country and not quite as bold and proactive about being out there and being like, yeah, I work in defense, you should come join us, because it's a little bit sensitive right now. But being able to say, industry does have jobs for you, or this is the pathway. If you're coming in as an engineer, this is X, Y, Z. If you do these things and we come alongside you for your entire university career from year one, doing some mentoring and showing you an internship capability and then showing you what that job's going to look like at the end, that's going to help drive interest into those programs. So I believe that industry and academia needs to be, lockstep with how we're progressing. And University of New South Wales has been wonderful with stepping forward. And I think there's an opportunity for multiple alliances to kind of come together and build this system of systems to develop this workforce. That's really the only way that I see it working. And then really just the second piece is the social license, and that all has to work in unison and in harmony to be able to generate the workforce that we need to. Obviously, we can't be robbing Peter to pay Paul as far as pulling from the US and the UK systems. We're already at capacity, struggling to meet our own timeframes. So we need to, again, use each other to build the workforce and generate the workforce all the way down to elementary and younger, and getting families interested so that they see that there's a progression in defense.
Yeah, I'll jump on that because I agree. The micro-credentialing and focus on defense as kind of a career in academia, I think that's fantastic. But I think we spend, with our new hires, a fair amount of time trying to get folks to align with the mission and why the mission matters. And so I think that that's one area in those curricula where we can maybe augment them to start to align more closely with the mission and the why, in addition to the technology and the what. Because I think that that's one thing, as I said, we spend a lot of energy on our new hires to get them to understand the mission and why the mission is important, and the fact that lives are at stake, and what it means to have a strong defense and a strong deterrence strategy. So I think that that's one thing. The other problem, and this is an age-old problem, I'm not telling you anything you don't know, industry tends to want to pick things up at D, not R, right? And so how do we bridge from R closer to D to the point where it's interesting for industry to pick it up and then start to engineer it into a solution? And that's kind of the trick. And if you think about what we've said on some of the Pillar 2 stuff, so Pillar 1, a lot of those solutions are kind of already defined, right, in terms of what's happening with Virginia, what that capability is going to be. Now, ESSA and AUKUS, a little bit of a different story, but we're not breaking physics there, right? Pillar 2, I think, is where we're trying to do some really hard things and where there's room for R to D. But from an industry perspective, it's unclear to us exactly what the priorities are. Okay, there's 6 or 7 things listed. Yeah, got it. But what? What's the mission? What are we trying to accomplish? Because industry will start to invest in the development side of things once they have a clearer picture of what the real needs and mission gaps are. And I think that it's still a little amorphous in Pillar 2, at least from my perspective. And I may be just out of touch, but I don't think it's getting communicated out from government yet to a point where industry can latch on and say, let's go focus here and let's make that investment. So that's a perspective, at least.
So the workforce end, so defense, US defense, we make a lot of investments in people, getting them into schools, giving them jobs, giving them summer work, giving them then careers, because we're looking for the technical expertise, the support, the fiscal support for national security as the career they want to go into. And we have a lot of programs that do just that. And not to your point, it's not the universities asking for funds. That's us recognizing the issue and going after it. Microelectronics is a critical industry for us, and not AUKUS at the moment. But when you look at some of the comments by the Department of Commerce Secretary about how many engineers will be required in the US for the onshored fabs that we're now paying for, it's a huge number. And that's at the keep the plants working level. We're talking also about the people who are going to innovate the new designs or come up with the exotic new combinations of materials. We want them in the schools working. Sorry. Then also in the research aspects of universities, I mentioned the Maritime Big Play and other things going on in AUKUS now as a really interesting source of data in the way that a lot of grad students or postdocs would just die to get their hands on. We can provide those data into the three systems. Very valuable to us, very valuable, I'm sure, for the new designs for you. When we talk about some of the torpedo work, for example, we're doing some things there that is new and isn't just an engineering activity. It's we don't know how to do this activity. So a lot of opportunities there coming up. The larger picture in terms of operational needs, that's being driven by the combatant commands. So we have these lists internally, but back to your point about classification and other things, it's how to get it out and where to get it out to in a way that's fair to industry or industries in the three countries. One of the ways that we bridge results from schools, from universities, into product and services is we watch the faculty and students spin out new companies. Back wearing a DARPA hat, there's companies all the time. DARPA pays for the science and technology to be done, vets it hard, bangs it around, it works. But just taking that out, because you've got the best widget, doesn't mean say you've got the best company. And it's a lot of spin-outs, and you have to protect them. Not in terms of legislation, there are things like CFIUS in the back, but in terms of, well, this great idea and this IP, and maybe somebody else's capital that you don't want is going to be in there investing and owning it. So the department has some various mechanisms. So in DARPA itself, there's the Embedded Entrepreneurship Initiative that works to help that. And one of the new things that Ms. Shu got underway in the last 2 years is the Office of Strategic Capital in the Department of Defense, which is, in a sense, de-risking the loans, de-risking investments of others into technologies of importance to defense, some of which come from schools, some of which come from businesses. And it's a very clever idea. So that's then workforce all the way up to getting things underway. After that point, there are businesses, and there's a whole other ecosystem out there for large enterprises. It's still paying attention to, solved, no, but actively working it in a lot of different places.
Thank you. So we have time probably for one more lightning round question. So I saw this gentleman first, then we can connect afterwards.
Hi, my name is Jack Rapansky, unaffiliated. I'm just wondering how we should think about AUKUS in terms of, say, comparing it to the Apollo space program or the Manhattan Project or the Polaris sub-missile program. Once you finish with this Virginia sub and whatever current things you're currently working on in Pillar 2, is there a sense of kind of planning for the next missions beyond that, or is this just like a one-time thing and then maybe AUKUS will disband in 10 years or something? Because since the point of this whole forum is kind of looking at the next 10 years, so where will AUKUS be in 10 years?
Well, I can take that really quick. So once you commit to nuclear power submarines, that's a lifetime commitment. So it's not like you just get it and then decide you're through with it in 10 years. That's not how it works. So this is a long-term commitment that is going to span hundreds of years.
Yeah. Any idea of what might follow Virginia after the initial sub?
Oh, of course. So SSN AUKUS is in development. So that'll be the build. That'll happen in Australia, all the facilities and infrastructure to go along with it. It's a full cradle to grave, next multi-generational opportunity.
Chris, would you like to add something?
Yeah, no, I agree. SSN AUKUS is the next generation, and that's going to, we're building submarines now that will last for 75 to 80 years, right? They'll be out there deployed. So we are talking a long game here. And I guess the other thing, just quickly, different than Apollo, different than strategic mission in that there's a lot less basic physics involved here, right? We know how to do what we're doing, but we're bringing it to a different domain, to a different set of constraints, to a different set of requirements, right? And so that's the challenge is similar in that it's step function change, but it's not on the technical side. It's not on the research and development side, in my mind, largely. It's more on the policy. It's more on the international relationship side. So we're breaking China in a different spot. No pun intended there.
Would you like to wrap up for us?
Just talking Pillar 2. It's not in this. Nothing in Pillar 2 is in the sense of one and done. It's the beauty of making your work around research projects or research development procurement projects is they have a start and they have a finish. They have waypoints. They have milestones. And if it's not performing, you kill it. But that end point says you don't just keep doing it forever just because that's what you've been doing. That's why the working groups moving to the background, projects coming to the fore. There's always going to be a set of overlapping projects. And I'm watching internally, the project proposals coming forward are increasing in ambition, not small R&D, but actually pretty interesting stuff. And it's hugely encouraging. Great. Is it like the ARPA program? Right, so framed, think of it as like IARPA or DARPA programs. So 4 to 5 years period, and then within that, you get the results or you don't. If you don't, you killed it early, and you put the resources elsewhere. Yep, you bet.
Please go.
Great.
One, they're really interested back there.
I have a win.
Really quickly. I think we're over time.
This will be really quick. 1.2 subs a year, the maximum capacity right now of your yards, Chris and Ashley. A lot of concern that's not enough to meet our requirements, U.S. requirements, Australian requirements. How are you overcoming the barriers to meet that target?
Ooh, that's for Newport News to answer, but really inserting technology where we can and being mindful of the commitments we've made. That's really why our Mission Technologies Division is engaged in the on-the-ground work in AUKUS and not Newport News Shipbuilding. So we're of the shipyard, but not the shipyard, not taking away from what's going on there. That's why you're here too, right?
And I absolutely will not speak for Electric Boat, but if you look at what the U.S. Navy is saying and what they're doing, right, from a submarine industrial base investment, from an uplift associated with AUKUS, international uplift, the strategy is clear, is we need to increase that supply chain, both CONUS and OCONUS, to allow us to grow to the numbers that we need to grow to. And that's, as I interpret the Navy policy, again, not speaking for Electric Boat, but that's what I think the U.S. Navy is trying to do.
All right. Ashley, Chris, Peter, thank you very much.
Before we begin our last panel, can I ask everyone to be back here in 5 minutes so that we can maximise that session? Thank you.
First we'll break China on other spots. That's a keeper right there. Just saying. Do you have any comment about your newcomers?
Okay, ladies and gents, let's grab our seats. Okay, ladies and gents, if you can grab your seats, please. Thank you. All right, it's my distinct pleasure and privilege to introduce the last panel of the day, which will be a fireside chat focused on regional approaches in the Indo-Pacific. My colleague Ryan Shaw will do the formal introductions. Just for everyone's state of mind, we will finish on time. So that's important. And again, let's all enjoy this last session. So over to you, Ryan. Thanks.
All right, friends, we've made it. The final panel of the day. I am Ryan Shaw. I am the, among other things, senior lead for Security and Defense Plus for Arizona State University. And in that capacity, I'm sure Ian's going to wrap us all up properly once we're done with this panel. But from the ASU perspective, I'd like to thank all of you, all of our partners that have made this possible for 2 really great days of programming, including our partners at New America, our colleagues from King's College London and UNSW, and of course all of you in the audience that have stuck with us this long, including those who, in the room and also those online. As Ian said to open this morning, one thing we know for sure about trying to do an event in DC is that everybody that's here has got somewhere else to be and something else to do, so we really appreciate you making the time and really appreciate you hanging with us for this long. I am really thrilled to introduce this next panel. It's on regional perspectives on AUKUS. Now, our 3 universities are in the 3 AUKUS nations of the US, the UK, and Australia. And so most of our dialogue has been from that perspective, and it's been, or from those perspectives, and about China. But those are far from the only players in the region, of course. We're leaving a whole lot of perspectives out. So we wanted to do a panel on other regional perspectives. But I was really committed to the idea that rather than having American or Australian or British experts tell us about the other countries, that we should really hear from those other countries. So I'm really pleased that we've managed to get the ambassador from the Philippines and the defense attaché from Japan here. But I'm going to let the moderator introduce our guests, and I'm going to introduce the moderator. It really is a pleasure to introduce Dave Maxwell. So he is the Vice President of the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy. I'd also like to acknowledge his boss, Hee-Yoon Kim, who is the President of the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy. Appreciate their support and partnership on this panel. But before that, Dave was at the Foundation for Defense for Democracies and dozens of other jobs, including a full career as a Special Forces officer, Green Beret with extensive experience in the region. I'd like to call Dave the hardest working man in DC, except he's never in DC. Every time I try to connect with him, he's in Mongolia or South Korea or somewhere. He is, in whatever capacity he works, he is fully committed to the missions that bring us all here together. I've been a long-time admirer of him, his work ethic, and his commitment to public service for all of our good, which expresses itself in lots of different ways. The one that I would like to especially acknowledge today, though, is that among the other projects he's done, he has been the editor of the Small Wars Journal for years and years. And as we discussed yesterday, if you were here, the Small Wars Journal has for almost 20 years now been the premier online forum for the exchange of ideas and debate between scholars and practitioners focused on small wars, irregular warfare, competitive statecraft, national security issues more generally. It's been a labor of love for him and some friends for a long time. As we announced yesterday, we're really pleased that ASU will be taking over the publication of Small Wars Journal here in the next few weeks. We'll relaunch with a new website and everything. As we all know, and we've learned from public affairs recently, knowing when to hand the torch for a project is a difficult thing to stomach, but Dave has done it very, very gracefully. He's been a great partner throughout, and he's going to remain. He's not leaving the project. He will remain as our editor emeritus. Is that right?
Contributing editor.
Contributing editor. So he'll remain with Small Wars Journal, but just wanted to take a special moment to thank Dave for all of the hard work that's brought us to this point, for sticking with us, again, for the panel. also for partnership on the transition of Small Wars Journal, which we're really excited about. And with that, I will turn it over to, and a reminder for all of you to please be looking for the rebranded and relaunched Small Wars Journal produced by Arizona State University in just a few short weeks. With that, I'll hand it over to Dave, and
thank you, Ryan.
Best of luck with the panel. Yep.
And, if you need a job as an agent, I will hire you. So thank you for the kind words. And just let me say on Small Wars Journal, I took over as the editor when Dave DeLagey passed, and we wanted to keep it going. And you know, I struggled for a couple of years to try to find a right home for it. And when I met Ryan and learned about ASU, and you know, knew that was the right place for it. And so we're grateful to ASU for taking this on, because Small Wars Journal is a great platform. It's done a lot of great things, and I know at ASU it's really going to, you know, 2.0 is going to be a great thing. And so I'm appreciative to ASU, to President Crow, but for Ryan for really taking this on, and for Ken Glyman for leading the transition. So welcome to our last panel, and as Ryan said, this is an opportunity for us to have the views from the region, from those in the region. And so we're very fortunate to have Ambassador from the Philippines and the military attaché from Japan. I've had the honor of serving in both their countries. And so this is a real pleasure to have them here with us. The ambassador has been an ambassador here 2017. I was going to say that he must be the longest serving ambassador, but he told me that the ambassador from Palau has been here for 20 years. So, but somebody who's been in Washington since 2017 certainly knows Washington perhaps better than most of us. The Admiral is a naval officer and a helicopter pilot, and something that's really relevant to all of us here in AUKUS is that the aircraft he flies, the SH-60, is for anti-submarine warfare. So he's the one, you know, who has been out there searching for submarines, not AUKUS submarines, but Chinese submarines. So he's got that relevant experience. Now, you know, we heard from H.R. McMaster yesterday, and how important it is to have strategic empathy, you know, to look at things from others' perspectives. So that's why we're fortunate to have here our two distinguished panelists. I just want to set the stage with some graphics. We've been talking a lot about this, but the first one here, I just want to emphasize again what HR said about strategic empathy. This may be a view of China, and looking at that arc of containment to see how the U.S. and our friends, partners, and allies are really encircling China in many ways. And so that you know, we look at it from China's perspective. Of course, we don't think that that's what we're doing, but I think it's important to look at it from that perspective. And I really think, though, that we really need to look at, you know, the competition, the strategic competition. And you see here the Belt and Road Initiative, or the old One Belt, One Road, and you look at our strategic competition. You know, obviously, our focus, and really our three countries, are maritime countries. And so you look at the trade routes that are so important to us, and then you see how China is trying to dominate, of course, overland, and then all the way to Africa. And so you see this strategic competition playing out. Now, of course, Flashpoint, Taiwan, you can see the differences in forces. Certainly a PRC, PLA, Taiwan fight is, the correlation of forces is not in Taiwan's favor, which is why we have to be prepared to come to their defense as the U.S. and our friends, partners, and allies. You know, we do have forces there, and, you know, as close as to Kinmen there, you know, 6 miles away. And so this is the flashpoint. But to steal from the ambassador, you know, the real dangerous place may be the West Philippine Sea. And I think we understand the West Philippine Sea versus the South China Sea. But that may be the flashpoint that's more dangerous than Taiwan. And I won't steal any more thunder from the ambassador. But I use this slide a lot in my lectures on Indo-Pacific security. And so since last February, I've always been referencing the ambassador there. And I think it's important to understand that perspective there. So with that, Indo-Pacific, Asia-Pacific is we would say a chessboard, but in Asia and China, it's more like the Go board. And it is all about those stones on the territory. Right now, I would say that we are competing, and this is really kind of the essence of competition. So with that, I'm going to turn it over for remarks, first from the ambassador and then from the admiral. So, Ambassador, over to you.
Thank you very much, Colonel Dave. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank the New America Arizona State University and the King's College London and the University of New South Wales for inviting and organizing this forum and inviting me to speak about the Indo-Pacific region where the Philippines is located, of course. A region that has increasingly become the center of attention, so to speak, in many ways because of what's happening in our part of the world. The Philippines has never faced this type of challenge since World War II, and it has become increasingly even more, I would say, challenging, and at the same time, we are playing a thin line here between trying to use diplomacy and using our armed forces and our alliances to be able to deter China from doing what they're doing. As of today, they have about 238 ships or militia vessels swarming in our area, and they continue to do this day in and day out. They only left for a while when there was a typhoon or a storm, but they're back again, this time much bigger than before. While we continue to try and use diplomacy, as I said, as a way to be able to have a civil conversation with our neighbors to the north, we also have to continue to try and find ways and means to be able to strengthen our alliances. And that's the reason why we had the Trilateral Summit here in Washington, D.C. last April, where we had a strong alliance with Japan and the United States. We also are reaching out to other countries as well. We believe in the minilateral approach, at the same time the multilateral approach into finding a way to give a signal to China that we're not just one, but we're many that are not happy with what they're doing today in the Indo-Pacific region. And I think that it's also important to note that as we try to increase we're trying to modernize our armed forces, it's important to note that there are many other countries that have already indicated that they would like to join many of these multilateral approaches and diplomatic forays that we are having. As a matter of fact, in the coming weeks ahead, we are planning to have some sort of like a summit in the sidelines of the United Nations General Assembly, where we're going to have at least 20 nations that will join us into seeing and finding ways to be able to talk some sense into the PRC. President Marcos has been very clear from the very beginning that we're never going to start a conflict in our area. But we are also very clear that we are not going to give 1 inch of our territory. And it's very important to note that if we lose just one, it's like a domino effect. You can be sure that if it happens to us, it'll happen to the other nations as well. And so we are also talking now to our neighbors, especially those that have the same territorial claims in the same area, like Malaysia, Brunei, and Vietnam. And we have indicated to them that we have to find ways to be able to bond together and also approach China, that we do not include the other countries that are supposedly not in the area, but that we can talk to them in a more civilized way again to be able to find a solution to the territorial claims that they have. As you're well aware, they started with 9-dash line. They're now on 10-dash line. Who knows? They may go up to 11, 12, 13, the entire area. But there are 8 nations that are actually affected by that 10-dash line that they have put out. And so while they're saying that, we have 15 other nations that believe that they're not following the international rule of law. And so it is the multilateral, minilateral approaches that we believe is going to be the right way to go and to give the right signal to China. I'm going to stop there to give Colonel Dave and, of course, our friend from Japan more.
Thank you. You know, you talk about the multilaterals and minilaterals. Earlier, we heard on a couple panels, the U.S. is kind of describing that as a lattice work. But, you know, a lattice, to me, is kind of weak. You know, and you know, think of the vines growing up there. What you're really describing, and I think something we should adopt, it's really more like a silk web. And, you know, and a silk web is strong, flexible. And so I think that would be a better analogy. And I think that's what you're really describing with the minilaterals and multilaterals.
Yes, absolutely.
So, Admiral, over to you.
First of all, thank you for having me. And it's a privilege, honor for me to be here today. As I have been given this opportunity, so I'd like to express Japan's defense policy situation and my personal views. So since the end of World War II, Japan has been determined not to repeat the scourge of war and has sought to build a peaceful nation. To this end, the Constitution of Japan prescribes the renunciation of war and provision of war potential, and the denial of the right of belligerency. However, after the 1947 Constitution came into effect, Japan was faced with Korean War and the threat of Soviet Union. And the self-defense forces were created to respond to these threats. After the Gulf War, Japan recognized the importance to Japan's security of building a stable international community with allied and like-minded countries. And 1991, the first time Maritime Self-Defense Force minesweeper was dispatched to clear mines in the Persian Gulf. 10 years later, in 2001, the Maritime Self-Defense Force supply ship were deployed to Indian Ocean to refuel the naval vessels of various countries engaged in anti-terrorism operation in the Indian Ocean. And 10 years after that, SDF carried out rescue operations after the Great East Japan earthquake. During that time, the ground self-defense forces and air self-defense forces deployed to Iraq and some countries to participate in various peacekeeping operations. As the rule of the SDF changed with the changing international situation, Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022 was a turning point that significantly changed Japan's thinking on security. In particular, the invasion of Ukraine by permanent member of the UN Security Council, ignoring the provision of the UN Charter, strongly impressed upon the Japanese that wars between countries are not imaginary, but real. Japan's proximity to countries, China, such as China, Russia, and North Korea, which have different values from those of Japan, is a major security concern. Under these circumstances, the role of the self-defense force has also been significantly reviewed. And in December 2022, the so-called strategic 3 documents were enacted. In addition to doubling the defense budget, the strategic three documents also decided to further expand the role of the SDF, including the possession of counter-strike capability and the establishment of the JJOC, Japan Joint Operations Command. But another thing to note is that the three strategic documents emphasize the promotion of multilateral cooperation and the strengthening of ties with international frameworks. Every nation usually has a national interests, securing sovereignty and national prosperity. In addition, the 2022 National Security Strategy defines the national interest as defending the international order based on universal values and international law, including freedom, democracy, fundamental human rights, and the rule of law. In particular, maintaining and developing a free and open international order in the Indo-Pacific. To promote the third national interest, Japan needs to be actively involved in the framework of international cooperation and work with allied and like-minded countries to maintain and develop the current international order. From this perspective, the Quad and AUKUS are important framework for Japan. Unlike Europe, it is difficult for countries in the Indo-Pacific region to organize and cooperate in a single comprehensive framework. There are various political systems, religions, cultures, ethnic groups, and customs in the Indo-Pacific region, and it is not realistic to establish a comprehensive international organization based on common values. In Europe, the sovereign states emerged in the 16th century and overcame many tragedies to establish institutions such as NATO and European Union. While most of the sovereign nations in Asia have a history of less than 100 years, it is still difficult to establish a large international organization in the Indo-Pacific region. Therefore, I think it is important for the Indo-Pacific region to establish a limited interstate framework among a limited number of states with common interests in certain areas, such as the Quad and ASEAN, in order to promote regional stability. And through such an interstate framework, I think it is important to spread the values we strive for, such as freedom and democracy. Europe, despite many sacrifices, eventually found common values and established NATO and the European Union. However, these values are not always shared in the Indo-Pacific region. And while technology cooperation is important for AUKUS, I think the ultimate goal is to secure technological superiority through cooperation in the defense industry in order to spread our common values. Japan shares common values with the US and Europe, and it is in Japan's national interest to spread these values throughout the Indo-Pacific region. The success of AUKUS will not only be a technological success, but also lead to technological advantages and the spread of common value we strive for in the Indo-Pacific region on the back of such advantages.
Thank you. And you know, both of you have really given us the common ties, which again reinforces that silk web. I think our foundation, our common values, and it is the rules-based international order that's in all of our interests to be able to uphold and to live by. So the question that I'd like to start with is that one of the things in the United States we talk about is our strategic competition with China. China is a competitor. China is our national defense strategy calls it the pacing threat. And And so we are in this strategic competition. And so I'd like to know from the Philippines' perspective and from Japan's perspective, how that affects your country and how you view that competition between China and the United States.
Well, I think, first of all, I think it's not really competition anymore, but I think China would like to dominate. They would like to be the superpower to dominate, especially in the Indo-Pacific region. They've always said on many occasions that this is our neighborhood. You should not bring in the outsiders. They're referring always to the United States and other Western countries. But we do welcome this strategic competition dialogue that between the United States and China, which we hope will amount to some form of an agreement of some sort that will keep some stability in the area. But we're very skeptical to a certain extent because of their position that the Indo-Pacific region, or specifically what they say about the 9-dash line and the 10-dash line, is a territory that belongs to them, which again will affect obviously the freedom of navigation. And so the bottom line is, I think that the approach to China will always have to be on very cautious way, and that a continuing multilateral dialogue between other countries, including especially the ASEAN community, is very important for the United States to bring on into the table and to be able to give the message that this is a region that believes in the international order. And I think that that's the only way that we can deal with China now at this time.
Admiral, would you like to?
So competition between the US and China is partly a struggle for hegemony between the two major powers. But I also believe that it is a competition of values. So China's domestic governance has an authoritarian aspect, and the way of thinking in China can be considered to apply to the international community. I think that the international order that China is aiming for is the former authoritarian East Asian international order centered on China before 17th century, as evidenced by the dream of the revival of Chinese nation. Such values are incompatible with democratic countries such as Japan, the United States, and European countries. Japan, along with the United States and partners, aim to maintain the existing international order based on freedom, democracy, and the rule of law. So I believe it is important to promote technology cooperation with these countries, secure technology advantages, promote common values, and prevent attempts to change the status quo by force.
And let me ask you, Admiral, what is your assessment of AUKUS? How do you view AUKUS?
So, as the Prime Minister Kishida said, Ukraine today could be the East Asian tomorrow. And the situation in various parts of the world affect each other. So in this context, AUKUS is expected to contribute to the stability of each region by strengthening the comprehensive technological capabilities of countries of Indo-Pacific region and West. So I also believe that the cooperation among the three technologically advanced countries will shorten the development period for equipment incorporating advanced technology, and is an important framework for ensuring the technological superiority of peer countries which share the same values as Japan.
You know, I just have to make this comment. I wish that our earlier panels, hopefully somebody's here from the earlier panels, as we talked about the narrative of AUKUS and getting the message out about AUKUS. I think both the ambassador and the admiral have just demonstrated. I mean, what they have said about AUKUS is exactly what I think the United States, Australia, and the UK have wanted the message to get out. They are giving us feedback, I think, that is very important. And so, from an influence perspective, a target audience analysis is giving us the feedback. This is the post-test for our. You have really demonstrated an understanding of AUKUS that frankly, from the earlier panels, it didn't seem like people really understood. I mean, we were critical of whether we are properly explaining AUKUS, and your comments illustrate that I think that message is getting out. I think that's really, and I'm really happy to hear that, and our panelists from earlier should be as well, and so. You've talked about technology, and of course, Japan has advanced defense technological capabilities. But from the Philippines, is there anything that you would like to perhaps coordinate with AUKUS, or any kind of? Do you see any kind of relationship with AUKUS, or is it sufficient to have the minilaterals and multilaterals? Is there something you would like from AUKUS specifically for your national security interests?
Well, we were one of the first when there was an announcement of AUKUS. We were one of the first countries to support it in the Indo-Pacific region. The other countries were a little bit skeptical on what this thing was all about. But in our case, we saw that as a sign, once again, that there is a commitment coming from the Western world, most specifically the AUKUS, Australia, UK, and the United States, that they are committed to finding peace and stability in the area by using whatever it is, whatever means they have. And again, it's also important that that message was made clear. But what we would like to see is more activity in terms of not only on the defense side, but on economic activity, which also involves defensive, as the Admiral said, technology that can be used for defense at the same time for economic prosperity for the nations in the area. Because economic prosperity means economic security for all. Because China today uses economic coercion as one way of being able to force a country to choose sides. This is the kind of thing that we would like to avoid, is that we want to choose the right side, which is what we believe in our values, the free and Indo-Pacific region, free and open, and peace and stability. So that, I think, is the role that AUKUS can play by giving that as an indication of how strongly they support the Indo-Pacific region in terms of not only defense, as I said, but also on the economic front.
Okay, so yeah, I guess from listening to the AUKUS experts, I don't know if there was an economic component to that, but I think that's something to really think about. But then I might also ask then, maybe rather than AUKUS, maybe Quad would be. Quad is more of has more of an economic focus than AUKUS. I think. Would the Quad be suited then to take on the role of helping to defend against China's economic coercion or economic warfare? I don't know if you think the Quad would be useful to the Philippines.
Well, like I said, any kind of organization or institution that can use those 2 points, which is defense and economic, as a way to be able to deter China from trying to dominate the region, is a key factor. Just as a case in point. Today, obviously, India, for instance, is an economic power as it is right now. It's an economic powerhouse. But they have, for the first time, have openly supported a free and peaceful Indo-Pacific region. they are been very supportive. They have supported the Philippines as far as the arbitration award, and they haven't done this. I can't remember any other time. So this gives you an indication, once again, that the more countries band together and give a message to China that what they're doing is definitely not on the right side of history, then we have a better than even chance that they will not make that wrong move that we're all fearing.
So, Admiral, would, and I think you've kind of alluded to this in your comments about technology and things, and I'm not going to put you on the spot to say should Japan join AUKUS, but in general, do you think AUKUS should be expanded beyond the three countries? Do you think there's the potential for that? And is that something that should be explored?
Yes, like, the AUKUS member, they share the same common value. So democracy, human rights, something like that. So with that kind of the framework, which composed of the same value or a very close relation, should be expand more, deepen the relation. So that kind of framework should be more, the security alliance or something like that. But generally speaking, that the Indo-Pacific region is composed of the very, as I mentioned before, that diversity countries. So it's difficult to make a, the big or large framework in that region. So I think it is effective, not AUKUS, but other framework. It is effective to establish a framework with a limited scope for a specific purpose in a specific area. And it is important to effectively utilize that kind of framework to promote regional stability. And whilst it is important to aim for shared common values throughout the Indo-Pacific region in the long term, I believe that in the Indo-Pacific region, which is rich in diversity, it may be more necessary in short term to launch the smaller frameworks for specific purposes and to promote cooperation among members countries as a first step.
Yeah, I think I'm hearing both of you say very similar things. And again, earlier people talk about one of the criticisms of AUKUS and in general, is are we trying to bring NATO to Asia? And I think you've made the point, and that NATO is not an appropriate model for Asia. And in fact, those who know their history, we did try NETO, Northeast Asia Treaty Organization. We tried CETO, Southeast Asia Treaty Organization. We had CENTO, Central Treaty Organization. So we've tried these in the past, but they had never, they never took hold. And I think that's because Asia is different than Europe. And so, but I think, you're talking about small frameworks. You're talking about minilaterals, multilaterals. I think that's really, really worth exploring. And then, of course, the most important thing that you both are saying is talking about shared values. And I think that's the difference that really exists between us, our friends, partners, and allies, and those revisionist powers in our national security strategy. China and Russia are revisionist powers, rogue powers of Iran and North Korea, or as Christopher Ford coined the term in this past July that I'm kind of enjoying and starting to use, the dark quad. The dark quad. I think that's something we should think about to describe them. And as I think about them, and why they are banding together, there's really four things that are bringing that dark quad together, and that's fear, weakness, desperation, and envy. They fear our relationships. They fear our values-based relationships that are based on trust and values. They are weak because of their internal political contradictions, and they are all weak domestically. in their political situations. They're desperate. Certainly, Russia is desperate for North Korean aid. North Korea is desperate for Russian technology, and of course, desperate for Chinese aid. And they're also envious. They're envious because they know they can never have relationships that we have. And, so I think that's something to think about. And I just mention that because I hear that in your comments, and that the foundation is our shared values. And I think that's really important for us.
Well, that's why. So it's dark quad, it's dark cloud.
Dark cloud, yes, it is.
They bring in the dark cloud.
I think that's great. I'm going to have to borrow that. Okay, we have about 10 minutes for questions, and we got a lot of questions. But the first hand was Dr. John.
Thank you. Really interesting views, getting the views from Japan and the Philippines. Ambassador and Admiral, I wonder if you could just perhaps comment on how you view the rest of ASEAN, the other Southeast Asian countries, and maybe Korea, Republic of Korea, how they are viewing engagement with the AUKUS arrangement, with you, with the US alliance. There's a lot of, in the Australian media, there's a lot of talk about stuff that happened a couple of years ago, reactions in places like Indonesia. But what we've seen from your remarks is that quite a different perspective. Are you hearing that kind of more measured, maybe even supportive argument, line of reasoning coming from ASEAN partners or counterparts in the Republic of Korea? Thank you.
Well, I think the ASEAN, to a certain extent, while they view AUKUS as something that they are concerned about, at least some of the other countries, but most of the ASEAN, and I think I can mention some of them who have the same problems that we do, like Malaysia and Brunei and Vietnam, see this as a way to balance off whatever China is doing. So AUKUS is more or less welcome. But to other countries, again, the economic part of the whole equation comes into play. They're more concerned. Indonesia, for instance, has a lot of trade going now with China. Laos and Cambodia, we know where they're coming from also, and the other countries. So that is where we differ in terms of how we view AUKUS. AUKUS could be a problem for them, but for us, we see it as a way to balance off some of the issues that surrounding the Indo-Pacific region.
Admiral?
So each country has each national interest and each political the direction. So as I mentioned, the ASEAN country has a different view and far different perspective in that situation. So it is difficult to share the common value. But we can cooperate in some field, like economy or with some country. On the other hand, we can cooperate in another field. So at first, we should find some field we can cooperate each other. And we progress the trust, mutual trust, and then we should move on the next step. So it takes time because the Asian countries are so variety country. So, but we should, progress step by step, especially in some field which we can cooperate together.
Ryan, since you're the boss.
If only that were true. Ryan Shaw, Arizona State University, as mentioned. Thank you very much, both of you, again, for being here and for your comments. You've both mentioned the rules-based international order, and that's a term that we've heard a lot today. It's the thing that we're all committed to defending and preserving, and our method of preserving that is deterrence. So we
talk a lot about deterrence. And it's, as we discussed in a morning panel, it's embodied in each of our national security strategies in one way or another. But deterrence is, by definition, it's about what we don't want to have happen. And I've always thought, this is my critique of our collective strategies here, is that given the combined might of the three AUKUS nations and just military might, not to mention all of our collective soft power, and then you add in our other regional allies and allies and friends across the globe, I'd like to think we could achieve something more and aim a little bit higher than just not having anything happen. And while we're really committed to the status quo because it's been very good to us, it's always been my sense that there are other players here who are less enamored with the status quo than we are. And so if our message is, please join with us in making sure that nothing ever happens, that's probably not all that inspiring to potential partners. So I wonder, I'd like to give either of you the opportunity, if you'd like to say something about some change you would like to see. If you could change the status quo in a positive way, which again, I'd like to think is something we could aim at, what changes would you like to see in the region?
So what would you think, what would you like to see change in a positive way that would serve your interests?
Yes.
Is that?
Well, I think, again, I just have to go back to the basic word, economic prosperity. Why economic prosperity? Because if the ASEAN, let's just talk about the ASEAN. If the ASEAN region, which is 650 million people, if we have enough economic activity between the ASEAN region and the AUKUS or the Western world, you have a market both ways. So this is the prosperity that we want, and therefore, if it's seen by those in the other side of the fence, meaning China, Iran, and everything, that is where you again, the word deterrence comes in, but you do it in a way that's positive because economic prosperity for those that follow the rules-based order. That is the message that we need to give at all times. And that is how you can change that. Deterrence in the defense, obviously, is very clear why, but if you have economic prosperity that goes both ways, then you have a stronger position as far as vis-a-vis the quad, what do you call that? The dark quad. The dark quad.
Admiral?
As the Prime Minister Abe, former Prime Minister Abe, insisted that the FOIP, the freedom of free open Indo-Pacific, that concept, that all nations, share that value is the ultimate goal, because every country has the same goal, like free open democracy and rule of the law. So every country have a chance to develop. But if for example, the authoritarian country, China, dominant power in that region, so some of the countries have no chance to develop. So our favorable situation is all countries share the same value as the democratic country. Mm-hmm. So that is our favorite. And also work as a deterrence, because that if the China have no allied or partners, and the other countries cooperate each other, that shows a very strong deterrence against Chinese aggression.
So I think you make me think of something here that you said, and I think that it was Prime Minister Abe that really coined the term Indo-Pacific and free and open Indo-Pacific. I think that, in the United States, we use that quite liberally, but I think that really emanated, came from Prime Minister Abe. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think that's something we should keep in mind. I got one minute left, one short question. One short question.
Hi, my name is Jack Korpansky, unaffiliated. Maybe this is a question for the Admiral about Russia and AUKUS. Do you see that AUKUS might help Japan feel more secure about Russia doing anything malign in that South Korea Peninsula, China triangle, so to speak?
Or disputed islands in of Japan.
So I believe that the AUKUS is composed of the democratic country, and their goal is almost same as our Japanese goal. So that superiority of the technological advantages and this cooperation maybe establish the superiority of in terms of the technological area. So that kind of development function as a strong deterrence. And if Japan is seeking for try to join the AUKUS Pillar 2, and if Japan join that framework, that also contribute to the modernization of the defense capability and very strong deterrence against authoritarian country.
Thank you. And now we're going to close it out. I'd just like to say this has been really enlightening and great. And I just, on behalf of the Center for Asia Pacific Strategy, where I work, and President Hyun Kim, we have 33 practitioners from all these countries, ASEAN, throughout all about the Indo-Pacific. And this is exactly what we believe in, is these relationships, our friends, partners, and allies, this Silk Web. We are all about, like defense and security, like ASU and New America. We're really grateful for putting on this conference and allowing us to participate, because we believe this is really, really important. So please give a hand to our great panelists.
Thank you.
And Ian, over to you.
Thanks, Dave. Thanks, gentlemen. Again, a really prescient and culminating way to finish off for many of us 2 days worth of discourse, synthesis, dialogue and reflection. This is not about AUKUS. This is about defence and security across the community of nations that are committed to the rules-based global order. And again, to have Japan and the Philippines feature as prominently in this conversation as Australia, as the US and the UK is absolutely appropriate in the context of what security looks like and collective security looks like in the context of what we're seeing in East and North Asia right now. So, gentlemen, again, my appreciation for you being here today. Thank you. I will just take 30 seconds now just to wrap up what's been, again, a very satisfying 2 days, but I'll just talk specifically about today in terms of S&D's ability, supported by ASU, UNSW, KCL, through the context of New America, to be able to bring to all of us the opportunity to think about some of the issues and challenges that relate not only to security and defence, but also research, education, partnerships, and where I think we need to increasingly litigate and position ourselves as it relates to being useful, being relevant, and being able to bring to scale some of these challenges that we think we're going to face, that not only the militaries of our countries need to grapple and deal with, but really also the research, also the whole of nation dimension to this, which they frankly can't do without. So again, the aim of today has to be commended, has to be focused on bringing people together to form trust, to make relationships, for those of you online to want to follow up and meet people, so we can thicken the network across countries, across universities, specific to research in this case, but how it is that we get our head around some of the great problems of our time and turn those problems into opportunities. And again, I think this is a really important springboard for us to push forward. I'll just take a moment now to officially thank some people, not only the New America team, which I acknowledged this morning, but again, the speakers and those that travelled from far and wide, and from those here in DC that made today. So just forgive me, again, our panel here today, which was esteemed, and I appreciate their attendance. Peter Hyman, Ashley Snyder, Chris Montferray, Matt Holver, Ambassador Rudd, John Blackstone, John Bew, Win Bowen, Yuki Tatsumi, Ryan Shaw, Admiral Rondeau, Sir Simon Gass, Charles Edel, Jim Caruso, John Moffat, Jen Moroney, Thorin Wright, New America ASU, as I've talked to, and then my team, just quickly, Lauren Mellows, Craig Sharp and Charlie Bailey, and also everyone from those that handled the microphones, those that put the food on the table, those that provided the security downstairs, the person that cleaned the bathrooms overnight. All of it comes together at a moment of opportunity for us to be here amongst friends, allies and partners and talk about the issues that matter. So for those that participated, contribute and derive benefit from, thank you for being part of this. We will seek to do this again next year. We'll also seek your input. So if anyone has any points for enhancement, opportunities for positive criticism, and all criticism is positive, the only negative dimension is how you take it. But if anyone says this was bad, I'll come at them. But no, really, again, the opportunity to make this better for next time and tell us how we can be more relevant, more impactful and more effective in what we do. So thanks to everyone that's here. I think, again, we arrived as strangers, we go away as friends. This is what it's all about, and I'll see you at our next event. Thanks again. Cheers.